What up? It's Python Unplugged on PyTV. We've got Python, Jupyter, NumPy, Polars, and naturally AI. The best Python conference ever, most likely. Streamed live from the Netherlands, the home of Python, only on PyTV.
Hello! Woohoo! So, yeah, welcome everyone to our first Python Unplugged on PyTV. So, as you can tell by our amazing makeup and also Jodie's glasses and Will's funnel, and we are 90s music-inspired theme. And for someone who don't know too much about MTV or music, what is Python Unplugged? Do we unplug our laptop, or what's going on?
Well, Python Unplugged on PyTV is a global online-first conference for everyone. So you can get the best out of a PyCon experience, the community, the people, the chats. We'll explain all the details coming up.
Yeah, and you might be wondering about the name. It is a bit weird. Why did we call the conference Python Unplugged on PyTV? Well, you might not be old enough to remember this. I know we've got a lot of students in the audience, and you are making me feel a bit old. But basically, there was a TV channel called MTV, and it had this very long-running series called MTV Unplugged. And the idea is that they got the top music acts in the world. And they'd come into the MTV studio, and they'd do these very intimate concerts. So when you were watching from home, you would feel like you were there with the band, even if you couldn't go and see them in person. So we really love Python conferences. They're a super important part of the experience of being part of the Python community, but not everyone can get to them. So we want to sort of replicate that MTV Unplugged experience for all of you. So you can have the Python conference experience wherever you are in the world. And we've got a lot of things planned today in order to bring the conference experience to you. But obviously, one of the most important things about a conference is fantastic speakers. And we have some amazing speakers for you today, some very, very prominent people in the Python community. And we've got speakers from all across the Python world. We have people from core Python, we have people from the Python community, we have people in Python web development, in data science, and of course, AI. And we're very lucky. Pretty much all of our speakers have been able to join us here today in the studio in Amsterdam. And it's really going to give us a really nice atmosphere, and we hope you'll feel like you're here with us. But speaking of the speakers, Chook, what have we got on the schedule?
Yeah, talking about schedule, you can easily check the schedule at any time at our landing page, which is the page you register for the conference. Or you can search PyTV, Python, you will see it. So we'll start with the Executive Director of the Python Software Foundation, Nicholson. And then afterwards, we also have a lot of superstars. We have Mark Smith, which is the head of Python in JetBrains. Paul Everitt, our superstar, my senpai in developer advocate. And we have the creator of Polars, Ritchie, Vink, joining us. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of things, the community, how to learn Python, AI, and, of course, Polars.
All right. And then mid-session, we have a PyLadies panel on the future of Python with Georgi, Una Galyeva, and Jessica Greene. And we also have 3 talks on web development from Sarah Boyce, current Django Fellow, Carlton Gibson, former Django Fellow, as well as Sheena O'Connell, Python board member and longtime Django contributor. So they will be talking about modern Python web development, Django, and where they see things going.
And then to end up, we have a selection of talks on data science and AI. So we're going to be starting with Travis Oliphant. I'm sure many of you know him. He is creator of NumPy and co-creator of SciPy. And then we're going to have Marlene Mhangami. She's a senior developer advocate at Microsoft, and she's going to be talking about agentic coding, a very, very hot topic right now. Then we're going to have Merve Noyan. She is a superstar in the open source AI world, and she's working at Hugging Face. Tuana working at Llama Index. She is absolutely phenomenal, and she's going to be explaining more about how agents work, especially working with documents. And then we're going to be ending with our friend Carol Willing, who is going to be giving a very nice talk about how AI fits into the world of scientific Python, which very dear topic to me.
Yeah, so this event won't be happening without our amazing sponsor, PyCharm. It's actually an event that is put together by the community because all of us are belonging to the community, and it's for the community, it's for all of you. So who are we, right? Like, we are sitting here. So the host, we're actually the developer advocacy team for PyCharm at JetBrains. So first of all, for me, hello, I'm Chuck Ting Ho, and of course I'm a JetBrains developer advocate. I'm also the PSF board member, and I have fell in love with Python since 2017.
Okay, and I'm Will Vincent, also on the Python advocacy team at PyCharm JetBrains, former Django board member, Python Software Foundation fellow, author, and generally really into web development for a long time.
And I'm Jodie Birchall. I am the Python advocacy team lead. And I actually came into Python through a unconventional path. I think we kind of all did, really. Yeah, which is why community is so important to us. But my background is academic, and I actually did my PhD in clinical psychology. And then I found my way into tech, partially because the Python community is so welcoming and so open. So I've been a data scientist for around 10 years now, and I'm also involved in various things in the Python community. Most recently, I was an organizer of EuroPython, but a cause in Python that's very near and dear to me is Humble Data. Chuck is one of the co-founders of, and we actually have other Humble Data organizers here today, such as Jessica. And yeah.
So other than that amazing host and amazing speakers, we also have amazing merch. As you can see, Jodie and Will is wearing.
And behind you.
And behind you. Yeah, I hope you can see it. So, it's our amazing merch that we designed just for this event. So, and also tote bag. We have a tote bag at the back. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, all of them are designed just for this event.
Okay. And if you're not on Discord, you should be. There's a live channel where we have dedicated channels for data science, AI, web development, I have to look at the list, general Python, and community topics. There's also a hallway track channel, so all of you who are watching live can comment. We'll be taking speaker questions through Discord, so please, if you have questions, put them in the speaker QA channel, and we will ask some of them to the speakers after their talk. And special community tracks for PyLadies, also channels for 3 of our sponsors, Meta, NumFocus, and DataCamp. Thank you to them. And then finally, there's bulletin boards if you want to advertise anything around Python events, and also a jobs channel.
Yeah, how can we join the Discord? Can we, show you may, well, I hope you will see the QR code right now. You just scan the QR code. It's very easy. Like what Will just said, you can post a lot of things there. We also have a lot of ways that you can hang out with people. You see a lot of amazing speakers actually join, so you can talk with them, and so on and so forth. But please be nice to each other, because we are a very loving community. If you have time, read the code of conduct. The link should be already in Discord.
And one of my favorite part of Python conferences actually are quizzes. And we have a very fun quiz planned for you today. So basically, we're going to make participation easy, given that we know we have a long day, we have people scattered across different locations. So we're going to be giving you the details of how to participate in the quiz after Mark's talk, so after the second talk. But basically, we're going to have 12 questions dropping throughout the day, and you have all day to answer these questions until the end of Carol's talk, right before the closing. Chuck will be explaining more about how it works when it gets to that spot. But basically, we have some super cool prizes, again, courtesy of our sponsor, PyCharm. So we will have, for every single winner, a 1-year PyCharm professional license, a 1-year JetBrains AI Pro license, which is even better than the PyCharm license, to be honest.
Both are good. So.
Both are amazing. And we will also have a voucher to that amazing merch store. And I believe if you visit the merch store right now, you can actually buy this swag for yourself. So if you want to get hold of a t-shirt and you want to get hold of a tote bag, you can actually buy them. But keep an eye out for the quiz because you may be able to win a merch store voucher. So you can buy it courtesy of us.
Yeah, I think we also have stickers on the merch store as well, right?
I'm not sure if they're up yet. Maybe someone can check for us and post it in Discord because we can't check right now.
Or you can like tell me which conference you go to next. If I'm seeing you at the conference, maybe I'll have some for you. Talking about conference,
Oh yes. That sign is very nice. The one hanging up behind Shook. This is something obviously we designed specifically for the event, and this sign might make it with us to PyCon US, and we might have a way that one person can buy it.
It's a secret.
I've said too much.
But if you are going to PyCon US, then I think you should come and check out our booth.
All right. Well, I think we've already given away maybe too many secrets. So we're going to start with our very first speaker, who I believe is ready. So Deb Nicholson is the executive director of the Python Software Foundation, the organization that helps run Python itself, an avid doodler. And her talk is about why AI practitioners are only scratching the surface of what Python has to offer. Over to you, Deb.
All right. I guess I'm supposed to say, is this thing on? I think it's on, or someone would come and tell me. So it's really great to be here in the Netherlands. And I wanted to talk today a little bit about how we'd love to see more AI practitioners in the Python community. I am at the Python Software Foundation. I'm the executive director. I've been there for about 4 years. And sometimes people ask me, like, what is the PSF? It's a nonprofit organization. It's based in the US. And we provide a home for the Python programming language. In specific, we provide a vendor-neutral home for Python, which is really important because when code is written by a specific company, that company can decide what to do, what not to do. They don't have to take your suggestions for improving the language. They don't have to take your add-ons. And they don't even have to make the code open and available for you to look at. So I think that's a really important part of why Python is so successful, is because it is open, it is vendor neutral, it's for everybody to come and participate in. We also provide and care for the Python package index, which is not small. So there are over 750,000 packages that you could add to your default Python installation. I can't necessarily vouch for all of them, but we do know that they're very popular. The Python package index gets about 13 million page views per month. The majority of downloads come from the top 1% of projects, which is still over 7,000 projects. But around 90% of the projects on that massive Python package index still show some activity. A certain thing happens when people give a gift via the internet. Sometimes it's a great gift, and sometimes there's a little bit of malware or spam in there. So we have 2 people that work on the package index to make sure that you can get your account recovered, we can sort out namespace conflicts, and most specifically, like that security work gets done on the package index. So Maria Ashna is the person who helps you with your accounts and the namespace stuff and all of that, and making sure that PyPI is smooth. And Mike Fiedler makes sure that all the malware is getting pulled out of there so that all of the stuff that you're getting in PyPI is good. We also work to keep Python accessible and open. As an open source nonprofit, our mission is democratizing access to technology. So we're always making sure that we are providing Python in the way that you can access it in ways that are easy and accessible. And not just in the US, even though we are a US-based org, we support a massive, diverse, global community of Pythonistas. Python is used all over the world. I can't confirm that it's being used in Antarctica, but someone told me I'm pretty sure they do because they have science there. We have over 1,600 meetups around the world and around 40 PyCons every single year, plus a number of Django events, PyData events, and other regional workshop events. Basically what happens is people learn Python, and then a certain percentage of them immediately want to teach everybody they've ever met to use Python. So there are a lot of opportunities to interface with the community and learn from your fellow Pythonistas. Python is sort of a Swiss Army knife of programming languages. So if you're using it for AI, that's awesome. There are a whole bunch of other places that you could use it, or use it in conjunction with AI, or just for weird personal projects. I think of like the Python as like empowering you to be the Rock of computer programmers. So like The Rock, who's been a football player, a wrestler, an actor, a singer, a movie star, a movie producer, and now he sells tequila. So learning Python, you could change your career again and again and again and still be using Python for the whole thing. I don't think you'll get the biceps that way, but you could start with mathematics, you could move over to digital humanities, you could do DevOps for your local library, design a website for your own tequila business, and then retire one day to make electronic music using Python for every single one of those endeavors. So here's a couple of things people have told me. They use it to write music, make animations, create knitting patterns, marine biology. One of the things that's really been great about like marine biology in the last decade or so is that you can do more of your analysis on site, and Python is a key part of that. So if you always just wanted to hang out with dolphins, you could do that. Python could take you there. This one I thought was very interesting, like using Python to organize like really different kinds of data sets that, you know, don't have a lot of parallels. So like Pompeii has all these paint samples. Paint gives you a picture of the outer limits of the kind of trade relationships for a place in time. So your day-to-day stuff gets used, you know, like is pretty obvious, but like paint samples are something where you might go further afield. So organizing paint samples, doing data analysis on them, gives you a picture of how people from an ancient civilization that got covered in lava actually lived. And this one is probably the best one. I talk about this one a lot because I'm really proud that we're able to play a part in something so important. But you can, you know, if you're using Python for data, you're in great company. People who are working on curing pediatric cancer are also using Python to analyze their data, analyze the results, and create reports so that they can get more funding for that important work. Another thing that is interesting is, so Python, you can use it for lots of different things, but it also like talks to everything, which is pretty cool. So like, I kind of think of Python as the capybara of programming languages. So like capybaras are famous for being an animal that gets along with every other animal, like birds and cats and cows and dogs and horses, and you know, everything is just happy to sit and hang out with the capybara. And Python is that programming language. So there's like always this kind of glue work. Like you can use Python with Rust. You can use Python with C. You can call Haskell inside of Python. You can call Fortran from Python. You can call Java from Python or Perl from Python. Go code can be used in Python. JavaScript plays well with Python. You can call Lisp and use that in Python. C#, Scala, a little Scheme. There are a lot of different possibilities. So if you have come to a place where you need to like kind of take some code that's already been written and talk to it in Python, then you're gonna be set. So like this happens pretty often, especially when things get, you know, companies buy other pieces and other projects where you have a mishmash of different tools from all different people, and Python is a great choice for that. A kind of famous example would be the Chandra telescope. So if people may remember, the Chandra telescope was launched in 1999, and they covered it in this foil that seemed like it would be good enough for radiation in space when they were on the ground. But when you go up to space, it's different. So they figured out that the space foil, maybe not quite the exact term, was not robust enough to keep the telescope at the correct temperature. So it was getting overheated. So they had to send code up to the telescope to get it to change how its trajectory was, basically turn it into sort of a rotisserie chicken space telescope. And Python was what they chose. The libraries were already there. The mathematical calculations were ready to go. And so that telescope was supposed to be up for 10 years. It's still out there today, sending back information and still slowly turning like a rotisserie chicken. And that's because of Python. Another thing that Python is great for is combing over a super sparse data set. And again, space, it's very empty, actually. There is a lot of nothing out there to look at when you look at space. And so there are a lot of Python libraries that are specifically designed to help you like kind of get the nothing out of your data set and get you to the important bits so you can look at what you want to look at. And space is like the biggest example, and I think a lot of the libraries that were written for Python come from that work, but you could use it for migratory birds or stuff hanging out like underwater by the Marianas Trench, like anywhere else where there's a lot of nothing mixed in with some stuff that you want to look at. And so, so Python is a great choice for that. And then this is almost the opposite, where you have a tiny amount of data, but you want to cross-reference it across a massive database. And Python is good for this too. So you may or may not know that there were probably camels in Greenland millions of years ago during the Pleistocene era. They found tiny fragments of bone in Greenland and fed it into a process called collagen fingerprinting. And that's like just looking at the amino acids. So it's like very tiny amounts of information. And then they didn't know what kinds of animals or plants they were going to find. So they ran those tiny fragments against every single animal and plant that we have data on. And then they were like, whoa, there was camels in Greenland. As they kind of found more like kind of proof for the existence of something very camel-like existing in Greenland, they sort of kind of thought about it like the hump, where it like has food for itself for a couple of weeks, and then like the big clumpy feet that we always think of as good for sand, also maybe good for snow. So anyway, the point is that they found something they weren't expecting to find because of the massive power of being able to take a tiny fragment and run it against a massive database. What else could we find like that? I have no idea. The point of this one is that they found stuff they didn't expect to find. So, all of that said, like Python is complicated. There's a lot going on, and there are a lot of ways to do things. Python's been around for about 30 years. It's a choose-your-own-adventure language because people come to Python and they choose what they want to do with it. They add libraries, they add workflows, different things. So there's a lot of different ways to get to actually the same place at the end of the process. And a lot of Pythonistas are self-taught. And so, you know, they came in through one door and didn't necessarily know how to find like the most useful data structure for their work or the most useful sorting tools or what have you. And so this can kind of present a challenge. And this is where I want to tell you, like, we got you. Because learning to code alone can be hard. Like, it's, you know, it takes someone else who's maybe looked at more tools than you to suggest, like, the thing that you've been looking for, because you might not know what to search for. So we highly recommend that you find other Python users, other Python practitioners, and talk to them about your work. The good news is Python has over 8 million users, so I am very confident that you will be able to find one, or a bunch, actually. So there's a lot of people that you could be collaborating with on Python. There are online, offline, real-time, and asynchronous opportunities to find other Python users that can help you kind of get going on your project, or find that one data structure that you knew must exist, or that one tool or sort that you didn't know the name of, but you felt like someone must have added it to the Python package index at some point. The first one is PyCons. Like, we already talked about PyCon US. That one is taking place in California in May. And if you're excited to come to the US this year, we would love to see you there. EuroPython, if you're joining us from Europe and you want to stay a little closer to home, is in July, and that's happening in Krakow. And PyCons typically have like a mix of talks, sprints, hallway track, all kinds of different things and opportunities for you to talk with other Python users about your work and get kind of supercharged there. If either of those two big events doesn't quite work for you, as I mentioned, there's about 40 other PyCons and then an additional pile of PyData events that happen around the world all throughout the year. So you might not even have to go like very far from your house to find a collection of Python users that want to hang out and talk about Python. If you want to go async, we have both an English language and a Spanish language Discord community where you can go and take like the things that you're stuck on or your questions or your ideas. And I would heartily encourage you to join whichever one of those makes sense for you. And then find your local Python, PyData, or PyLadies meetup. A lot of these are meeting in person, but a couple are still meeting online. And so just find something that works for you. We've noticed that local Python meetups tend to kind of cater to their communities. So I live in Boston. We have a lot of biology folks and people doing that kind of work. So we have a lot of folks that want to talk about that type of thing. In other places where the heart of the meetup is a student-run organization or a college, university organization, you end up with a lot of stuff for beginners and people who are looking for job opportunities. So find a Python meetup near you. Or if you can't find one, you could start one. And then you could set the tone for the kinds of topics and conversations that you want to have, whether it's like, about AI or biology or finding a job. And then if you're already working in Python, I highly recommend that you consider starting a Python guild at your work so you can learn from your colleagues where you already work. This is a great way to kind of keep up to date on what's going on in Python, talk with your colleagues about how new releases of Python are affecting the work at your company. All right. And then I kind of want to talk about how Python is open source, because I talked about it at the beginning, but it means that your ideas are welcome. Like, we want to hear from you. If there's some tool or functionality that you think should be part of Python but isn't yet, like, you could make that happen. Maybe you would file a polite bug report. Please make it polite. A lot of people who have given packages to the package index are volunteers, so appreciating that. You could document how you use existing libraries to do new stuff, whether it is in AI or marine biology. Like, talking about your work and documenting it helps the next person, and then they might come back and tell you something helpful. Add a package to PyPI, or help mentor new users or contribute to core Python. We're always kind of thinking about what the next generation of Python looks like, and that means bringing in more core developers. So your ideas could help us shape where we go next. Like, kind of like, what do you want to see supercharged? What do you want to see go fast? What do you want to see happen next? Like, I think that, like, AI is not going to decide what we can be excited about. That's where you come in. And so you can use AI to supercharge that idea, but you get to pick what's exciting, what knowledge the world doesn't have yet, what research we haven't done yet, and what kinds of work we haven't, like, really supercharged and automated. So we want to help you build the future of Python. And I hope that sounds exciting to you too, because in some ways it's also kind of an investment in yourself. Like, if you are looking for a new job at some point in the future, being part of the Python community is going to help you find where the next exciting batch of places to work is going to be. And so, you know, we want to invest in you and have you invest in us and have it be this lovely, mutually beneficial thing. And like I said, like, AI is not going to decide what mysteries we solve next. That's going to be something that we do together as a group. And the tools and the libraries that you build could reflect what you care about. This is one of the things that's kind of magic about open source, is that you don't have to pay to participate. So if there is something that maybe isn't like a massive moneymaker but is important to you, you can build tools and libraries to help make that work happen. Maybe that's a niche kind of research that, you know, there's just not a lot of money in that, or maybe it's something humanitarian. Maybe you want to make sure that visually impaired folks have a better experience online. Those kinds of tools, you could build them, whether you get funding for them or not. I would, and this has been like kind of the whole story of open source. There are great resources for tiny minority language groups, people with like super niche interests, like someone who wants to run like a dentist's office using open source, or a very complicated specific wine library where you, not the Windows thing, but the organizing actual wine, like your wine cave. So there's a long history and tradition of like building the thing that is weird and fun for you with open source. And I think that Python and AI gives you more possibilities than ever to build that kind of thing. So what you decide to automate and supercharge is up to you. And that's what's going to take us to the next generation of what Python looks like. So thanks very much, and I will see you out there. Yes. Oh, I come over here now. Okay.
Hey, hello. It's an amazing talk, and it's really, really good. So thank you for that. So we have some questions for you, Deb.
Great.
First, looking ahead like 2 to 3 years, what changes would you be most likely to see in the AI community, especially with them engaging with the Python and probably the Python ecosystem or open source community? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that I would like to see, and I think we're getting there, like seeing more stuff that like kind of focuses on educational opportunities and like making your own self more efficient. I know there's a lot of talk at the top of like, we don't need all these programmers, like they can all like go do something else. And it's like, no, like I think the real thing that's going to happen when we kind of get over the hype on that is like, we're going to have people that really understand how to get things done, how to learn new things, how to like task stuff and automate things that they don't want to do. So that's kind of like what I think is gonna happen, is like it's gonna go where the developer interest is.
Yeah. Do you think what challenges like open source may face, like when there's we have AI and all that stuff, like, so as someone who is very interested in open source, like what may be the challenges that is coming up?
For open source, I mean, that's such a broad question. I think people do want to continue to participate in open source. I think that the bigger question is sustainability of the ecosystem. Like, it costs a lot of money to give away a lot of stuff for free, actually. And so, especially if you want it to be good. Like I said, like, we do a lot of work to kind of keep track of what's good on the package index and make sure that, we're regularly removing malware and spam and trolls and stuff like that from that ecosystem. That's one. I think also like having a package repository that's just like kind of open, like people started just sort of using it as storage, or like, they have some like I talked about how like 90% of the projects get touched every month or so, we think, and a lot of that's automated. And it's like, if a package is 5 years old, you don't have to check every week to make sure it's up to date. But that's kind of how people are using the package indexes now. I don't know if you wanted to get that specific on the like nuts and bolts, or if you were thinking more kind of like the philosophical question.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, right? Because I know Python Software Foundation have this like registry for the Python libraries, and so with all these like AI tool now, for example, we have heard some new tools that's coming up that's like automate everything. Do you think, like, as someone who's like maintaining this like open source registry, is there any precaution that we need to have? And
I mean, it's interesting. Like what you just said made me think about how we do sometimes get like what we call AI slop patches, where it's like someone's like, "I'm helping," and it's like, "Oh, you're not actually helping because you didn't test it." Like, so and this is. Daniel from Curl has talked a lot about this in particular because he's like, I don't want patches from like unknown entities anymore, and I think that like it's kind of just figuring out how to teach people to finish the patch or the gift that they're giving so that it's actually a good one. So maybe that and I don't know if AI is going to help people do the tests, but maybe. But like if you're going to give a gift to a freely available library or function or programming language, then you should make sure it's a good gift.
Yeah, I think it's also like a lot of time, people kind of like prefer AI over like the human side of things. Like, as you said, is a gift, right, from the community, from other people. Like sometimes, now people are too focused on AI. Sometimes I feel like that. So talking about this gift, this Python community, which I love so much. So I maybe for people who don't know that much about Python Software Foundation, so what is Python Software Foundation and what role does it play in the community?
Yeah, so it's really kind of like we try to give people like a place for the community to do what it does. So like so we have a core development group that works, and does what they do to drive the direction of the language. And they have a steering council that helps them kind of like, like get everybody like, okay, it's time to comment on stuff or make a call here. And we really just provide support for that. It's a little different from so the programming language itself, very focused, very a lot of enthusiasm from volunteers and stuff. The Python package index feels a lot more like almost like a zoo with a couple of very large animals and then a little place where there's a tank full of minnows and stuff. And so what the packaging community wants or needs is really one of the next questions for the foundation to answer, because I think it's going to have to be a little bit more hands-on than it is with the programming language. And so that's kind of our exciting new challenges for the next couple of years, is figuring out how to best support this extremely vastly different sized community stakeholders.
Yeah, so I know a lot of our attendees, because we just have a little chat there. A lot of them are learning Python or they are students. So do you recommend them to get involved in the community? And if they want to, what would you recommend them to do?
Oh, yeah, I would say, and I kind of touched on this, I think it can be really hard to learn to code alone because it's so abstract. And because Python allows you to do so many different things, if you're talking with people who are doing one thing and you're trying to do a different kind of project, it can be difficult to find the tools and the libraries that are going to be the most helpful to you in your work. So I would say talk with your fellow students, hang out, meet, go to a meetup if you can. It's not only will you learn things about how people use Python at work day to day, in the real world, you will also start to make those connections and get a sense of what kinds of jobs are out there, what kinds of jobs sound like a good fit for you. So I would say the earlier you can get involved in the community, the better off you're going to be, in terms of kind of learning how to learn about like tools that you haven't incorporated into your work yet, but also learning how to like network and talk with fellow community members about opportunities.
Yeah, and I also think that if I am a student and I'm really convinced by your talk, Deb, and I really want to start maybe my own little Python community in my school, do I need to ask like PSF, or can I just start a club, like Python club, and also like if I want to start a club, like I've never done it before. Like, where can I find people to help me, or resources, or anything like that?
Yeah. So, sometimes the Discord can be really helpful for that. Like, as far as finding other people who have also tried, set up meetup groups and clubs and things like that. And you don't have to ask us for permission. A weird thing that we do that I didn't mention is we do hold the Python trademark. So if you're going to call it Python, just make sure you're not doing Rust. I mean, or like mostly Rust, or call it Python and Rust as your work group. It just makes it's confusing, and then we have to be like, oh, why are they calling it Python if it's not Python? But if you are doing Python, you can call it Python. No worries.
Yeah, it would be really funny if like I go to a Python like club, and then actually today we're gonna learn Rust. But you know now that
no shade on Rust. I think Rust is great. But then you should probably call it a Rust group.
Yeah, but I know there's a lot of overlap between the two, community. I know.
Call it a Python and Rust group. That's also fine.
Okay. Just clear labeling. Don't be misleading. And so I also have a very fun question for you, Deb.
Okay.
What's your favorite conference for Python?
Ooh. It's interesting because like they're all so different. So like I like to go to new places. Like I had a really good time at PyCon Africa. I'd never been there. The enthusiasm was like, woo, off the charts, amazing. Later this year, I'm going to go to North Bay Python, which is an event where you do all the talks in a barn with cats, and it's been on my list for a while. I'm a cat person. Obviously, like, I like PyCon US, but I'm also very busy. So I kind of hope actually other people have more fun than I do because they just get to attend and have a lovely time. And then I'll name check EuroPython again. It's a fantastic community. It's all volunteer run, and they just put on a super professional, welcoming event with just volunteers, and it's big, and it's like it's really thoughtful and well put together as well. So. So I couldn't pick a favorite. Yours is like asking me to pick a favorite kid.
Yeah.
I don't have any kids, so. But yeah, I imagine that's what it would be like.
I think everybody will hope to see you at a conference at some point. So, so thank you so much, Deb. And thank you. For those of you who are watching and you haven't joined Discord yet, you can actually, the QR code, scan it, and join it, or find it in the description, and ask our speaker questions. So I think our next speaker is ready. So our next speaker is actually Mark Smith. He is my colleague at JetBrains, but also my very, very good friend, who he is very, very knowledgeable about Python. He also loves nice coffee. I think he bring me to a very nice coffee shop once in Edinburgh. So, I would let Mark present his talk about how to learn Python.
Thanks very much, Chuck. It's great to be here. Isn't this set amazing? So as Chuck said, my name's Mark Smith, and I'm the head of Python ecosystem at JetBrains. And I'm going to be explaining how to learn to program with a focus on Python, partly because that's my expertise, but also partly because this is a Python conference. And I've put this talk together because people often ask me how they can get started with learning to program. And why do they ask me this question? It's because I know how to program. And I'm quite an experienced software developer. The only problem is I originally learned to program when I was 9 years old on a computer that looked a bit like this. This is a BBC micro computer from the 80s. And because I learned at such a young age, kind of like brute forcing my way through learning to program on my home computer, I have a problem, which is that although I know how to program, I don't really know how to learn to program. Over my life, I've kind of fumbled my way through taking the experience that I have in BASIC on the BBC Micro to then learn Pascal and Java and C and JavaScript and Python. But weirdly, I do know although I don't know that much about how to learn to program, I do know quite a lot about how to teach programming. So I've been paid to teach many Python programmers over the years, although they usually know how to program in another language. But I've also coached at Django Girls and other groups like that that are aimed at total beginners, and I've kind of picked up a few things over the years, and I've seen people's experience with learning to program. So before I really get started, this talk is very much based on my experience and those learners that I've helped on their way. My biases are that I really like learning from books. So I'm going to be mentioning a few books during this talk. I haven't done very many online courses. Because I already know how to program, it's not like I don't spend a lot of time doing online courses. That's too much time investment for me. And I mainly have experience building big, complex, web-based software in my career. So I have more or less no experience with data analytics or machine learning. So although my experience is kind of biased towards big software, hopefully the experiences, many of the tips that I'm going to cover here will still be useful even if you want to work in a different domain. So now I've stated that, let's begin. First, grab yourself a buddy. So this could be another learner at the same stage as you, or ideally somebody with just a little bit more experience, so that they can kind of help you with things like when they're just ahead of you in the line, as it were, kind of learning to code. Maybe if you're learning in a class full of people, that's kind of an ideal situation. You're surrounded by people who are always all learning things at slightly different rates. You can help each other out. You can help somebody else. They can help you. I've broken the learning process down into 3 components. And although they're going to look like stages so that you should do one after the other, really, mostly you do them all at the same time because they complement each other. And the first component is that you need to learn by copying. This, although they're not really in order, this is the first thing that you need to do when you're learning to program, because if you're starting from first principles, you don't know enough to just write software. So essentially, you're going to have to find a tutorial, something that will explain the different components and put them together for you. So you're kind of copying code that somebody else has already written, that they lay out for you. The second component is to learn by doing, which I'm going to cover in quite a lot of detail later on, because in many ways it is the essence of what you're learning to do. Programming is the act of building software. It is the doing of building software. So it's really where you should spend the majority of your time is building code. And third, you need to learn by studying. So this sounds very academic, but there's different ways to approach it. This is the process of stepping back maybe from the computer and reading about other people's experiences. And I'll go into each one of these in more detail in a moment. So let's start with the first, which is learn by copying. There are a bunch of different ways to learn by copying, which will be the first step in learning to program in whatever language, or even libraries or frameworks that you might be learning later on. So you should probably start with a tutorial. There are a bunch of tutorials online for Python. There is the official Python tutorial, which is very good. That's on the python.org website. There is also the Django Girls tutorial. Now, Django Girls is usually run as a one-day event where a bunch of women come together in one place and they run through this online tutorial where they start with no knowledge of programming, and by the end of the day they've built a blog which they can put their own blog posts on. And it's online for their friends to see. It's a really, really cool project. And it includes a lot of stuff in it. And so I would say it's more an experience than really a teaching thing. By the end of the day, you're going to have forgotten most of the stuff you've learned. But if you ever want to get an experience, if you ever want to feel what it feels like to be a professional software developer, to build a thing, I think it's a great starting point. Their tutorial is online and it's freely available, so you can follow that in your own time if you can't make it to a Django Girls event that's happening near you. There are also beginners books. I'll cover some of those in a minute. And online courses, which, as I said, I haven't really done many of them, but there are many high-quality courses available. So it's worth checking the reviews for a high-quality course if you like to learn through video content and kind of exercises, which perhaps you'll receive feedback from a person. There are also mini challenges. I think these get overlooked in many cases. To give you an example, there's a website called Exorcism, which is misspelled on purpose there. That's the name of the site. It's essentially a big folder of code, of Python programs. And you start at the first program, and you'll find the program slightly broken, but there's instructions in there on how to fix it. And with each file you go through, following the instructions and fixing the problem, you gradually learn the whole of Python syntax. It's really, really cool and a really nice way to just at least reinforce the learning that you've been doing, perhaps in a tutorial. There's also Hack in Science, which is similar but based towards more scientific data science software development. And then there's Practice Python, which is exactly what it says on the tin. I learned from a book called Learning Python. So this is the 6th edition of Learning Python. It's still being revised. This was published last year. I originally bought the 1999 edition of Learning Python. It's really good. It worked for me. There may be other books that would work better for you. I will warn you, if you order the paperback copy of this, the version I read was 385 pages. The 6th edition is over 1,100 pages. It's an enormous doorstop of a book, but don't be intimidated by that. You still only read it one page at a time. Another book, if you know some Python and want to get started with web development in Django, I have to mention Django for Beginners, which is written by Will, who's actually around me somewhere at this conference. It has very good reviews. That's highly recommended if you want to learn Django. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention JetBrains Academy. So if you want to go through this kind of like exercise way of working, there's a plugin you can download for all of our IDEs, including PyCharm, our free Python IDE, which will give you a series of challenges that are listed on the left-hand side in the screenshot. The actual challenge is described on the right-hand side, and then you fix the code in the middle, and it's all highlighted and tested for you. That's a really efficient way to just sort of test out your knowledge of Python as you're going along. So that was learning by copying, but as soon as you have the basic constructs down, as soon as you spent a little while learning some Python code, you should start building your own projects. They don't need to be very big or complex. You can start with the exercises in your book. If you're learning from a book, those exercises have been carefully judged to kind of test out the knowledge that they've tried to teach you in the chapter. And so it's really worth following those exercises to kind of test your knowledge of what you've just been taught. You need a project, something you're building for yourself. I will talk about that more in a moment. But if you want something more bite-sized, there's kind of an equivalent to those exercises I was talking about in the last section. So there's a site called Code Wars that allows you to, it provides you with coding challenges. So they're slightly bigger than just fixing a line of code in a coding exercise. And once you've completed it, it gives you another challenge. And they gradually get more and more complex as you sort of increase your mastery of learning to program. So that's a really kind of fun way to find programming puzzles. There's also Python Morsels, which you can subscribe to. That's a series of sort of challenges around different pieces of Python syntax that will really challenge your understanding of Python. And there's Advent of Code, which comes out every December. And you'll find other developers working on it at the same time. There's a new challenge published each day during December. I will warn you that they ramp up quite quickly. So the first day's challenge is usually quite easy, and then they get increasingly hard quite quickly. So maybe something to try out after you've been doing Python for a while. But it's a really fun thing to do to sort of test your general programming. But to talk about doing more generally, if I can really convince you to build stuff and not just read books, I have this quote, but first I think I'm in the Netherlands, so I probably need to explain. This is a mountain. It's like if somebody had taken the Netherlands and folded it up into a three-dimensional space. This quote is from Frank Dick, who's a former director of coaching for UK Athletics. And he says, you don't learn to climb mountains by going around them. You learn to climb mountains by climbing mountains. And so that's something I really want to reinforce. The process of programming is the process of learning to program. So it's really essential that you practice that all the time. To talk more about projects, there are a bunch of different types of projects and a bunch of different ways to get a project to work on. The ideal is you build something you want. Ideally, you're learning to program to build something that excites you. So you can get started on that as soon as you want to. You can start out really simple and really small with maybe one part of the project. My wife, for example, built a script that generated sock patterns. So you'd put in the details of some yarn, you'd put in the size of your foot, and it would print you a knitting pattern that would exactly fit your foot when you finished knitting it. And that was kind of cool, and it's really a page of code or so. But you can start with something even simpler, like if you have an Excel spreadsheet that you've built, you could maybe duplicate the functionality of that spreadsheet in a Python program. You can also copy something you like. So if there's a command line tool that you're interested in, you can reproduce that in Python. Or if you're learning to build websites, you could maybe build a simplified copy of Instagram. So that sounds really complicated, but actually the basics of a site that allows you to create a user account and follow other user accounts and see images that have been posted is not beyond the realms of possibility for a beginner or intermediate level programmer. And building it will give you something, firstly, that you can keep on adding features to, but also you'll come across challenges that just, they find gaps in your knowledge, and your job then is to fill those gaps, which is the process of learning. You can investigate something fun. So a friend of mine was really interested in mapping technology, and so he started building these cool visualizations of city maps. And in the process, even though he's quite an advanced developer, he's been learning a lot about mapping technology and how you pull those together with kind of data science tooling. And then finally, you can contribute to open source software. So there's a bunch of free software out there on the internet that people give away because they feel it's better to share what they've built with the world than to keep it to themselves. And you can contribute to those. Those projects will have bugs, which maybe you can fix, or maybe there's a feature missing that you would like to have in your favorite library, and you can propose adding that, and then work with the more experienced developers on that project to get those changes accepted. And that's a really rewarding way of working with other people to learn to code. If you can't come up with an idea of a project to build, these are 3 books. I don't recommend you necessarily buy all of them, but these are all really good books that contain projects. So the first one, Python Crash Course, is a very popular book for learning Python. It's project-based. So you build a series of projects that are designed to teach you gradually the majority of Python over the course of writing code. So if you like a really practical way of learning, this is a really practical way of learning. The other 2 books aren't so much developed as a series of as a course of projects, but they're just interesting projects that are kind of fun to build. So I highly recommend kind of skimming through the table of contents and maybe picking up one of those. So now we're finished with doing, we get to studying. And again, these should all be done in parallel. Firstly, you should be reading code that you didn't write. Open source is a great opportunity for this. If you're using a small library somewhere and you don't really know how it works, dig into the code and just have a look. Usually, if you look at it function by function, it's not as overwhelming as you might imagine. You also need to learn from more experienced developers than you. This is really the process. Studying is the process of learning from other people's experience, whereas doing is learning by the process of your own experience. You can learn from experienced developers. If you don't know any, you can follow their blogs. You can subscribe to their blogs on a feed reader, or I get most of my links through social media. If I follow a bunch of developers on Mastodon and Blue Sky, and they will often post links to either their own blog posts or blog posts by other interesting technical authors that they found interesting. And so that's how I kind of keep on top of what the community is interested in. There's also YouTube videos. There's a bunch of really good YouTubers out there providing content on Python and other technologies. There are newsletters. The Python Weekly newsletter is especially good. It groups together links to different blog posts and videos that people have published during the previous week. So again, if you're not necessarily following everybody on social media, that's a good way to get a summary of what people are writing about and thinking. And finally, there's books again. So let's talk about some books. I really want to highlight this book on the left called The Programmer's Brain. Happens to be written by a Dutch author, Felina. She comes from a scientific background, and she studies at the University of Leiden. She studies the process of teaching and learning programming. I think one day a week she teaches in a school in the Netherlands somewhere. and takes back that experience and essentially tries to refine the understanding of how people learn. So she's an expert on this topic. And this book is amazing because it's all about how to read and understand code and then how to write code that is more understandable to both yourself and other developers. And I think that's something you can learn from really early on. If you're writing code early on in your journey that is more readable to you, you can progress faster because you're not struggling with your own understanding. There's a whole chapter in there on how to write variable names or how to name things that to make your programs more understandable. It's really awesome. And then on the right, I've just got a selection of books by Al Swaggart. I really like his style of learning books. He has a whole bunch of books aimed at beginner and intermediate Python developers, and they're often very practical. So if you like solving puzzles, there's the book Cracking Codes with Python. If you want to build some practical scripts to organize files on your computer, automate the boring stuff with Python is a great option. But generally, if you're going to pick one of those books, pick the one that most matches what you want to get out of it. They're also all available for free online, but I do recommend buying one of the paperback copies if you can to support the author. So that's what I wanted to say about copying, doing, and studying. But I found I had a few more things that I wanted to talk about. And one of those I'll demonstrate with this video of me using PyCharm, solving a coding exercise called FizzBuzz. Now, this is something an exercise people use to learn, but also an exercise sometimes used in coding interviews. And I'll start it playing now. So I've typed the name of the function, and then you'll see it keeps saying tab to complete. And each time I press tab, it writes the whole block of code in. And I've essentially solved the whole problem by writing for tab, if tab, tab. So this is AI. This is AI completion. It comes with PyCharm. It's getting really good now at filling in these common patterns and can really reduce the amount of learning you do. So I recommend you turn all of these off. We have 3 types of AI auto-completion in PyCharm. Just make sure all of these are off in your settings because if AI is writing your code, then you're not really learning. Secondly, as you're learning Python, there are a bunch of other things that you'll discover to learn, and it can be a bit overwhelming. It's like everything you learn, there's another 5 things to learn. And I think this is often a big cause of why people may give up, because it just seems like too much. And my advice is just, if you can, not to think about it too much. The trick to learning anything is to break it down. You pick one thing, you learn as much of that as you want to or you need to, and then you repeat it. So you pick another thing and you do it again. In fact, nearly all of programming actually is the act of breaking down a problem into bite-sized, understandable chunks. So this is just that applied to the act of learning. Also, I'd say gradually learn to use your tools. So there are a bunch of different tools that you will learn when you're learning to code, like PyCharm, version control systems like Git that allow you to go through the history of your code. There are build tools. There's things like GitHub. And you don't need to learn them all at once, but do dedicate some time to each of them to make sure you at least know the basics. I've worked with developers before who really don't know how to learn their tools, and life is a lot harder for them. Don't be afraid of error messages. Error messages are a standard part of programming. They are not a sign of failure. They are a sign of programming. Learn to read the error messages. Learn to read the stack trace to track down where you need to change the code and what kind of change you need to make. And just embrace them as part of the process. And now finally we come to LLM. So I already slightly covered these with the AI auto-completion bit. I'm going to talk about agentic coding tools in just a minute, but first I want to talk about their little sibling, which is like LLM chatbots, like ChatGPT. They can be quite useful to learn, to help with learning to code. And, but I have a bunch of suggestions for how you should use them. So let's break them down. Firstly, do not ask the LLM to write code for you, because that means that the LLM is learning and you're not. Write code to solve a problem yourself, because what you're trying to do here is not produce code. It's the side effect of producing code. Don't use the LLM immediately. So if you're having trouble or you're not quite sure what's going on, try to solve the problem yourself. Only use the LLM to unblock you. So we're in the wonderful situation these days where LLMs can answer some of your coding problems. You can paste an error message in and it can explain it to you and help you track down problems. Whereas before you just needed somebody else, perhaps, to help you out with those problems. But just make sure you are actually trying to think through problems yourself still. Don't get the LLM to design your code for you, but you can get the LLM to break down a problem. So you can get it to kind of, if a problem seems too big to tackle in one go, ask it to break down the problem so you can kind of understand it better, and then you can design your code and write the solution yourself. This one kind of comes as a double, so I'll put them both on the screen at the same time. Do ask the LLM to critique your work. They can do a pretty good job of telling you where you could have written less code or more standard Python code to solve a problem. But sometimes they are wrong. LLMs have been trained on an enormous amount of code, and some of it isn't very good. So you don't have to agree with the LLM when it has a critique of your work. As you get more experienced, you'll learn how to judge when and when not to take the advice of the LLM. So don't consider the LLM a friend. It's not sitting beside you, solving the problem with you. It's a teacher. It's a teacher walking around a classroom. It's a finite resource. Try and solve the problem yourself before you effectively stick up your hand and ask for help. And generally, if I can summarize all of these points, don't delegate your thinking. Thinking is the thing that you're supposed to be doing here. Do think for yourself. To move beyond LLM chatbots, there's some really interesting tools these days around agentic development. They're becoming really good at reading and writing and modifying code. And this means that learning how to use JetBrains AI Assistant or Claude Code or Codex is really going to be an important skill to learn, but only after you've learned to write code yourself. You need to learn to read and write code and to identify weaknesses in code, because any of the code you get, say, Claude Code to write is your code. It doesn't belong to Claude anymore. It's your code and you're responsible for it. And so you can only be responsible for it if you understand it and you've made sure that it's the code you would have written yourself. Now, just to wrap up this talk, I want to talk about learning as an experienced developer. So I'm an experienced developer by, I think, pretty much any measure. And I found over time some things become easier to learn. You start to recognize patterns across the things you know, and you can apply them to things you're learning. But some things can actually become more difficult to learn. You get used to being an expert, and it can get hard. It can be really hard to go back to being a beginner in a different field. It just feels like struggling again when I've got past a lot of those pains. So some advice I have for more experienced developers who are struggling to learn new things is that perfect is the enemy of everything. Embrace imperfection. Don't try to write perfect code, just write code that works, and you can improve it later. It is a natural process of both learning and writing code generally. If you're learning something new, build small things that are possible before trying to build the kind of massive things that maybe you would have built with a different technology. Also, Python is always changing, so do keep up with how Python is working. If you're still working within the Python field, don't get left behind in Python just because you've been good at it for a long time. There's a new major release every year. They publish release notes. It's always worth going through the release notes and actually trying out each of the new features that have been released with Python. Also, check out the Python Weekly newsletter that I mentioned earlier. The Django Chat podcast is really good. There's a bunch of different resources for just keeping up with new things that are happening in the whole Python ecosystem. Learning to program is a lifelong process. And to give you another Frank Dick quote, winning is being better today than you were yesterday. The point is there isn't a finish line, and you shouldn't be aiming to come first or compare yourself with other developers. It's an ongoing process of self-improvement. So, that's everything I could fit into 25 minutes, but it is everything you need to know to get started. I love learning new things, and I love sharing the things that I'm passionate about, so I wish you the best of luck on your journey. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, amazing talk, Mark.
Thank you.
And it's a very difficult talk, actually. Like, you know, I don't remember how I learned Python. It must be more hard for you. So, yeah, maybe we can bring out the question now.
I thought when I started writing it that it was going to be an easy talk, and it's one of the most difficult talks that I've written.
Yeah, so we have a lot of questions for you actually. So would you take, learning Python with the purpose of creating AI agents? So do you think someone can learn Python by writing an AI agent, basically?
I think that's a great thing to want to build. Like AI agents are actually pretty amazing. They are also built generally by putting components together. So it's actually, you don't need to know a huge amount of Python itself to be able to build an agent. But I would definitely say start with something slightly simpler and build up to something like that. But when you get to that stage and you can add LLMs to your software, they can do amazing things. So you suddenly take this sort of leap in capability from what your software could do before to understanding human language or generating images and the kind of things that agents can do. So it's not it's not a totally silly thing to suggest, but there's going to be a learning process before getting to that stage.
Yeah. So wow, this is very difficult question. How do you get the motivated learners interested in learning programming?
Ooh. That's kind of a general question about learning in general, isn't it? It's like, how do you get demotivated people to learn? And I would say the answer is probably to make it as fun as possible. If you're teaching programming, teach through puzzles. Like puzzles can be kind of irresistible. You show somebody something that doesn't work or a problem that needs to be solved, and the people tend to find it motivating to sort of work at those. I'm like that anyway. There's also creative software, so there's plenty of solutions like Turtle that's built into Python that allow you to draw things on the screen, and that can be really fun, especially for younger developers. To just kind of draw a square on the screen is both a challenge, but it's also really fun. And suddenly you add a loop to it and you've got a square being drawn in a circle at lots of different angles. You've got kaleidoscope, and it's all sort of a few lines of code. So yeah, I think try to make it as creative and fun and interesting as possible.
So I guess it's different for different people, right? What they're interested in.
Oh, that's true of, I think, all of programming generally. I touched on it during the talk. It's like you kind of have to pick a direction because you can't learn everything in the realm of software. So you sort of, at some point, you have to start specializing in different areas. I've specialized in so many different areas that I'm mediocre at a lot of things. Whereas other people, they just dig deep into something and become an expert in one area, and I really admire those people, but I like to move on to a variety of things.
Okay, so yeah, this is a way to start. There's a really, really interesting thing you can do with programming is sock knitting. I think someone mentioned that. I know your wife, and she's also in the community, so she have this sock knitting build. They are asking, are they available somewhere?
Oh yeah, it's available on Ravelry. So I think if you search for sock pattern generator on Ravelry, you'll find it. It's a really popular page on Ravelry. If you haven't heard of Ravelry before, it's a social network for people who knit and crochet. It's really awesome.
That's really cool. I think someone asked, like, will the resources that you suggested in your talk will be listed somewhere afterwards?
So there was a barcode that I brought up briefly. I don't know if it's on the screen right now. But that links to the slide deck that I went through, and pretty much all the links are in the notes or on the screen.
Maybe you can share it with us on Discord again, and then together with the sock knitting community link as well. Right, so I think, this is kind of related to the previous question. So as a teacher, so how can they motivate and make learning Python more fun for their students?
I think it's the same as what I said before. I think it's the same for adults and children. It's like you have to make it as fun as possible. I will say, I have taught some children to program, and what I found was that if I tried to direct it too much, they lost interest. Whereas if you allow them to have some creative control, they tend to get much more inspired. And sometimes you'll find they do the same thing over and over again. I taught a young boy Scratch, and he just wanted to get a car driving across the screen. And once that worked, he had a different thing driving across the screen. And so you can encourage them to move on to the next stage or to solve a problem. It's like, what if the car could fire bullets is a good challenge for them. And then you let them solve that problem and help them along, and then maybe add another challenge to that. But I would say make it incremental, make it fun, but allow them to drive it. If they want to do something utterly crazy, just let them do it.
Yeah. So one last question. So you mentioned lots of books and materials. So will you return to them, like, or reread them when you need? And then, if so, which one is your, the best one?
That Programmer's Brain book is one of the best books I've read in the last decade. I bought it because the speaker, Felina, spoke at PyCon UK this last year. And she's an amazing speaker as well. Do look her up on YouTube. She's absolutely incredible. Apparently, she's even funnier in Dutch. So if you speak Dutch, you definitely need to check her out. Yeah, I'm going to be returning to that for every month for years, because there's just so much knowledge in there, and it's really changed the way I understanding software. So it's one of those meta books where it's all about learning, and understanding. But it's also a fun read. It's really readable. So. Yeah.
That's cool. Thank you so much, Mark. And I think this is a very important time of the conference, because we will be launching the first session of the quiz. So now, let me explain how the quiz works first. First of all, if you are on Discord, you will see there is a quiz channel. So we would drop all the quiz link there. So if you want to participate in the quiz, you will find everything you need there. But we have a time limit for the quiz. You can't just, do it next week or next month. No, it won't work like that, because you only have around 5-6 hours to do it. So you have to do it before around 6 p.m. Central European time today. So so you have to answer the questions during the live stream. Also, you have to also give us a way to contact you. So you have to fill in your email address in the form that we'll be sending the link on Discord very soon. So make sure you use the same email address for all of them, because, otherwise we don't know that it's you, the same person, and then, we don't know you have answered all the questions correctly or not. So, but don't worry if you forget about all these rules and stuff. You will find them on the Discord channel quiz later. Let's, go through the questions. So the first questions of the quiz is actually really, really fun. It will be, what a language was Guido working on before the creation of Python? So it's a multiple choice. A is C#, B is Prolog, C is ABC programming language, D is Sketch programming language. So if you know the answer, you can fill it in the form. The link will be provided to you very soon. Okay, next question, which is, according to the Python Developer Survey 2025, which is the most used version of Python? A, 3.10, B, 3.11, C, 3.12, D, 3.13. So do you know which one it is? Like I said before, make sure that you fill in the form. You have to complete. So in total, we will have 6 questions throughout the whole live stream. So in total, there will be 12 questions. So you only know 2 questions right now, but be patient. We will give you more later in the stream. And also, we have the QR code there. You can use that to finish the first quiz. But if you kind of it was too fast, you didn't get your phone in time, you can actually find the link at Discord server. And also we have the Discord server. You can just hang out with people. It's a very good place to make new friends. We have been talking about how important the community is, how important it is for you to learn Python, so you can share your experience and what you know, and how you learn Python or how you join a community throughout the Discord server. So, talking about the Discord server, I see a lot of you calling from different places around the world, which is amazing. So friends are very important, and we actually also have our next speaker will be bringing in some friends with him to do this session. So who is our next speaker? Well, our next speaker is, like I said before, my senpai in developer advocacy for Everitt, our developer advocate at JetBrains. He has been doing this for a very, very long time, very experienced, and I think you may have seen him in the Python documentary as well. He's also a girls lacrosse coach, which is amazing. So let's give it to him and his friends to talk about AI and open source. Give it to you, Paul.
Thanks, Chuck, for that. I appreciate the really long time part. So this AI stuff, maybe it's going to be a thing, Python, come for the language, stay for the community. Python has had this wonderful open source gift economy forever, but with the arrival of AI, it's like there's a disturbance in the force, threat or opportunity. I'm Paul Everitt, developer advocate at JetBrains. We're going to be having a conversation about this today, and I am joined by two legit heroes in the world of Python, two people I really admire, the wonderful Carol Willing.
Thank you.
The fabulous Georgi Kerr. Yeah, there you go. We're having a conversation with each other. We're going to have fun, but we're having a conversation with you as well. Why? Because we don't know what we're talking about, because nobody knows what they're talking about. AI could be everything, anything, or nothing. I know you have opinions out there on Discord. Hop on, share with us so we can learn from you. Truth is, I want to have a conversation all year about this. I want you to reach out to me on Mastodon or LinkedIn and book a 15-minute talk and just chat with me. What are you thinking about all this stuff? The format for what we're going to do is was, is, will be. Was. How did this open source gift economy come to being? Why the hell would somebody give away their stuff and work for free? Is, what's really going on in this AI moment? Can we reach some consensus about what's happening? And then will be, what are you going to do about it? Let's have some ideas about how to get the outcome that we want. We will start with was, and I'm going to start with Carol, because as Jody said yesterday, never meet your heroes unless it's Carol Willing.
Oh, yeah, that was very sweet.
So Carol, explain this to us. Both of you have been out there for years creating the future of Python, new Python people, new Python leaders. You've seen this motivation. Why the hell will somebody work for free and give it away to the world?
I think it's motivated by what interests people. One of the reasons I got involved in Python was my mom had Alzheimer's, and I was looking for open hardware solutions to assist her, and stumbled across Python and was trying to build things, and then stumbled across what was then IPython notebooks, but basically found that Python was pretty cool. The people were nice. The tools were useful in many different situations. And I wanted to give back and hope that my work would empower other people. So even if I couldn't solve things for my mom, maybe down the road, somebody can solve it for somebody else's mom.
Wonderfully said. George, do you want to add to that?
I think a lot of the people from the community, they started giving because they were given.
Oh, wonderful.
So
yeah, I think so.
You start going to because of passion. You're interested in something that you want to know. Like Carol, you have a reason why you want to learn. And it's the same for everyone else. Then it starts to come in your mind like, hey, these people come and they are being so friendly with you. They just say hi and they help you with it. And you go like, do I deserve that? And suddenly you feel like, oh, I got something nice from this community. I don't mind doing the same thing because someone did something like that to me. We are repeating the process.
Almost like a gift economy, right?
Exactly.
So let me do a thought experiment with you. Let's say the way that this worked is, Georgie, you put a package out there on PyPI, but it doesn't have your name. Nobody knows you exist. People get it, install it, and there's no connection. Is there something lost?
Do you want to give if people don't know who you are?
People will say in open source, oh, well, we're about, quality, and with 1,000 eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. But the gift economy part of that is, I care about you.
Exactly. So it's more like giving and having a kind of return. We're not saying like giving huge awards, like, oh, maintainer of the year, kind of thing. But if you are part of your group of friends, you go to a coffee shop and you went with your friends, have a coffee, and you say, you know what, let me buy you this round. And they was like, oh, thank you, Paul. That's so nice. They're not giving you an award. They're just giving you something in return, a thank.
Yeah, and I think a long time I've been saying, and in the science community, I got a lot of laughs at a conference for saying, hello, thank you, and please are really important in the day-to-day work within open source. And they're like, we're developers. I don't know that we can say hello to people. And I'm like, I think that's your challenge.
Vocabulary.
You can try. You'll get benefit from trying.
Sure. Carol, you just brought up the scientific community.
Yeah.
And later on, Travis is going to give a great talk on all of these topics. Jupyter, great success story. Would you call it an open source gift economy?
I think so. I mean, I think, when I started with the team, it was a relatively small group of people, like a dozen-ish people. And we were just building something that we wanted to help scientists be able to both explain their research and do compute and visualization and really tell a story that would empower other people. And we never expected that it would be the success that it was. But, iteratively, we kept building upon it. And what we found, surprisingly, it was an amazing education tool, as well as a tool to get research or data science done. But it was a gift that we felt really passionate about giving just because we wanted people to be able to do science.
And share. Because that's something that works usually. We thought that it's for ourselves. And then when you share with the others and say, hey, that's really useful for me. And they started using it, and then they are thankful for what you share with them.
Is this something you've seen, because you have your connections to every continent on at least this planet? Do you see this repeated everywhere, that there's just this basic human motivation?
It is the truth. I mean, leading the DNI work group helps to know people around different parts of the world. And you can, trust me, every single leader, or they identify themselves just organizers, they do that for free because of the gratitude and the sense of belonging that they felt in a community where they are, that they don't feel it anywhere else.
Indeed.
And that is the reason why we are here.
I was so excited last night at speaker dinner, sitting next to Jessica Greene and all the organizing work. We have a little bit of time. Let's close with a quote from Maggie Appleton, who wrote a blog post article about the open source gift economy, highly recommended. She quotes someone who said, remember, gift economy. Objects we are given are seen to partake of the personality of the giver. Got anything you want to add to that?
I think that's the truth, because it means, you care about people and you want to give them something, so that reflects you, but it also builds this connection with the person that you're giving it to. And that's why that thank you and attribution and recognition for the gift is really important, because it strengthens that bond and connection and web of people that become really powerful, especially when they're working together.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to add to that?
Well, do we have that for the companies?
Oh, well, ooh, ouch. Ouch, it burns. Okay, let's go to the next part, which is. What's really happening right now with AI and this gift economy and distorting the equilibrium? Georgi, you wrote a blog post that kind of put a ripple out on the pond. Can you talk a little bit about the disturbance, how AI and coding agents might mess up this good thing we've got going on?
I don't know how many people read this article, but I did get quite a bit of feedback from people, and it doesn't come up from me. It was after the whole meetup with all the organizers, and I realized how bad it was. Everybody knew in their heart it was affecting them, but they don't know how to express. So that was the reason why I brought up this article, because we are talking so much about AI. We are so excited about the hype, how it can speed things up, how it can help us do work. But we forgot who built that.
People, humans.
We were part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Python through and through, from the old scientific Python stack to new Python domain-specific packages. Python is the foundation of what I will call AI tools, because I don't like just referring to it as AI, because I think how we language and speak about things is really important, because in computer science, naming things is hard. And by calling them AI tools, you take away this mystery around the blob of AI, which can be all things to all people and solve all our problems, and we don't need humans anymore. And that's just not the case. You know, at the end of the day, these AI tools are made of code.
Yep.
And, the computers execute code. So it stands to reason that humans who know how to develop these tools and know how to develop code are in the center driving these tools.
Exactly.
And not passively being driven by the tools.
Yep.
You just stole my point, which is, coming back to what both of you said earlier, we built this.
Yep.
We totally did.
Python, the language, is essentially the language of AI. Sorry, haters. But it is principally true. The packages of the data science community that you were heavily involved in, and then the packages that train the models to create this value proposition, even the PhDs.
Absolutely.
That went and built these systems and companies.
Right.
Were grown in PyLadies and other places across the world.
SciPy community.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
Another thing that Travis will say, it's not the software, it's the people that are the value here. Do you feel at all with all this value extraction? Do you feel like it's unfair at all?
I have mixed feelings about whether it's unfair. I think it is extractive, and I think it is incumbent on people who are using or selling these tools. Like we saw it with Jupyter. Many people were profiting from the resale of Jupyter, which was an open source or is an open source project, yet we couldn't get enough grant funding to continue keeping the staffing levels at the same. So, giving back is important. And I think, look at the commercial entities that are selling these tools or pushing or hyping these services, and ask yourself, are they giving back to the foundation?
Yep.
The Python language, the packages, the maintainer community? Are they adding burden, or are they accelerating the ideas and expertise of the existing open source community?
narrator, go read the second half of Georgie's blog post on it.
Yeah, which was about that.
It's a great blog post.
Yeah,
I highly recommend it.
I want to close this segment by doing a thought experiment with the two of you. This actually happened to me. This is therapy, by the way. You're going to be my therapist. The first package I had that I wrote primarily with Claude Code, and I'm getting ready to publish it on PyPI, and I'm in the twine command. I'm about to hit enter, and I had this crisis of confidence, like, did I write this freaking thing? Can I put my name on it? How do you feel about it, Georgie?
Do you feel that you run it?
You're the therapist.
No, that's why the therapist usually asks the question back to them. Like, do you feel that you wrote it, or it's the AI who helped you to write it, or the AI wrote it?
I use spec-driven development, so I convinced myself I added value and I steered towards a conclusion. Do you have an opinion on this?
I do. I think, it's fine to do spec-driven development. I think when you're using code that was written by an LLM, you should disclose that it was written by an LLM.
I did do
or
that.
Co-written.
I did do that.
Co-written.
And the reason being is if it's co-written code, I, as a maintainer or a user of your package, want to look more critically at code that, maybe could have flaws in it. Now, it could have flaws in it if it was person written. But I think, knowing who wrote it is really important, because I can't go back if there's a problem and yell at Claude
Sure.
Yeah.
for writing it that way.
Yeah.
So there needs to be someone accountable for
accountability.
the code.
So 2 follow-ons on that. One is who rewrote it. Will McGugan had a really good comment on a LinkedIn post. He's the author of Textual. And he said if someone rewrote Textual in Ruby or something, he'd think that was cool. But if someone just told Claude Code to conjure it into existence, he would feel kind of cheated. What do you think about that, Georgie?
It's again the same question that you asked, like if you write something and someone change your name, do you like that? It hurts because it comes from your heart, and someone stole it and then just switch to another name and just maybe add a little laces around and say, hey, this is a new thing that I'm creating. Because you have your passion that you're interested in, and you want to share with the others. So in return, you just want to thank you.
Yes. That's not too much to ask.
Is that too much to ask?
Yeah.
But if you take it away and you just keep it, close it, put a lock and say, you want to use it? Oh, how about paying for it?
Sure. And we'll do the clickbait moment. What do you think in Discord? Because this is a really good topic. Do you feel like a package creator should disclose that it was primarily written in Claude Code? Let's move out of is into will be. What are we going to do for the gift economy to make sure we get the outcome that we want? So, Carol, we'll start with you. Something Armin said at EuroPython at the panel is we're getting these, this was at the time of Vibe Coder.
Right.
We're getting these Vibe Coders come in, and we in Python are trashing them, and we shouldn't. They are a kind of coder, just a different kind of coder. We should be invested in their success, perhaps like we were with data scientists. Do you have a thought on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the world is made of many different people, and I think there's foundational skills like reading, writing, math, and I think computation is one of those skills in the modern world, and certainly going forward is going to be so. And I think you want this to be accessible to everyone because it's the ideas that really drive this problem solving that we do and the direction things go. And by increasing the people that are able to contribute and able to express their ideas and share their ideas, we can collectively build something that's better than if just
very well
myself as a software developer builds it.
Build diversity.
Indeed. And I'm also curious what the audience thinks on this. Georgie.
Yeah.
So we just had a hell of a conversation out.
Just now, yeah.
Yeah, we did. I feel like we have more power than we think we do.
Of course we do.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
I think we undermine ourselves. We undermine what we have and what we built, because our intention was the passion before, and someone stole the idea and said, "Oh, they don't steal; they just take and use," and like they built something else. But the whole idea is to make it better and to share. Sharing is caring.
Carol, over to you on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, open source, I think the beauty of it is you can look at the source code and build with it.
Yep.
I remember, like, with closed source, you can't do those things. And so, in many ways, it's a mystery or a black box, and you'd have to reverse engineer that to continue using it.
You know, the code is a social black box, but the social side is too. The company's never going to let you know what engineer wrote that.
Well,
You can never have a human contact.
or even what data it was trained on. You know, and
You've opened that door.
yeah, well, and because there's bias already encoded in the training data.
100%.
Yeah.
And so does it reflect whatever demographic that is using it? Is it fair? Is it, you know, I think what needs to happen going forward is to be really critical and critical from a scientific reasoning standpoint. Challenge the results that you're getting.
Yep.
Does this make sense?
Yep.
Is anyone going to be harmed by this result?
Exactly. Yeah.
And can we continue to build upon it? Because I think there's a lot of value in these tools,
Yeah.
but they are that. They're tools.
They are tools. That's the key. Tools.
And tools in the hands of people out in industry using them. But I always want to bring this back to us and our gifts to each other. They're tools for us, for each other as well, so we can keep this gift economy going. I just worry that package creators are going to wake up one day and say, why am I feeding the $1 trillion valuation over there?
Well, I mean, I think some of it is like if I look at citizen science, people are building things that perhaps like prosthetic limbs or things that isn't being served by industry. And they're kind of scratching their own itch, if you will, which we've talked about software doing that. And I think there will always be problems that companies do not find economically viable to solve. So I think you're always going to have people that push the envelope in this gift economy, give the gifts of what is meaningful for them, and that might be useful to somebody else.
Georgie, this is actually the exact point I wanted to get to. There's just this worry that this gift economy can really be vulnerable to an apex predator. Do you have any thoughts on what we can do with each other to keep it going?
We have to use it for ourselves. Understand why are we doing that? I mean, I don't know about, all of us have kids. My kid have been using AI, and I keep reminding them, make them your assistant, not you. You are not going to ask the same question and say, oh, I need to solve this problem. Tell me how to solve. No, it should be the other way around.
Sure.
Tell them that I have this plan. Get creative. We are humans. We have brains. That is something that the AI couldn't do. Being creative comes out with what helps you, what serves you. And that's how Python was created.
Yeah, well, and I think, you know, LLMs, they're trained on a certain set of data. And if I'm like a leading cancer researcher, I have experience that I've built over time, and I can see connections to different places in science or viability of things that isn't encoded in the LLM. And so that value as humans and the connections that we have between other people that we're working with,
Bingo.
we can riff off of each other.
Yep.
The LLMs are going to, you can riff with the LLMs. And then sometimes that's a really good thing to do. I've done it and brainstorm with it. But it's not necessarily going to give you the honest answer. Sort of like your friends will say, probably not a great idea. You're good friends.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Well, unless you feed them to say be angry and be rude to me, but it defeats the purpose. Yeah.
All right, let's get into wrapping up. Couple of final words. What do you, Carol, want people to take away from this?
Try it. Be really challenge the results that you get back.
Yep.
Share that knowledge. I often, for many years, have said my motto is build, learn, share openly. And I think that is the perfect motto for what I would hope people to do.
Said.
Yeah.
Georgi, you got a quick comment?
Think.
Wow.
Use to think before.
Mic drop.
Yeah, think before you use it. Like, is that what you really want?
Sure.
And
think for yourself.
Think for yourself. Is that what you really want? And is that your outcome? If not, talk to humans, your friends who care for you, who has a heart.
Both in and outside of the tech world.
Exactly.
Even better.
Yeah.
Got to get some perspective. Step back, get some perspective.
Yep.
Thank you both for exactly the conversation I wanted to have. This was wonderful. Thank all of you for participating. Hopefully you've got great ideas to share with us in Discord on this topic. Remember, as always, the next Python story is your story. The next Python hero is you, perhaps. Get involved. As always, let's have joy. Let's have purpose. Let's do something freaking awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. And have some fun along the way.
And have some fun along
Enjoy.
the way. Enjoy. All right. All right, we're going to do a little bit of Q&A. We have some things that just came in. We have a question about your blog post being shared. Ooh. Georgi, I assign you the work to walk back over to your computer, get on the Discord, paste that link in. Can you do that for us?
LinkedIn?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm a little lost.
Discord. The link to your blog post.
Oh,
Can you get on Discord and share it with people?
Yeah, of course, but it's very easy. Just go to georgiker.com.
Yep.
That's my personal website, and head on to the blog, and that will be there. Yeah.
All right, how to convince people, possibly recruiters, this is a great question, that you've actually learned something and it wasn't just AI that was giving you what you need. There's like a dismissive tone out there. You don't even have any skills. You just AI'd the job interview.
That's a hard one. And having worked as a VP of engineering, we were starting to see that several years ago. I think what I tried to do as a hiring manager was not to ask the superficial questions, but then kind of like you're peeling back the onion, like, tell me more. Tell me a little bit deeper. Tell me more. Because I think many times with an LLM and that knowledge, and I've seen it with talk proposals when people submit talk proposals, they're kind of superficial. It doesn't have that detail, that boots on the ground, you know, guts that you've pulled it apart and put it back together yourself. And so I think, being able to show them, hey, I did this research and that resource, and I like this person's work. Giving that detail is helpful.
Yeah, the connection. Yeah. To where you learn things and how you learn things. Yeah.
The mania that's coming up with this, it's in a way for me, it's a little bit the same as pull requests generated by AI. The system is being flooded and it's not able to keep up, and it's going to apply to HR and recruiting as well.
It is happening.
Yeah.
I
wonder if any of you out in Discord has seen this happen to you, as well as this question. And if any of you have any tips on how to handle this. What I hope is that our gift economy becomes the antidote to this. It's like, go to my GitHub. And then anybody in HR can just look and see,
Yeah.
I'm not a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've been putting points on the board for a while.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, again, thank you all for bringing in all of these questions. We have one more that just came in as I was about to close out. Oh, my goodness, this is a good one. Where does the balance between for-profit companies and the open source gift economy lie? How do we get this equilibrium? When people use your things and profit, this is older than AI. This story goes back long into open source history. When they profit, where's the point that you start to feel resentful?
So pick me.
I think you said something
I think
just now.
You know, we live in this ecosystem, and it's not just corporations or open source developers. There's also government and academia and individual users. And so there's this tension between all of those, sort of like, you know, if you had an elastic, you know, I can pull a little bit, but if I pull too far as academia, then, you know, I'm not going to get the benefit from it.
Yeah.
So I think one of the big keys is giving back. Like there needs to be a two-way relationship.
Yeah.
Corporations and open source.
Yeah.
If one is extractive of the other, it doesn't work. So the balance is really kind of like oscillating between too much and not enough.
Yeah. I always say, think very simply, like how you live your life. Taking too much vitamins is not good.
Poison is in the dose.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. This has been a wonderful session. Join us in Discord. Keep the conversation going. Let's have a great year on this. Back to you, Chuck. Back to the show.
Right. So amazing panel. But next, we also have an amazing talk. I know a lot of you are waiting for this. We have the creator of Polars here with us, Ritchie Vink. He is a big fan of Python and Rust. So he's going to talk about querying with Polars today. So give it to you, Ritchie.
Hi. Thanks for the introduction, Chuck. I'm going to talk today about query profiling and how we're going to get that in Polars, because sometimes it can be sort of a black box. My name is Ritchie Vink. I'm the original creator of Polars, and as of a couple of years, I'm also the CEO and the co-founder of the company we called Polars. With the company, we're building distributed Polars, and I have a background in machine learning and software development. And at its core, Polars is a data processing library and a DSL. And with the DSL, I mean a domain-specific language, a language with which you can do data processing. And I see this as sort of a spectrum, data processing. You can have control the how, that's more imperative. And at its core, you could say Python is a data processing library. You can write for loops and just write and control the how completely. And on the other side, you can describe the what and go into a declarative language, and you get different trade-offs. And I want to go through them a little bit. Data processing started in the 60s, and it started mostly with the how, because humans were sort of cheap, but compute was very expensive. You could have humans control the how over and over with bespoke systems, and they would still get maximum performance out of this very cheap, very expensive compute hardware they had. So queries were expressed mostly one tuple at a time. They wrote for loops. Tables were tied together with pointers, which is very hard to wrap your head around. But you have a lot of cheap humans, so just throw more humans at the problem. And tables were stored in specific data structures. And you used hash tables or B-tree to query those tables in different ways. But this was sort of short-lived. There came a revolution, and that was SQL, relational model. And that sort of more went into the what. You were less concerned with how data was processed, but you describe what you want to do. SQL is very declarative. Data got stored in tables. We didn't care about the actual representation. If it was a B tree or a hash table, it was a table. And the system decided how it was stored. You operate on a bag of tuples. This, instead of one tuple at a time, this gives you vectorization, which makes things faster. If I do very hand wave here. You would have a high-level language to query. That would be SQL. And here we get the familiar operations we know today. So you have joins, group bys, select. The physical execution is left to the implementation, and it's optimized for different cases. It can be optimized for transactions, that's OLTP, or for analytics. And you still have one SQL, one front end, but you have different engines for different niches. And you see a lot of niches come about in that time. What it would look like in a diagram, you sort of have SQL. That SQL gets parsed and resolved, and at that point it goes to a data catalog where the schemas are resolved. Then you end up with an internal representation, and then the optimizer will decide what kind of physical execution plan will be compiled. And then an engine will actually touch this data. However, programmers would not be, they would only care about the SQL part, and the whole thing beneath is sort of an abstraction. So you don't care about the how, you care about the what. And around 1990s, you would get data frame APIs. And I think the most familiar there were eager APIs. So you had pandas and R data table and R data frame. R was the first here. And it was mostly designed for small data. Around 5 gigabytes was a lot, especially in 1990. And you had sort of direct functions on tables. You still have your familiar operations. You have join, group by, you have vectorization, but it was mostly single-threaded. And it sort of goes a little bit back into the how, because you give the programmer a little bit more. You don't write into full query. You write an operation at a time. The good thing is it was Python native. It's snappy on small data. The bad thing is it doesn't scale very well. And if we look at how that looks, it's sort of you have a data frame and an operation, and that operation always produces a data frame. So you have sort of a tight loop here. But there is not very much beneath it. But we also got Spark, and Spark really looked at data implementations. It's very much the same as SQL, as database engines. But it was designed for big data. You had lazy query optimization. It's multi-threaded, distributed. It's still very declarative. You write the SQL, and you don't care how it is implemented below. You care about the SQL if it's correct. It was on the GVM, which is not very Python friendly as a Python user, and it is quite slow on small data. There's quite some overhead, right? If you need to go into the GVM for small data, there are significant latencies here. But it is very well written for big data, and it does its job very well. But time has changed a little bit because vertical scaling has become much more competitive. You can now get a Metal XAG Metal 48XL in AWS. It costs you $18 an hour, $18. And you get 3 terabytes of RAM for that and 192 CPUs. It's insane. You can do a lot with that for almost nothing. So what we see is that compute has become the bottleneck in a lot of data pipelines, and this is proven by the rise of more compute-heavy systems like Redshift, BigQuery, running native vectorized query engines, whereas Spark was mostly written to hide I/O latencies because I/O was the bottleneck. And especially when you go more and more into vertical scaling, you get less I/O latencies and more, the system. You don't need to shuffle data, so you can do much more on a single system, and cache latencies start to matter much more. This is sort of a gap where Polars jumped in. Polars wants to takes this whole database backend system very serious. So in the schema, it looks like we have a DSL. This is the polars you write. We don't need to do any parsing because we translated immediately the Python to a DSL. Then we get into an internal representation where we get the schemas from the data. Once we have the schemas, we know what kind of data types we have. We can error early if the data types don't match, if an operation is not possible in a data type, etc. So before we run anything, we can already give you feedback if the query is correct for a lot of cases. Then we go into an optimizer, do all kinds of optimizations, and then we go into an engine. And the engine will touch the actual data. And what we want is that the programmer only cares about the DSL. That's the ideal world. They don't need to know how a join is implemented, how we do it. In fact, the same join, depending on what we observe in the optimizer, can dispatch to different join operations. We have a lot of join operations, some for sorted data, some for non-sorted, some for that's better with string data. So depending on what we see, we decide the how. And it's very fast. So it's vectorized. We have effective multi-threading. It's natively written in Rust. So yeah, it's among the fast languages like C and C++. It compiles to native code. And it has a Python native API. And I want to think of native to Python similar to how you know NumPy. NumPy feels very Pythonic, I would say, even though the core is written in Fortran and C. But yeah, Python has a great interaction with C or C APIs, and we do the same with polars. And for the memory model, we use arrow memory that allows us to share the data zero copy with a lot of processes. So yeah, I always have to show this. We have state-of-the-art performance. So this is a benchmark adapted from TPCH, which is a very popular database benchmark. And you see left fast tools. So you see polars and DuckDB compared to PySpark on a single node, Dask and Pandas. And yeah, the comparisons are like your factors of orders of magnitude, right? This is on 10 gigabytes. This is another one on 100 gigabytes. And we see we still scale with this. Pandas wasn't included because it just took too long on this data set. Here's another benchmark, ClickBench, which is sort of an independent benchmark from the ClickHouse company. And if you look at Parquet data, polars is also leading here in this benchmark. So to the topic of today, where I want to go is sort of how will we do query profiling in data frame APIs. So first, so what's the goal here? The goal is here, I'm writing a query and I want to know what the status is. Maybe how is it going? What is query executing at this point? And how long is every operation taking? I have a very complicated query. Where does my runtime go? A very poor way of profiling that is adding prints. And I think we all done this and we all do this. But it's very poor, and this would work with eager APIs. So you can do this with the eager polars, and you can do this with eager pandas. And then you would get, yeah, you would store prints. There are some downsides here. You need to change your query. You write your query, and then you need to add all those prints. But if you think about it, you also need to need to have an eager API. So you need to materialize all the data to be able to print it, which can lead to out-of-memory errors, for instance. This is not something you want. Also, in an eager API, you don't know how many operations there are in a query. If you change the query, you have to find where the data frame goes through all the code base, follow the call stack maybe to find all those places where you would need to add a print. And we not even included time. So if you want to include time, you maybe add a timer before and after, and yeah, it's hideous. If we go with lazy frames, this print strategy is probably even worse. So in lazy frames, you have a full query, and it's sort of clear that the query is busy. But it's sort of a black box. The query is running, and we don't know, is it doing the group by, is it doing the join or the filter? We have something called the lazy frame inspect, which you could use, which is sort of, think of it like a print after each operation. But then we have sort of the same downsides. You need to change your query. You add hideous inspects overall everywhere. Still, you don't have any time. And I think one of the biggest downsides here is you're sort of considered with the how, because you have very implicit assumptions of how we execute it. So Polars uses, so we're moving to our streaming engine more and more, and that will be the default engine, I think, in 2 months, but I already recommend it to use it to everybody. And we use a concept called morsel-driven parallelism, where we split up the data in chunks. And these chunks go in through different pipelines. So if you have a logical plan to the left, where we do a select, filter, ahead, and another select, and then we sync the data into a sink, what we call PyKV or CSV, whatever. Physically, it can be that we distribute that data into different pipelines. In fact, we often do this. And every pipeline gets a chunk. That's called morsel-driven parallelism, because you get parallelism because every pipeline, every thread has a pipeline where the data flows through. You can really think of it like water. Once you start printing this, everything goes concurrently, right? What's printing? Also the sort, or sorry, the filter and the select, they don't run sequentially, they run at the same time, because the data, all the operations are running. The same with distributed. You have an assumption. Let's say you do a inspect at a group by, but then you have the assumption that this group by stays this way in a physical manner. But in a distributed API, we have a map reduce. So we do a group by map phase, and then we do a post reduce afterwards. So you suddenly end up with 2 group bys. Where should this inspect go? And is that the way you interpreted it? Another thing is that expressions, Polish expressions, they can lower to very complicated physical DAGs. If one expression is running, maybe there's one part of this DAG that takes all the compute, but you're not able to see it because you just see the select operation, for instance. So what's the solution here? We have a very bespoke async executor here that does all the morsel-driven parallelism. We wrote that ourselves, initially not for metrics, but for control, so that we can schedule all the morsels on the same thread and stay within the memory caches, be NUMA oblivious. But now we want to add metrics. It actually is very neat that we have our own executor, because every time a morsel passes through, so let's say we have this morsel-driven pipeline and we take the red channel or the red pipe. If we look at that, there would be a morsel flying through all the operations. And every time we go into an operation, we go back to the executor. We go out to the operation, we go back to the executor. And there the executor can store, hey, there are these many rows that go in this. The morsel was this size. We had to wait for this amount of time. So all of a sudden, because of that architecture, we can really get a lot of metrics from all the operations all the time. So what it looks like is if we aggregate all those metrics, we can really make a query graph. And it depends on how this runs. So if you run it on a single node, we have one graph, but we also run this in distributed, where we have, on every node, you have a graph of this, and then we can aggregate those metrics from all those nodes. But you can really see the physical plan that's running, how much data flows through every node. You can see rows in, rows out, maximum pull time, also which operation took most of your time, if you're I/O bound, is the I/O still running. So it's always very hard to sort of know how long will it take before a query to finish. That's an NP hard problem. But making it visual will allow you to take a look and if you can see, okay, this part of the join is finished, we only have to do the pro part now. And after that, we still have to do a group by. So you can see which part of the complex tree is done and still have a gauge of how far it is. So what's my time? I want to do a demo. Ah, great. Okay, so let's make that visual. I want to do two things. We can run it online, where I'm going to do that, start it immediately, and I'm going to run it locally. So I'll start up a local cluster. And let me show you what we're doing. So here we have a benchmark repo. It's on our, it's called Polus benchmark. If you Google it, you can find it. It's a TPCH benchmark. It's the benchmark I mentioned before. It's very common. And we have all these queries. So if you look at this is just a lazy frame. Every query is a lazy frame. And it's just familiar polars. And those queries, we can, here I instantiate all these queries. And then we can run those queries, and I can run them on this, on Polus remote. This is something we're building, so you can send a query to something else. You can do it locally on premise. You can send the query to Polus Cloud or Polus remote, and then we run that query, and we can do all this metrics checking. So let's run this. And that should have this local host running. So here we have a local cluster with 4 nodes, and I'm running a single node query, and you see it's very fast, even in debug mode. But what you can see is sort of see the physical plan, and then you can see what the query did and where all the time went. It's very hard to find. You can even see it live, and live is very cool because you can really see the data flowing through. So let me see if I can get that ready. Yeah. Let me see if we can catch that. So here's a query in progress, and this is a distributed query, and it's already done. That's a. As I said, it's hard to get it live, but here, okay, here's one live. And then we can go to the physical plan, and it's already done. That's a waste. But yeah, we can still make it clear. So you see all the data that flows through. This was not very I/O bound. We didn't spend much of the time in I/O. We spent most of the time here in the sink. That was where most of the time went. Finding this in a normal lazy frame is very hard because, especially since the source and the sink often execute at the same time, the whole pipeline is running, but which part is my time going is very hard. It's sort of really a black box. So yeah, we're very happy that we can make this sort of give you these insights now. I want to see if I can catch one live now. I don't think we'll make it. So that's the bad thing about being fast. If you want to sort of show something that's happening in progress. So we're benchmarking here on 1 terabyte of data. I ran it on 16 nodes with a total of 250 gigabytes of RAM. This one is, I think this one is still, yes, this one is in progress. And it's not. Yes, here's one in progress. So you can see the rows increasing, and it's done. But what if you have a really slow query? It's yeah, then it helps. So this is sort of not the best benchmark to show because this benchmark is very optimized, and we know this benchmark and we know we do well here. But it's also hard to find a query that's slow. So yeah, if you want to test this out, you can already try this on Polus Cloud. We're working very hard to make this available in open source as well, where you can sort of have a local cluster and have a Polus remote where you can send your queries to a local cluster to profile these things. So that's coming up. Yeah, and I think I want to go to the questions.
Cool stuff. It's a very, very impressive demonstration, and it unfortunately is too fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, so we have quite a lot of questions for you. So first of all, do you plan to make a Rust version of machine learning tool as well, like scikit-learn but Rust?
No, I'm very busy. I mean, there's still so many ideas we have for polars. We're currently working on out of core, so that means that if we see that an operation doesn't fit into memory, we want to automatically spill to disk. We started implementing that, so that's what we're working on, and distributed. I mean, we have a huge API service, and we want to translate that all to very effective distributed operations. I'm not bored. No.
Yeah, very, very busy. So the next question. Okay, it's loading.
This is a nice one. I think we can see it here.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, not a question. Well, it's a question time. What are you doing, people? Okay, not a question, but I want to say how cool the query visualizer is. And yeah, I think it's really, really cool, and it's very clear, it's really helpful. Do you think that in the near future we will have a SQL query like we do in Spark with SQL context?
Polars has SQL support, but we have to be honest here, it's quite lackluster if you compare it to full support. We don't have that. We can do some basic SQL, and it's improving over time. But our power is in data frame APIs, and we really notice the type of queries generated with the data frame are different than the type of query typically generated with SQL. Data frames usage seems to be less stop join heavy, but more rolling operations, more time series, it also invites to a lot of meta programming where people just generate the craziest expressions, like expressions of 100,000 expressions deep. You could not write it, but you can program it. So we get very exotic queries, and we're really optimized for that.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, wow, this is a good question. What part of making a Rust plus Python framework was the most difficult? And was the integration or debugging?
What part was the most difficult? I would still say when I started, there was a lot of work to be done because people compare you to a tool that already existed for a long time. It was Pandas. So I had to make a lot of operations, but also finding sort of the balance. Is it a good API? Because I don't want to make the mistakes that I think Pandas made in history, with regard to how can I ensure that we can always have a API that makes sense, that's readable, but also can lead to performant code. Those three things were important. Polars has sort of, it doesn't allow as much as Pandas, but it still allows a lot. And now the biggest challenge is translating that to effective plans on the back end. So as you can see, you saw one expression, and the DAG that is generated by that's lowering, that's where we've been thinking about a lot. And in distributed, it's the same problem. But we understand this model now, and we understand, but that took a long time. So I think sort of making that click, sort of how does your API translate to an engine, and it's sort of where do you compile against? It's sort of lowering. I see it as if you have a language like Python that lowers to a AST that goes into, I think, does Python? No, Python doesn't do tree walking, but it does. What's it called? It generates bytecode, Yeah, and then you have that. But the bytecode, you could still translate that again to assembly, for instance. And if you do that multiple steps, you can get faster and faster. And Python stops at the bytecode, but we want to go further. And I think that's sort of the biggest challenge been. Yeah.
Yeah. So, $1 million question. Do you know how many companies are migrating to Polars?
Oh, no. Every big company, every company that does significant data uses Polars. It's sort of surreal, but in downloads, we're almost surpassing PySpark. We're the third biggest data solution. So you have Pandas, PySpark, Polars, then DocDB, then Dask, a number of downloads. But we're used everywhere. Yeah, so that's surreal.
Yeah, I think in our survey also showing like more and more people are using Polars now.
Yeah,
so,
and it's not that we're displacing Pandas, but it's more companies are just also using Polars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So last question for Ritchie. When comparing different components of Polars versus Pandas, which are the most important for speed?
Sorry, come again?
So compare Polars and Pandas, which are the most component for speed?
I wouldn't think of it like that. I think if you're a Pandas user, try to learn Polars expressions and try to write lazy frames, and you'll have to. I don't want you to think about speed. I want you to think about the what. What do I want to do, and describe my query. If you think about speed, then sort of we did a bad job. You should write it in the way it's most clear and most readable, without going into Python lambdas, without going into UDFs. Use our API and write it in a way that's most readable, and we should make sure it's fast.
Yeah, that's really cool, and thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Next, we would have our quiz questions. Yeah. So, I know some of you are really, really excited about the quiz because I saw some discussions about like, can I Google it? Can I, find the answer as maybe ChatGPT with the quiz question? So we just give you trust. So please be an honest person. And please don't spam our form with a million emails. If you kind of like, I filled it in wrong, I want to submit it again. Okay, but please don't spam us. I'm a bit scared now. Okay, so next session of the quiz will be the question 3 and question 4. So again, the link will be dropped in Discord very soon. Okay, so let's see what is question 3. Right. So question 3, which one below is not, be careful, not the name of an international Python community? A, PyLadies. B, EuroPython Society. C, Black Python Devs. And D, Pygame. So, yeah. Pay attention to the conference. You may know the answer. Okay, next. Right. So, question 4. Which one below is not, again, not a data frame library available on PyPI? A, Pandas. B, Polars. C, Ducks. D, Narwhals. Okay, so I know a lot of you already kind of have an idea, but you can take your time because we won't stop the checking the quiz answers until 18:15 Central European time, which is like 6 p.m. I'm British, so 6:15 p.m. Central European time. So you have time to really think about it. And submit your answer. Remember to use the same email address, but don't spam us, please. Yeah. So, again, we would have for the price of the quiz, we will have amazing merch store coupon. So you can save some money on buying our merch, getting, our amazing T-shirt, which we showed you earlier today. Also, we have, the PyCharm Pro license. It won't tie to your account, so you can either use it yourself or you can give it to a friend. We also have AI Pro license for you to use if you love AI. I know a lot of you does. So next we will have a very exciting things so we have a more exciting things for you for the conference, because it will be, again, another panel for you. But this panel is a little bit special. It's going to be about a very, very special place in the Python community for you. You may have heard about it. It's called PyLadies. And make sure if you have questions, go to our Discord and ask your question there. Right. So actually, I won't be the host for the panel session. We will have our amazing host, Will, be there with 3 ladies from different chapters of PyLadies there, which, they will talk about, of course, PyLadies, but also we would also, look at your questions as well. Make sure you ask your questions, please. Okay, so head it over to you, Will.
All right. Okay, thank you, Chuck. As she mentioned, we will be taking questions at the end, so please put them on the Discord. But I'm Will Vincent, Python Developer Advocate at PyCharm JetBrains, and I have 3 esteemed guests today from the PyLadies community, Una, Georgi, and Jessica. And to start, would you mind giving a full introduction of yourself and how you became involved in PyLadies? We'll start with you, Una.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Una. I'm running the PyLadies Amsterdam chapter. As I usually joke, during the day, I'm head of AI for the global ground engineering company. So it's a lot of applications of AI in the real life that you can use for. Next to it, also Microsoft MVP for Python. Also an advisory board of some AI female, let's say, powered startups, and try to contribute to community as much as possible. But during the night, that's where the PyLadies come. No, of course, I'm joking. The beauty of PyLadies is because we are federated by nature, so each chapter has its own story, decides how to run it, you give the full freedom, with one strict condition, it has to be about Python, of course. So in my case, 7 years ago, I think I was very, very fed up with a lot of very similar meetups that's running in Amsterdam. Don't get me wrong, there is a terrific technical communities here, but the majority of the meetups looks very much alike. You just go there are 3 random talks. The topics are not focused, so it's like completely 3 random topics. There would be, of course, a lot of people who look alike as well. There would be a lot of beer, a lot of very trashy pizza there, and like, you feel in yourself, like on a Groundhog Day, literally. And I was like, I want to do something differently. And what does it mean for me to do differently? Let's start a community. And my goal was never to start a community. My goal was just to do things differently. And that's how I ended up running PyLadies Amsterdam. So, 7 years ago. Okay. That's how it started.
Wow. And then, Jessica, you're based in Berlin. Could you talk a bit about, again, yourself and the Berlin chapter?
Yeah, so I'm Jessica. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a machine learning engineer at Ecosia, which is the search engine for a better planet. And I am a career changer, so I transitioned into tech around 8 or 9 years ago. I keep losing track of time. And really early on in that journey, I came across the PyLadies community by chance. And I was immediately enamored by the group, just by the opportunity that people would give their time to be able to set up a learning environment where you could meet others, you feel really comfortable, maybe get some pizza and beer. Also, being in Berlin, it's very fortunate. There's loads of community events there, lots of meetups, especially at that time. And I just immediately wanted to see if I could also support and get more involved because I was not working, I was making this transition. And since then, I've been co-organizing PyLadies Berlin. I'm a member of the Conduct work group for the PSF. And I also sit on the Python Software Verband board, which is a body in Germany that we have for funding, and just try to see where I can meaningfully connect with others in the community.
Georgi.
Hi. I'm Georgi. I'm not spamming the panels. I'm here again. So what is the
So,
question?
yeah, sorry, the
Who are
question,
you?
the question
Oh,
was
who I am. I'm
who you
Georgi.
are, and then we can talk about PyLadies.
So I'm a mother. I'm not a developer. Probably the only person here who's not a developer. Well, I do code, but I started discovering the Python community when I was in the Ruby community. My job.
Okay, we like Ruby too.
Yeah, and well, the Python community asked me back then to help them to just organize some events because I was pretty good with events. I organized events since I was 16, and now I'm almost 50, so
Right.
do the calculation. And then that was how I start to know the Python community. Then there was one time during the one of the PyCons, the PyLadies Tokyo was gave a talk about setting up PyLadies and chapters. So I was wondering, like, hey, wait a minute. I was in Bangkok back then, and I was like, there isn't one here. Yeah. Why not? And that was where I started. I founded the Python PyLadies Bangkok, and then slowly I moved to Amsterdam, and I got to know Una, and then I led a few PyLadies cons since the starting like 3 years ago, and I'm currently at the board as the vice chair for PSF.
Yes.
Oh, and also chair for diversity and inclusion work group. That's important to say.
Yeah. Well, and I want to pick up on what you said, Una, about each chapter is federated, so they can be very different. Do you mind talking about, so in Amsterdam, it's a little bit different than Berlin in terms of the focus. Do you mind each talking about how you do events?
Yeah, for sure. So first of all, so far, fortunately or unfortunately, we are one and only chapter in the Netherlands. So like maybe many years ago, there were some chapters in other cities. Unfortunately, they didn't survive. As I mentioned, started this chapter 7 years ago. So what we do differently, we have at least 12 events per year, and I would say 11 events out of 12 would be workshops. Yeah. And these workshops are not for beginners. We usually say it's workshops by practitioners, for practitioners, with a heavy focus, of course, last 5 years on data and AI topics. So think about data engineering, specific libraries or features of the libraries, or cross-section, again, based on the specificity of the topic. And we make sure that our community is open for everyone. So we're literally accepting everyone interested in the topic of the workshop. We don't discriminate based on gender or other, let's say, things. But what we're focusing on that the workshop would be given predominantly by underrepresented groups. That's the idea. And when I started it, everybody was telling me, you're crazy, it's not gonna work, like workshop, it takes so much time to prepare. Where are you gonna find the workshop givers? Somehow, 7 years in a row, it's working. Yeah.
Was that 84? Or I don't want to do public math, but yeah.
Yeah, that was like, whoa. And my goal is not to create a workshop givers. My goal is to show that you're just an engineer, and if you share your knowledge, engineer could look like this, or engineer could look like that. Just to encourage more new generation that it doesn't matter how you look, like it doesn't matter like what gender you are. It's just like you're a human being, and if you can do something with Python, it's awesome. So I guess that's like the basic differentiator, at least of our chapter. And we also, I heard very interesting conversation today. So some of the people bring their children as well to our workshops. For example, we have like single father. So if he doesn't have time, to leave his child somewhere, so just come there with it. So that's also a beauty of that. Or for example, when we were running in January robotics workshop, where we're using MicroPython, there was also like somebody was bringing their daughters. So that's very awesome. So when you like from a very, very young age, you can start exploring and doing things. Yeah, I think that's what differentiates our chapter. And I'm a little bit crazy about efficiency, optimization, and everything. So there are only 2 of us organizers, but it works for us so far. So, and that's how we run it for 7 years now.
Yeah, and I do want to mention many of the workshops are available on GitHub.
Yeah, all of them, not many, all of them.
Okay, because I went through, finance, all these topics, and you can see that it's a serious workshop.
Yeah, thank you. And there is also, so in each repo, there is a link to a YouTube video, and each YouTube video has a timestamp, so you also can easily navigate in case you're not going to be bombarded with a lot of ads on YouTube, of course. So you also can do that.
Okay. And then Jessica in Berlin.
So I was really lucky that I inherited a chapter, I guess. Our chapter has existed since 2013, so it's been around quite a long time, and there was already a great team in place that I joined and got on board with. We run various things, so we do workshops, we do installation events, we do talk evenings, we have our non-coding superpower segment, which is like a 5-minute lightning talk on various topics. Things like how to update your CV, how to handle mindfulness during the workday. We run networking events. We've had picnics. We just play a lot with the format. And we also have actually many organizers. So I get to sit here and represent Berlin, but Berlin at the moment has many, many talented people that are contributing their time to organize and bring themselves to the community. And for me, I think what I'm trying to do is really how to empower people to do that more. So I think a lot of people have come in, they don't realize that this is decentralized and volunteer work. And they are how do I get involved? What are the rules? Where are the guidelines? And I'm very much about being if you want to do something, come and do it. And let's support you and see what you need to be able to make that happen. If you're interested in a study group that we did recently on the Hugging Face platform around agents, organize it. Other people will come. Other people will find this interesting. So I'm really trying to put in a lot of effort into this, into how to make things not gatekeeped. And before we would have private channels for a lot of organizing, but we try to do that very openly now and have open monthly meetings where anyone can join. It's also zero commitment. If you want to come organize a meetup 1 month and then you're I can't do it for the next 6 months, that's fine. Come back in 6 months and do it again. So really trying to build that format.
And then Georgi, because you've been directly involved in multiple global chapters, or could you speak to how the flavor depends on the location in terms of topics and how they run things, because it's volunteer-led?
It's very, very interesting because different regions really run PyLadies differently. For example, when I started just talking about Bangkok side, it's a lot of them, they are worried that they're not capable enough to start. And because Asians' culture is very timid and they are afraid of doing things wrong, afraid of failures. So the very first class, the workshop that they started was how to open a PR.
Yeah.
Very simple thing, but not everybody knows how to do that. And so it takes 2 hours, but it was great. And you can see that it works really well there. But this format will not work in a more developed country or more developed city maybe because you serve different kind of people. And in Taiwan, they have ran for over 10 years. Every single month, they let about 50 participants. And they were mostly beginners because people want to know how to start. But occasionally they do advance, how Una lead the workshops. Yep. And also in Colombia, safety is the issue. People want to go there, but they're afraid of going at night. But volunteers is after work time, Yeah. So they have to be there after work. So they allow the ladies to bring their father or their brother to the meetup and to just mingle around. Mm-hmm. But you see, so there's no specific format on how things can be run. I know in Dublin, some of them do no beers, just tea.
Yeah.
That's great too, Yeah.
Well, one thing, so it's PyLadies, it's Python, but many of us and many of the people who attend PyLadies maybe don't even work with Python, but they enjoy the community. I'll put that as an open question for any of you, or maybe Jessica. I know you've done a lot of work with Go, but still involved with PyLadies. Do you see that with some people, maybe professionally, they're not using Python, but they still come to PyLadies events?
Yeah, definitely. And I think like someone who's really special in my journey, Rona, said to me, she's actually part of the Go community, and she said to me, like, you know, come to these community events and learn what you need to learn, and, you know, you'll get a job, like get a job in any language you can and just get working as a developer. And I think that's important. Like, we have a lot of beginners also, and, you know, a lot of them, that path is really like, how do I get employment? How do I pay my bills? Which is totally valid and totally fine, and Python might not be the answer to that, but it's still a great community to like have a support network, be able to learn different things. Like we don't strictly run events only on Python. We've run Docker workshops, for example. So like there's, you know, tangents that we do as well. And I think for me personally, although I wasn't using Python at work, I just really felt such a connection to the Python community that it kept me showing up and contributing. And that actually then did shift to me starting to use it more at work, which has been very enjoyable.
Have either of you seen that as well?
Yeah, definitely. And we, for example, when we run in data engineering workshops, there is a lot of intersection with SQL, of course. So sometimes for data engineering workshops, we have like data analysts who mostly run SQL only. And they're like, I would like to learn more about Python. So we direct them to proper resources. But we usually say, this is a bare minimum you need to know before joining our workshops. If you feel uncomfortable, still you can join, because what we usually practice, we run not very big groups, so usually it's like max of 50 people, because otherwise it's a workshop. It's really hard, you know, to make sure that you give enough time to everyone, and also you can support everyone in the room. So in this case, we really encourage people to bundle forces together. And for example, if you don't have a laptop, such people exist really in real life. Yeah. So in this case, again, you can bundle with someone else and then work together on one machine. We also see for the majority of our workshops, there are people coming, for example, from Java backgrounds, also from Go backgrounds, and they're like, yeah, I never worked with Python, but now, for example, with AI assistants, you can easily understand what this concept means if you're going to translate it to another language. And then in the beginning, there was also a lot of, let's say, intersection between R, because a lot of data scientists come in, for example, from R, and then they do switch in a specific moment to Python, or vice versa. And it's not about R is better, or like, it's just about usage of the proper language at the right time. That's it.
Agree. I think the importance here, it's not really just Python. It's really how to be comfortable with yourself and how to really step up and be able to try. Because this is, I think, one of the key to PyLadies, is that a lot of them don't feel that they're confident enough, or they don't find themselves where they are. And that's the beauty of the Python communities, especially the PyLadies. So it's not just talking about Python. It's also finding the role model that you see somewhere around you and say, oh, I can relate to that. Yeah. If the person can do that, why not me? So that is the key point of PyLadies, to relate and to give confidence. It doesn't need to be Python. It can be something else, but it gives them the confidence to move up to do something that they want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
And Python is so diverse. Like we were talking about, like the web usage, of course, now with the AI usage being like a real focus and a huge exposure. But we've done microcontrollers. I know you've done microcontrollers too. It's like so fun. Like you can apply this language in so many different fields. It's useful even if you work as an SRE, because you might be writing scripts in it. Like I think that mirrors the community in a way, exactly. The diversity of the language to the diversity of the community.
Yeah. And I think if someone's newer to programming, it's important to emphasize a Python developer isn't going to say this other language or tool is bad. It's not a competition, which I think newcomers maybe think it is. It's what tool for the job, and are you comfortable with something? But I did want to emphasize, so we said it's all volunteer-based. So that demands a bit of you, but can you talk about what do you get back in return? Because you do get things back that keeps you. Any of you who wants to jump on that one?
I think the panel just now with Paul covers this part about the gift economy, right?
Yes.
It's always when you receive previously, because as a newcomer, when you just come in, you are like, I don't know where I belong, but you start to see the generosity of the others sharing the knowledge. And you say, hey, that's nice. I don't mind doing that too. So it's like a sustainable loop that brings in when someone gave it to you, you profit that, and suddenly you just feel great, and you say, I don't mind doing that too, you know. And I think that's the beauty of PyLadies and the Python community. Anyone wants to?
Yeah, and just to, let's say, to add on top of that, so again, like our format workshops, right? So how to find a workshop giver? Like if you never give a workshop, what to do? Of course, you can be given specific templates, but I usually tap into 2 directions. Direction number 1, I said, look, if you use a specific library every day on your your work day, that's possibly something that you know more than the others. And if we just go into this black hole of timestamps in pandas, you know, like if you work every day with that, it's a treasure trove of information you can share. And another thing is, you always have something on your to-do list, and you don't have time for that. And this is fantastic intersection if you place to work allow you to spend like 10% of your time on development. And that's for you an opportunity to be given time to work on that and present. And for some people, you know, they learn when they share. Mm-hmm. So usually I hear this, oh no, I'm not good. No, I don't know enough to present. It was like, wait a second, you know more than enough. Yeah. So let's just see. And we had situations when we were prepping the workshop, in a specific moment, the workshop gear was like, sorry, no, I cannot do that. It's too much for me. It's also fine. We always like finding another solution, or we do pairing up with more senior colleague, but we making sure that it's not senior colleague who runs the whole workshop and you standing in the shadow. No, that you given proper space and proper support to give a workshop. And it's not about becoming a workshop giver. It's just about, you know, getting this feeling of being heard, and also given the possibility to share the knowledge. Yeah. So I think that's the most beneficial part of it.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to touch up is like when you work, there are specific things that you cannot mess up with. You cannot try new things. So in the open source, you're allowed to try. And you get the chance to try something that you never tried before. Like, oh, okay, I'm interested in doing this. I'm interested to solve this problem. I'm interested to create this library or something like that. That is the chance where you can try. And there's no like, no bonus for you because you failed. Yeah. You know what I mean? So these are the parts where it actually helps people to be motivated. Like, hey, let that be the playground where I can try things. It doesn't matter if it didn't work. And if it didn't work, you have people beside help you and say, oh, I can help you solve this problem and make it more fun and how it works and solve the bugs that you have, you know?
Would maybe just add, if it's okay, to like, I think, so for me, in Berlin, also because we're lucky that we have many organizers, we also do try to think of like, how can you make it like mutually beneficial and like reward and acknowledge people's work. So there are opportunities to then go to conferences or get to relive your childhood and be dressed up like this, which is nice, obviously. Yeah. Maybe don't have this as a primary reason, but like then also things like the PyLadies Award, which was given out, I think is amazing. I know like Chuck was playing a big role in like creating this, and kind of making sure that we just as a general community like do a lot to acknowledge the work of volunteers, and really kind of make that clear that you can get involved and it does give you access to some of these things. Like, I didn't realize there was a global community when I joined PyLadies. And in fact, I think it took years until I realized actually this was kind of a big thing. And making those connections is valuable. And if you're going around companies and hosting events, you do get to talk to the company on a different level than you would. And if you're a job seeker, that is a great opportunity. So I think I never tried to phrase it in terms of like, do this and you'll get these things in return. But there are benefits to being involved. And I think it's, the biggest reward is when people come up to you and say like, hey, I came to your workshop and now I'm working with microcontrollers. Or I heard you speak and that really motivated me and I just got my first job. And nothing stops that feeling. Yeah.
That feeling is like, it chokes us. Yeah. When someone, I remember when I was in Pie Pizza and one lady just came up to me and she said, I am in my late 40s and hearing you explaining your journey makes me motivated to continue and try something new now, even though I'm not in the. It's like, oh, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's better than any award.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The award's nice too.
No,
It was very pretty.
take it all. Yeah. Well, maybe as a final.
Change your mind when you get yours.
As a final formal question before we open it up, so we all know Python is changing. This conference is about some of those changes. I'll go around the table. How do you think PyLadies can or should also change to keep up with Python and continue to remain relevant? Start with you.
Very simple, by just doing.
Yeah.
Just do that. Like, we were focused on one topics, then let's say the community switched to others, and then we asked our participants, what you're interested at this, so we switched there. And we also make sure that we provide as much materials as possible, and you can find all these materials after the workshop online.
Either of you.
Adapt and grow. So like, I think I joined tech like 8 or 9 years ago. I keep forgetting how long, but like that was a really different landscape. I didn't do a boot camp, but like I did manage to find a company that was willing to invest and support me as someone with no background in this. And I'm not saying there's no jobs like that anymore, but the scene is very different, and we need to figure out as a community how to support those folks and make it meaningful for them. So as much as we like come up with the content we want to do, and I'm a big believer in you do what you want to do and more people will come and join you, also meeting people where they're at.
Absolutely.
I'll second to what Jessica said. It's like we change, life changes.
Yeah.
And that's how diversity happens, and that's how it works. So accept diversity, accept that everything can be different, and adapt to it and do the human touch. This is a computer language, but we are all humans here.
Yeah.
And we are talking and we're communicating there. I like Jessica because she's human. I like Una because I can laugh with her and have drinks. And that's the key to how we can grow and learn more and have fun, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so we do have an online question, which I'll read out. If you had any advice for people who want to become organizers, what would it be? Open question.
I think I did a talk about PyLadies founding in Indonesia, and that was exactly the same question that they asked.
Yeah. So what's your talk?
Yeah, they were afraid of starting PyLadies because they said, like, how am I going to know if it works or not? Yeah. It's a lot of investment in time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is something that everyone's afraid of. Try not to go alone.
Yeah, for sure.
I will say at least like Una, it's a very adventurous 2-person. It's pretty good. 2 is good. 2 is good. But
two
like
strong people.
Yeah, 3 it's great, but not too many too. Like I think like 2 to 4 to maximum 5.
It really depends.
It depends on the size.
How many people are around.
Yeah, but start small.
Yeah.
I think the easiest way is to start small, start simple. Don't try to complicate stuff. You don't need to make it as great as something else in the US or in Europe. Do whatever you're capable of doing, because PyLadies is flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would add to that, I would say to people is like, don't overcommit. So like, a lot of our chapters, I would say, try to do workshops like or events, like once a month, but you don't need to commit to that. Exactly. And like maybe just say, I'm going to run 3 events, and then I'm going to see how I feel about it and go from there. And I think, like you say, like you don't have to have a workshop to start. You might do a book club. I know like that's how Hamburg got started, or just a study group together, or, like just getting together and having coffee and tea and chatting maybe is enough.
Do what you're good at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I can add quickly to that. In my case, it's like 180-degree opposite. But for me, the question was, what's going to differentiate you? And another thing is time and compound effect. Yes. So in our case, people know that the workshops would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the evening, usually the 3rd, 4th week of the month. Of course, there are some outliers from time to time, as, for example, today, after the PyTV, we ran PyTV and PyLadies Amsterdam meet and greet. So in case you're Amsterdam, go and say hello to us. Yes. Shameless plug. We'll be there for sure. So that's, let's say, the core message. In our case, if we are starting collaborating with any new, let's say, volunteers, then we say, look, we request at least 1 year commitment from you. That's why people who join us or became, let's say, the co-organizers, they ready to commit for a longer time. And we let them also have like some trial periods, organize a couple of workshops, we're going to support you. So again, the rules are different, the countries are different, the cities even are different, but it's more about commitments, what do you want to do, and if you have a clear goal in your mind, it also helps you on the way.
And also, PyLadies has a PyLadies kit. So you don't start from zero. So there is a template. Yep. There is a Slack channel where you can ask all the organizers how it can be done.
Yeah. A question from Carol Willing, which is related to this, of what impact of PyLadies are you most proud of? Again, open question.
I would say jobs.
Helping people find initial or next jobs.
Yeah. And networking, very powerful networking, because you never know just 1 or 2 connections where you can end up with. We have people who came with nothing, and then now they are like senior machine learning engineers at Uber. They are, like senior machine learning engineers or senior AI researchers at Microsoft and other companies. Come to us, talk to.
Yeah, I would just echo that. Even though we're typing with computers, like the human aspect, I mean,
exactly.
Our next speaker, who I'll get to in a minute, like I met at a conference and personally and professionally has really changed my life, and that's always the case. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Do you want to answer?
Georgie wanted to answer, sorry.
No, I just want to say that it's the friends that we met.
Yes.
And the things that we learn in lessons in life.
Is that great?
Yeah.
If you want to add something.
You can ask the next question.
Okay, I'll direct it to you. So Paul Everitt asks, how do you grow the next generation of meetup leaders before hitting burnout? And this is something it's okay to talk about publicly. Like, it is a lot, and it's okay to step away. Yeah. But how do you manage that yourself?
Well, I have kind of stepped away multiple times, and as you can see, it didn't really end up happening.
Pull you back in.
Sorry. I'm my own worst enemy. We try to be really clear at the start of every meetup, and I think this is something I would want to impress on people, is that we are all doing it as volunteers, and that there is like no strict rules around what that can look like. So if you want to do something, come and bring that idea, but don't come and be like, I want you to do this. And we really try to put that out as an open invite for people to get involved. And like I said before, we rotate organizers a lot. We have people that come and do it for a couple of months, and then they're traveling for a couple of months, and then they come back. And that kind of has kept it ticking over. And then for myself, I'm not involved in every single meetup, and that means that I have also time to do some of these other community commitments that I have.
Yeah.
I would say notice know the signs.
Yes.
Know the signs when and don't ignore the signs. Know that you have time. You need to have time for your family. You need to have time for yourself, to eat, to go for a gym or whatever that makes you happy, and also be willing to release and let other people lead. Yeah. Because that is a problem with a lot of organizers.
Yeah. Looking across the table.
It's the willing to let people to accept that people can lead differently.
Yes.
So allow the different types of people coming in to lead, but help them, tell them what could go wrong or something, but
do it their way.
Let them do it their way. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I would love to keep talking, but we're out of time. We have our next speaker. So thank you, Una. Thank you, Georgie. Thank you, Jessica. And I will introduce our very next speaker, who's a dear friend of mine, Carlton Gibson, former Django fellow, is going to talk about static islands, dynamic C, incremental typing. Over to you, Carlton.
Okay. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Will. Right. PEP 484. The Python enhancement proposal that introduced type-ins into Python contained this explicit non-goal, in bold no less. Python will remain a dynamically typed language, and the authors have no desire to ever make type hits mandatory, even by convention. That was repeated verbatim and again in bold by PEP 526 and PEP 563, and was carried over to the canonical typing guide at typing.python.org. So what are type hints, you might say? Well, in case you don't know, in case you haven't seen them, type hints are code annotations that let you specify the types of your variables, their function parameters, and their return types. So here's an example. This is a hello world view for Django. It's a Python callable that takes an HTTP request and it returns an HTTP response. Right? That's the web problem, right? On the def line there, we have our type hints. The request parameter is marked as taking an HTTP request, and the little arrow bit after the closing bracket says that the view will return an HTTP response. The type hints act as documentation for the function, and we can run a type checker such as MyPy or TY or Zuban or numerous others that are out there to ensure that we have honored the contract as specified. I want to focus on the last few words of that statement in the original PEP, not even by convention, because sometimes it can feel like that promise wasn't kept. In case you don't know me, my name is Carlton. This is me. That's my avatar there. I've got a website. There's an RSS feed you can subscribe to. I mainly work on and with the Django web framework. I'm a former Django fellow. I'm on the Django Steering Council. I maintain a whole load of packages in the Django ecosystem. And together with my friend Will, who introduced me, I co-host the Django Chat podcast. And just in case you don't know, I'm here to tell you that, well, Django doesn't have type hints. It's untyped. Django predates typing in Python by over a decade, and we've never added them. But if you're a maintainer, either on Django itself or on a third-party package in the ecosystem, there is significant pressure to add typing to your library. It's one form or other of, well, why don't you just add them? And it's ongoing. That not even by convention thing, well, that just doesn't feel true. At the same time, there's a massive cultural backlash against typing within the Django community. We have, at the very least, a large minority of users who would take to the barricades rather than have us adopt typing. So the position is a hard one. There's no just about it. I could talk about skepticism around the type safety really on offer. You fail to return an HTTP response from review, and Django will tell you loudly. You pass a bad field name to a query set method, you'll get a field error from the ORM. You pass a bad value to the ORM, the database will tell you, and so on. Django has 20 years worth of bulletproofing against all the ways you can use it wrong. The type checker adds what exactly? They might say. I could talk about skepticism around the documentation value of type hints. Django is built on a small number of core patterns that, once known, don't benefit from the syntactic noise of type hints, people might say. I could talk about skepticism around the added complexity of type hints. We always cite the easy examples, like the view example I gave right at the beginning. But you pretty quickly jump off a cliff of complexity when you look at more than just the obvious cases. The whole point of Python that it was meant to be fit to your brain. But if you asked me how to type in, say, Django's method decorator, I'm going to pause. I could work it out probably. Sure, I could work it out. But that's real work. It's not fit your brain. Django, it's a mature project. It's already notoriously difficult to contribute to. And the concern is that we make the on-ramp for new contributors all that much harder still. And for what exactly is the question lurking there, right? So we could talk about all these things all day. I don't think we'd come to any real resolution. We've been talking about them for years already. I think the back and forth goes around with the fundamental issue that Django is dynamic by design. Here's a quote from Django's design philosophies. Django apps should use as little code as possible. They should lack boilerplate. Django should take full advantage of Python's dynamic capabilities such as introspection. Django is dynamic to the core, and trying to weld static typing on top is going directly against that. That's the tension. It seems to me that we can play around the edges, but an effort to retrofit typing is doomed. The MyPy docs have this to say. Python is a highly dynamic language and has extensive metaprogramming capabilities. Many popular libraries use these to create APIs that may be more flexible and or natural for humans, but are hard to express using static types. Extending the PEP 484 type system to accommodate all existing dynamic patterns is impractical and often just impossible. Again, here. We can talk about the examples until we're blue in the face, but I just want to give you one that's bugged me ever since type hints were first introduced. It's not even the most complex. I'm a view jockey. I like HTTP. I like turning requests into responses. I'm a web developer. I have a package called Neapolitan that does quick CRUD views for Django. And here's a simple CRUD view. You import the CRUD view and your bookmarks model, and you declare a CRUD view subclass, and you add that to your URLs, and you've got endpoints to create, edit, delete bookmarks, and so on. The key point is with that one line, that model equals bookmark there, CRUD view knows everything it needs to know to generate the query set, to generate the form, to generate the context for the template, all of it. What's more, as soon as you know how CRUD view works, you, the developer, you know that too. But what's really frustrating is that static type checkers can't use that information. What's called type inference here fails totally. There are tools that can do this. So PyCharm has done this for years. It uses a kind of hybrid analysis. You turn on the Django support in PyCharm, and it immediately knows its way around your Django project. It knows the Django patterns, right? I think one of the biggest steps forward in this space has been what's called the Language Server Protocol, the LSPs. They took away the hard part of integrating your tooling with editors. You just implement the Language Service Protocol and you're done. Once upon a time, you had to do the hard work of not only the analysis, but solve per editor how to integrate it too. Well, with LSPs in play, there are now 3, I think, language servers just within the Django community, adding dynamic introspection for type templates, models, settings, etc. So it isn't that this is an insurmountable problem. Hybrid analysis is the way forward. But if we want to do this purely statically, we have to make CRUD view generic over the model class, whatever that means, right? We have to write something like this. Now here, you see the extra bookmark in the square brackets there that tells the type checker which model class should be used for the various query set form and template methods on the superclass. Now, you already know I'm cross about this, right? The extra bookmark is, why do we have to have that there? Okay, the syntax is a bit weird, but maybe if I could move the bookmark up from the model line to just have it in the square brackets, well, that would get rid of the model line. But I can't, because one of them is for the type checker and the other is for the runtime. If I don't set an explicit model value, it won't be there when I need it. Well, at least we get type safety, right? Well, not really. Say, not me, obviously, but say my LLM writes the wrong thing for the model. Say it does this. Hang on, sorry. Say it does this. Right, there we are. It puts the wrong model, comment, instead of bookmark, right? The type checker is going to catch that, right? Well, no, it's not. It won't actually catch it there unless I do this. I have to write the extra that the model is of the type bookmark. So the type checker will complain then if you put the wrong model in. But it's basically write bookmark so many times that you couldn't possibly get it wrong, right? But that is exactly a joke that we used to make about Java. We could try a different approach, right? I can make this type safe. I could declare an abstract getModel method on the superclass. And then in my subclass, I could write this. I could implement that model in the subclass, and we would get proper type safety here. It would be type checked against the generic parameter in the blah, blah, blah. This is the kind of thing we'd do in Rust. You'd implement the hasModel trait for bookmark CRUD view. But if we were doing this in Rust, we'd have actual type safety enforced by the compiler, and we'd have none of the performance penalties that Python has to pay because it is a dynamic language, and it has to validate all the references before it uses them. As it is, we get none of that, and it's an awful long way from where we started. Right? I come back to that MyPy quote. Python is a highly dynamic language and has extensive meta-programming capabilities. Many popular libraries use these to create APIs that may be more flexible and or natural for humans, but are hard to express using static types. Well, exactly. My take here is that Django's dynamic nature isn't something we should try to avoid. It gives us powerful, graceful, expressive APIs. We can live with that, no problem. I think the same applies to Python more generally. If we try to forego Python's dynamic nature, we're leaving power on the table, and I think that's power that we need. That's our dynamic C. It's the living foundation which we begin with. The question then is, well, okay, if we accept that, if we accept Django as it is, how do we build on top of that when we want some more rigor? Well, that's part 2, static islands. Sorry, my computer's there, slowing down. Now, you might have got the impression that I'm anti-static typing. Well, I'm not. Where it fits naturally, I think static typing is great. I'm perfectly happy to have all the benefits. My point was just that we shouldn't eschew dynamic code and we shouldn't try to shoehorn it into a static mold where it's never going to fit. To wit, I want to show you how I deal with this in my projects. Instead of fighting Django, I build on top of it. The bottom line is that modern Python code starts with as type-safe by default. And if we can draw a nice boundary between our application code and then the underlying Django, we can easily flow out our type safety from there. So I want to introduce you to my project Django Mantle, which is, the tagline is your type-safe layer around Django's liquid core. There's a URL there. You can go and check out the doc. Mantle allows you to move your business logic into type-safe Python classes decoupled from Django's ORM. It provides automatic generation with declarative overrides of efficient ORM queries, including limited field fetches using only and defer, and prefetching related objects, avoiding n+1 query problems. It uses a modern, performant approach to serialization and validation, and it provides a progressive API with minimal surface area by default, and then depth when we need it. So let me show it to you. We start with our standard Django model for a bookmark. It's got a URL, a title, a note field, and whether it's a favorite or not. And it's got a foreign key to our user model for a parent user. As a domain-specific language, a DSL, for describing our database, the Django ORM is superb. Now, there are purists out there who say you should never use an ORM, but Django's history speaks well enough for itself here. Millions of applications written at every scale say otherwise, right? Where your problem arises when you're adding domain logic to your models beyond that for merely describing your database. Even that works well for a while. Indeed, it's a standard Django pattern. I need some helper function for displaying bookmarks, say, so I add it to the model. I want a method for fetching related bookmarks, so I add it to the model, and so on. But this is just the active record pattern that Django leads you towards, and it's fine up to a point. Eventually, though, you want to separate these different extra areas into their own classes. We might mention the single responsibility principle, and the model class being responsible for the mapping to the database is more than enough to be going on with. What we want is a separate class with no more than the exact data it needs for the task that it has to deal with. So this is just an attrs class, a plain Python, fully typed, with no Django in sight. Your type checker already understands it without any plugins or stubs, and that's our kind of static island. I'm not going to show you them, but this is where we add our domain logic methods, right? Now, what we need is a bridge from the ORM to this data shape, and that's what Mantle's query layer does. So it looks like this. Here we take a query, we import Mantle's query object. It takes a query set and a data shape that it wants to do, and it will fetch the query objects with a simple query.all. And that return value is typed as a list of the bookmark data objects that you wanted, right? It's fully typed there. If you wanted to fetch a single one, just a single instance, you do it instead of calling query.get, query.all, you call query.get, and instead of getting a list of the bookmark data, you get just a single instance. In each case, the generated ORM query selects only and exactly the fields that are required by the bookmark data class and no more, and so there are no unrestricted fetches of all the fields, regardless of whether they're used or not. The same applies to nested data. Let's say I want to add the username for the related user. So I declare the shape for that, and I add it to the bookmark data class there. And then when I fetch that, we query for the data. The username is available. See at the bottom there, bookmark user.username. That's me. And the generated ORM query automatically prefetches the related object, so there's a minimum of lookups. Even if we're iterating over lists of objects, there are no lazy related object fetches, and so no n+1 query problems. I'll give you one more example. Under the hood, Mantle uses a library called Django Readers for interacting with the ORM. Even if you think Mantle is mad, I recommend checking out Django Readers. It's really lovely. In order to do its work, Readers uses what's called a spec, which is a list of two tuples for what you need to do to prepare the query set, include a field, say, and how you fetch the value from the return data, would just get the attribute, say. In the simplest case where you just want to include a field and select its value, you can put the field name instead of the two-tuple. What Mantle does is prepare the reader spec from your attrs class, prepare the query set, get the data, and then map it back to the attrs instance using cattrs. The example here just shows customizing the reader spec generation. That's the progressive API I was talking about. Say we don't want the nested data, but instead we want to bring the username up to the bookmark data. We can provide an override to the spec generation that says annotate the query set with the username value and then select that to include in our return data. Then if we fetch our data again, same as before, you'll see that the username is now available directly as a top-level attribute. Now, there's lots you can do with overrides. I can't go into them now, but annotation like this is the 90% use case, right? Let me just show you quickly about writes with validations. If we have incoming data along the pass don't validate approach, we structure that into attrs classes using katters. That tells us that our data has the right shape, the right fields, the right data types, and so on, but we might need an extra layer of domain validation on top of that, rules which go beyond what's purely internal to the data. In Django, it's common to have a unique or a unique together constraint on some field or other. So here we define a bookmark validator that ensures that our URL field for the bookmark is unique. With that in place, we can use our bookmark data to create a new Django bookmark instance, checking the URL uniqueness constraint beforehand. In your view code, you'd catch an error that came up there and you'd report it back to the user as something to them to update. Same with updates. We realized that we should have made the mantle docs a favorite, right? That's one of our favorite bookmarks. So we take our existing instance and update it accordingly. It works exactly how you should think. And then the final thing I want to show you is that mantle is fully integrated with Django REST Framework. If you're using REST Framework for your API, you can just install Django Mantle DRF as an add-on, and it provides versions of DRF's generic views, mixins, and view sets, replacing Django DRF serializers with the Mantle workflow that we've just seen. So let me give you an example of that. Here we define a bookmark detail view, which is a retrieve API view, which we've imported from Mantle DRF generics instead of from REST Framework generics. We define our shape class, which is our attrs class for the data shape that we want, and we're done. You'll see we have the extend schema decorator from DRF Spectacular in there because we have Open API schema generation integrated with DRF Spectacular. The screenshot there is just the rendered Swagger docs from our bookmarks API. Mantle DRF means you can begin working with Mantle in your existing DRF application right now. So, static or dynamic? Well, it's a trick question. The answer is obviously both. The question is not which, but how do we combine them? We keep the ORM, we keep Django's dynamic power, and we build our domain layer on top of it with simple typed Python classes. Mantle's query layer is the bridge from the ORM to your data shapes in an efficient and scalable way. It's a deliberate but small separation. We keep everything from Django, we just build on top of that. Static islands, dynamic C. I'm having great fun with Mantle. Do go check it out, and, well, let me know what you think. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Carlton. Thank you, Carlton, joining us over here.
Cool. Rest now.
So I'm thrilled to finally see that talk because you've mentioned it to me for several months now. How long were you thinking about this question of typing and what to say about it, right? Because I would say that certainly you sit on the steering council of Django, which makes the technical decisions. There's a lot of push towards turning Python into a purely static language.
Well, okay, so if we're going to do purely static language, we should be using Rust, right?
Yeah.
What does Python have other than it's slower and, clumsier? Right?
Yeah.
It hasn't got a compiler. The type checking is honestly weak source compared to a proper compiler. We don't have runtime type safety because of that, and Python is slow. Okay, it's slow. Why? Because it's dynamic. Those dynamic patterns were and are amazing, and we should use them, and we should, where there's value in it, yeah, we should absolutely be using those patterns. And then there is still value, though, in having type-safe stuff on top of that. I think retrofitting type safety into Django, into the core of Django, is just a fool's errand. It's never going to happen. Like, Django was deliberately built on these dynamic patterns. There's just no way forward like that. There's just no way forward. So, well, okay, what else are we going to do?
Yeah, no, and I love that this is available. We'll have links to it so people can check it out for themselves. So what would you like, so someone who goes and looks at it, do you have a request for people watching or trying it?
Give it a run, and let me know what you think. And it's the core the core part around the flow from the attrs class to the reader spec, back to the data that Django readers gets out, back through catters into the attrs class, that's all working perfectly well. And then it's okay. That's for me is the kind of core serialization level, because once you've got the attrs class, you can run it into catters, which is a new generation serialization library. It's really fast.
Yeah.
And
not used enough.
Yeah. Well. I think there's an awful lot of projects that we don't know about in the Django space that are using it, right? But if you want to put that onto the wire, you've got the performant modern solution that you need.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the criticisms of the Django ORM is when we get these model classes that become the holder of all sorts of domain logic.
As you said, right, it's sort of abusing something. It's good at one scale, but then you reach a different scale and you can't expect that it will...
And the architecture purists, what do they complain about? They complain about, well, look, the persistence layer down to the database, that's a really complicated domain. Yeah. And then you mix on it all the business logic from your application as well, and you've got this one set of classes doing these two really complicated things. Yeah. The ORM is perfectly capable, really, really is capable at doing that database layer.
Yeah.
But when you put too much...
Right, we ask it to do too much at a certain scale.
Yeah, and it's great to get started, and it's great for a certain time, but at a certain level of complexity, you need your bookmark displayed in for one way for the list view, one way for the detail view, and then it needs some aggregation thing, it needs to find... These are all different jobs.
Yeah.
And with Mantle and the approach, you can define attrs classes for each of the different roles, and you can map to a different attrs class for a different purpose.
Well, I'm biased, but I'm a fan. We have a question from the audience, from Lily. I'm new to Python. I've never used type hinting.
Yeah.
Any recommended places to learn more about this?
Oh.
I know you've given this more advanced talk, but this is true. Like, not many people aren't familiar with it.
I think just start with start with simple attrs classes, which use the type hints for those. Keep the example simple, because all you want is a string or a ball or an int, right? Those are kind of simple typing examples. And don't worry too much about, oh no, I've got a decorator that changes the signature of the wrapped function. How am I going to type it? That's really hard.
Yeah.
Right? You'll learn that. And things like covariant generics, those are abstract computer science topics which they scare me.
I think it's also, I would say, if you're learning how to code or you're working on your own projects or startups, you might not need type hints. Like, it really is bigger teams, more performance focused, more advanced testing. Like, you don't have to start with type hints.
You don't add them where they add benefit. I think I put up a couple of quotes from people, in the Django community. Like, every Django developer knows that a view takes a request and returns a response. It's just syntactic noise to add that. Is that really helping you? Don't add it. Use tooling that understands that that's a view.
Incrementally.
And can give you the autocomplete you need.
Yeah. Okay, we have another question. Essentially, so you use attrs for your domain objects and catters for structuring, unstructuring. Why not Pydantic?
Why not? Right. Can I get out of the room alive?
We have 6 minutes.
Why can I get out of the room alive? Okay, so how did we get here? We got here because we had these ORM models that were conflating multiple responsibilities, right? So we've got mapping back down to the ORM or to the database, and then we've got domain logic being put into the same class. Well, that's Django's original sin for a lot of people. Well, Pydantic, it wants to be your domain object. It also wants to be your validation layer, and it also wants to handle serialization. Now, again, for certain projects in certain ways, that's totally great, and Pydantic is an awesome library. But if we've come from wanting to separate responsibilities out as we've arrived here, we don't then want to repeat that sin by using Pydantic. The catters attrs flow keeps everything separate.
We do have another question. I want to just mention, Pydantic is very popular.
Yes.
Why do you think that is, right? So we talked about how it's repeating some of the same patterns. You must have a take on...
Well, why? Because it's a very nice and elegant API. It's the same as Django. Why is Django popular? For all the, an architectural purist might say, oh, it conflates this, it does that wrong, it's untyped, it's this, like that. It's a very graceful and elegant API. Well, Pydantic enables you to do that too. But again, as you're scaling your application, the fact that it wants to conflate these different layers becomes an impedance.
Yeah. Another question from the audience. So the Django REST framework integrations, I think you, whoops, that went away. Oh, okay, here we go, thank you. DRF is still the most popular choice for APIs in Django. Does that mean you think DRF plus Mantle is the future of APIs in Django?
It's perfectly serviceable. And if you're already using DRF, then absolutely you can start using Mantle straight away, and you can experiment with just some read view endpoints and see if you like it and see how you get on with it. And all right, this is nice. You can feedback on the integration and what's working for you and what isn't. That would be wonderful. REST framework includes an awful lot. At the view layer, the views are all fine. It's perfectly serviceable. But I think there's more we could do. We could import the content negotiation into Django Core. I think there's been a long-term process of trying to get that happen. And then things like the permission system, things like rate limiting, things like versioning, those are a bit crusty. And what would be nice is to redefine the view layer with kind of pluggable solutions for those core bits that REST framework adds and see what we can push forward. I think it was necessary, if I'm going to put Mantle out, I need to put it out with the DRF integration because everybody's using it. But I don't think REST framework is the final story.
Yeah, and I do, for those watching who may not know, you are a long-term maintainer of Django REST framework, so
yeah, I mean,
speaking with an extra degree of authority here on, but it's essentially a feature-complete project, which is the thing. Like, and again, I have a book on it. Like, we're all fans of it, but there are these next generation of tools, and DRF is what it is. It's
there's no reason why we can't learn more lessons going forward.
Yep.
Right.
All right. A question from the audience. So I know what you're going to say on this, but for others to hear. So what do you feel about using Fast API in Pydantic? And let me twist that as, obviously Fast API is super popular and growing like crazy. What's your take on why that is, right? The positives.
Oh, Fast API is wonderful. Like, you know, if what you need is, you know, REST, or essentially REST endpoints, JSON API endpoints, then it's a great solution.
Yeah.
Why don't I use it? Well, because I'm very nested in the Django ecosystem. It's much more efficient for me to use Django than it is to try and wield in some zombie hybrid of a solution. Right. And there's so much more to the web than just JSON endpoints.
Well, and this is the thing. I mean, I see out in the wild is that the next generation of Python engineers, many of them have an AI data science background. They don't fully know what the web is. They think, I have a model, I have an API endpoint, and I'm done. Yeah. So all the features that Django has spent 20 years on, authentication, security, they're not even aware that those are important. Yeah. So I think it's healthy, but it's interesting that for a long time Django was, website, of course, Django, but now it's, Django's slow. I know we have a minute 40, so I got to tee you up on.
No, but I'm not going to go into that because Sarah's going to talk later on about the myths about Django, right?
Okay. All right. Sorry, Sarah.
You know, let's not step on Sarah's. Django is a marketing problem. Yeah, it's going to be the talk.
Okay, so we'll avoid the fast question. Okay, one last question from the audience. So it's when should I start using type hinting? When is typing good and when is it bad? You've talked about this a little bit. But
it's not absolutes, right? Use it when it's helpful. Right?
How do you know when it's helpful? Sorry to push back on you.
No. When is it helpful? When it's helpful is if you're reading a function and you don't, when you read a Django view, you know that it takes a request and it returns a response. Otherwise, you don't know Django, right? So, but once you've learned Django, you know what the types are. But sometimes there can be an ambiguous thing. Actually, the added documentation of the inline type hint, that really is adding value, right? I'm a little bit skeptical about the type safety added in Django. I mean, I also use Rust. And I'm very happy to program in an actual static language, but a dynamic language with it bolted on, I still struggle with the sort of the lack of help that you really get from the type checker.
Yeah, and we touched upon this briefly in the PyLadies panel before, but use the tool for the job.
Yeah.
Right. And I love that in your talk you're saying Django is dynamic. Let's not fight that. Let's embrace it.
Yeah.
And not turn it into Rust because Python is not and Django is not that as well.
Yeah. But when would I use typing? When they add value, and that's a judgment. Like all these things, it's a judgment thing. There is no all of these questions.
When you're a newcomer, you want someone to say, "This is the rule."
Give it a try and see. And if you find yourself writing bookmark 10 times, perhaps it's not adding the value that you thought it might be.
Great. Well, with that, we're going to switch over to our next quiz questions. Carlton, thank you so much.
Thanks, Will.
For joining us. Yes. So as a reminder, the quiz questions are on Discord. You have until 18:15 Central European Time to answer all the questions from the quizzes. Make sure to use the same name and email address so you can be eligible for a prize after. And I believe we're going to start with question 5. Yep, there it is. Please stay there. Which one below is a Python standard library? A, LZMA, B, Bot03, C, Sync, or D, FMT? Again, you can use the QR code. You can go in Discord to answer that question. Answer them all before the end of the conference. And then we have our next question, question 6, which is experimental support. Which one below is a new feature introduced in Python 3.14? I love this question. A, experimental support for free-threaded CPython. B, walrus operators. C, template string literals. Or D, an experimental just-in-time compiler. So again, you have time to answer all those questions. And yes, we have, in a minute, we have Sarah Boyce coming up. But I'll just say, please, if you're not, go on the Discord. Be ready to ask questions, to interact. We have thousands of people who are part of this conference. And to recreate the environment of a live conference, get involved, raise your hand. We want to continue this online afterwards and hopefully tempt many of you to come to a real in-life Python event, whether it's a PyLadies local chapter, Django Girls, DjangoCon, PyCon. There's many ways to get involved, and everyone's friendly. So I would highly suggest that you do. So again, I'll just give the precursor. Coming up shortly, we have Sarah Boyce, who is a current Django fellow working on the framework, previously worked at PyCharm, and she is always up for a game of badminton. So her talk is about debunking myths about Django that won't die. Sarah, over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Will. Yes, my talk is called Django Has a Marketing Problem, Debunking the Myths That Won't Die. Now, I don't have very much time, so I'm just going to dive straight into it. So, hello, as I said, my name's Sarah. I'm a Django fellow. I'm one of the paid contractors who helps to maintain the Django web framework. I am, unsurprisingly, a Django developer. I've been using Django for over 7 years now. And I'm also a big PyCharm fan and user. I want to thank JetBrains for putting together this amazing conference. I've never been in such an incredible studio. It's very bizarre. But outside of work, I also love to play badminton. As Will said, I'm a very competitive badminton player. I play in my local team. So if you are ever around at a Django conference and you want to play a game of badminton and you want to, challenge me on this, I would be very happy to play. I'm also a new mum. I had my baby boy at the start of November, so if you see a glint of sleep deprivation and madness in my eyes, it's because it's genuinely there. But hey-ho, let's keep going. All right, before I start this talk, I want to give a couple of disclaimers. During this talk, I'm going to compare Django to FastAPI a lot. And that might make it sound like I believe Django's in direct competition with FastAPI. But that's really not what I feel. We're all friends here, and I know you can love Django and you can love FastAPI, and that you can use both of them for different projects for different reasons. So I don't believe we're in a situation where there are winners and losers here. But in the context of marketing, I find it really useful to look at another web framework and see how they are presenting themselves so that we can compare what Django is doing and perhaps what Django could do differently. The other disclaimer I want to say is this is all just food for thought, and some of the things that I'm touching upon, there are people who are working on these things, there is change happening, and this is no criticism on any individual or any team. I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully gather more support, more energy around this topic. Okay, so Django is 20 years old, okay. In terms of technology, that's really quite old. We celebrated the 20th birthday last year quite hard. There was lots of parties, there was lots of cake. But if we look at how Django has progressed, when Django was launched 20 years ago, its website looked like this. Now, there are elements of this website which you will recognize. Some of the slogan is still the same. But if you're familiar with what the website looks today, you'll go, okay, this is quite different to what we have today. If we fast forward 10 years, it looks like this. Now, if you're familiar with what the website looks like today, and don't worry if you're not, because I will show you, you'll go, okay, this looks remarkably familiar. And that's because today, it is almost exactly the same. Okay, we have had some changes here and there. We have a new search bar, we have dark mode, but actually the wording and the messaging is almost word for word exactly the same. We haven't changed, okay, not only just the skin of the website, but even just the messaging here is pretty consistent for the past 10 years. Which I feel like that feeds into the first quote-unquote myth that I want to debunk, which is Django is in maintenance mode. And there are a few things that contribute towards this myth. I mentioned about how the website hasn't really updated, but ignoring the website, if you went to the Django's official tutorial and you decided to go, again, back in time about 10 years, and you looked at version 1.8, it is remarkably similar. What is contained in the tutorial 10 years ago as to what is contained in the tutorial today. And I've got it side by side here. And so you can see there are minor changes around the HTML that we're showing, but this is mostly semantic HTML changes that we've done to try and give people showing some best practices around how they should structure their HTML. But the Django code itself is remarkably similar. Another thing that might contribute to this maintenance mode idea is perhaps about 2 years ago, you had an idea for Django, you were super excited, you went to Track, which is our issue tracker, you opened a ticket and you said, hey, I think we should do this. And then maybe your ticket got closed relatively quickly to say, basically, no thank you, come back later when you've got more people who are agreeing that this is something we need to do. So is Django dead? Well, it's dead stable. It's extremely stable. And that's because we have this fantastic support policy where we have really strict guidelines that we avoid breaking changes, of how we deprecate things slowly over time so that our fantastic user base is never gets this horrible upgrade experience. But along with that support policy, we are having feature releases, and I'll emphasize that's feature release, every 8 months. That means we do deliver to the community new features every 8 months. So there's a regular cadence that the community is getting new features from Django. And what I said back then, and I mentioned, perhaps you had this experience 2 years ago, and that was strategic because this has very recently changed. We have decided, yeah, okay, it's not the nicest experience to have your idea go won't fix relatively quickly. And instead, we've changed that status to say something along the lines of needs new feature process. And that is essentially telling you that thank you for the idea. You do need to discuss it with the community, and the place to discuss it is not here, it's not in Track, which is what we use more for an implementation purposes, but instead to go to the project new features board and discuss it there. And here we have a bit more of a roadmap as to the ideas that are being discussed, where you can also share your opinions, and then as a community, we can agree on what are the ideas we want to push forward. And if you want more stats, because I obviously feel passionately about this as I'm one of the fellows, a new feature is merged into Django every 5.5 days, okay? That's roughly every work week. A new feature is delivered. That's not a bug fix, that's not a a cleanup that is something entirely new to Django. 20 commits are merged into Django every week, so this is quite a active space. There are things coming into Django every day. And then just to give you a concrete example, Python 3.14 was released on October 7th, and Django released support for Python 3.14 November 5th, which was the next monthly release, the very earliest that we could possibly add support for Python 3.14. We did. This is a very vibrant and active space. So in summary, what feeds the myth here? What feeds this maintenance mode myth? In my opinion, that the website and the tutorial hasn't changed much in 10 years makes people think, oh, not much has changed. And then also because we've had this habit of defaulting to saying no to new features, I think people get the idea that we're not interested in new features. But in reality, the old code still works because of our stability policy. It's actually one of the strengths of Django, but from a marketing perspective, it makes it look like we don't really change. And Django does discuss, merge, and release new features all of the time. Okay, let's move on to the second myth. This one is going to be a bit more interesting. So Django is slow, okay? I feel like a lot of people have heard Django is slow, right? And I can understand why people come to this conclusion. If you are a Python developer and you want to go into the web space, you might find that there are 3 main options available to you. There are other options, but you'll probably be told about Flask, you'll be told about Django, and you will be told about FastAPI. Blah, 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 blah. Right, and if you go to FastAPI because you're like, okay, performance is important to me, FastAPI sounds fast, and you go to their website, they are also talking about performance a lot on their website. They're talking about how they are one of the fastest Python web frameworks out there. And if you look at the evidence that they point to, they're pointing to this open source benchmark, okay? And if you go on that benchmark, you can also see, yes, FastAPI is certainly faster than Django on these benchmarks, okay? And you go, okay, fantastic. Django is slow, FastAPI is fast. It's a really reasonable conclusion to make. And I'm not sure what happened to my slides here, but the main thing about benchmarks is that really we want to compare apples with apples, okay? So I think Django sometimes gets a fairly unfair comparison because Django's principle is that they want your startup experience to be as beginner-friendly as possible, and that we have enabled an environment where a lot of the stuff that you will probably need for your web application is already there for you, and that will enable you to have a secure experience and like a useful experience by default. FastAPI has a much more of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of approach, where you need to add in the bits that you require when you require them, okay? And I think that means that if you created using the basic startup experience of FastAPI versus the basic startup experience of Django, Django has extra middleware in there, that it has extra code in there that you could disable in order to make a more equal benchmark comparison. But I don't think a lot of these benchmarks are doing this, and I think Django gets quite an unfair representation in some of these things. Another element is, that open source benchmark, it required people to be updating it and to be investing time in it. Unsurprisingly, the FastAPI community are using that benchmark, and they were updating their benchmark. The Django community was not. It was on a very old version of Python. It was on an old version of Django. And just doing those basic upgrades, it improved the performance there. So whenever you see a benchmark that you have not created yourself, you really need to check whether this benchmark is a fair representation of what it's trying to show. The other thing is really, if you talk to people in the Django space, they're going to be like, actually, does it really matter? Because with almost every dynamic web application, the database is the performance bottleneck. This is something that I've taken from Peter Baumgartner's talk in DjangoCon US. And it's true, when you are working on your Django application, you go, oh, wow, okay, this page is really slow, and you start to debug it. The main reason it's really slow is you have lots of database queries that are very inefficient, and once you make those efficient, you've got a lovely performant web page, okay? And so this is a very fancy way of me saying, benchmarks, right? Who cares? Django is fast enough for many use cases, and so for this to be the only reason for someone not to choose Django feels in some ways a little bit short-sighted. But there are other ways that we can market that Django is certainly performant enough for your use case. And on a lot of websites, what they do is they do basic brand association, okay? So I've got an example of FastAPI's website where they have quotes from different engineers who are working at these big mega corporations like Microsoft, Uber, Netflix, etc. If you go on Ruby on Rails, there are all of these big logos of all the brands that are using Rails, okay? Big companies, big user base. They need it to be performant, to be secure, okay? And what's also a nice example is Wagtail, which is made using Django, is also showing some really important brands that are using Wagtail, and hence they have this nice, by association, it must be performant, it must be secure, it must be at least possible to use these in such a way that it's a good choice because these other companies are using them. We're not doing that in Django. So what feeds the myth? Okay, Django doesn't perform super well on these public benchmarks, okay? That's something that I feel like we could address in a couple of ways. We need to start investing some time in those benchmarks to make sure that they are a fair representation, and perhaps we could do some tweaks here and there in the code base in order to help us perform a bit better. We also don't showcase those big companies that use Django. You know, there are examples of big companies, but we are not shouting about them. And yes, like the reality, okay, the thing that I haven't already said is it is the database a lot of the time that is going to be the thing that makes your application slow. And Django has a lot available in the framework in order to make sure that you can have well-performant database queries in terms of good support for database indexing, for example. Okay, myth 3. Django is not for APIs. Okay, there was a survey on Stack Overflow in 2025, and for all web frameworks and technologies, the main thing that they said was that FastAPI had this 5-point percentage increase, okay, in its community. And this was a representation of the need for performant Python APIs, right? Django did not get the same kind of performance boost in terms of the new Python community looking for performant APIs. And now, why is that? If you go onto the Django website, there is actually no documentation on how to create APIs with Django. And if you do the tutorial, and this is like an 8-part, very extensive tutorial, this is only showing how to render HTML templates using Django. Again, no mention of APIs at all. But if you're part of the Django community, you're going to be like, wait, what? Django not for APIs? Over half of the community is using Django for APIs specifically, okay? And this is from the PyCharm's developer survey. We know that a lot of the community is using Django REST framework, but they're also using not just Django REST framework. We have quite a vibrant community of different libraries, such as Django Ninja, and even Django Bolt is a new framework that got developed and released recently that's built on Rust. So what feeds the myth? Again, no documentation on using Django for an API use case. But the reality is, loads of people are using Django for APIs. And we have this, not only do we have a vibrant ecosystem of APIs, but it's a growing ecosystem. So why do these myths persist? Okay, I'm not saying because of these people specifically. What I'm saying is Django is run by the community. Django is run by volunteers. And that's one of Django's strengths. But if we have a look at the volunteers of the community, most people volunteer because they love Django. They use Django in their work. Most of these people are programmers, okay? And programmers are bad at marketing. It's not something we know how to do. It's not something we enjoy doing. And these are genuinely things that require a lot of effort and skill. And, it's not something we have expertise in within our active volunteering community. Now, what can you do about it? Perhaps you're motivated by this talk and you want to help us out. We are trying to build a working group, a marketing working group. I have a QR code available, which is looking for volunteers. Okay, if you feel like you have skills, opinions, a drive, time, energy that you can dedicate to this problem, then please do comment on this proposal, volunteering your time. And even better, try and help this proposal actually get pushed through into completion, into practice. So in summary, Django isn't in maintenance mode, it isn't slow, and it isn't just for server-rendered HTML. Django is just bad at marketing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, so much for that talk. I was just sitting there nodding the whole time because, of course, I agree with you. And I think you gave me some things to think about because within the Django community, we're aware of these problems, but often there isn't a sense of what is the next step. So working groups are one of those. I do want to mention for people watching, you mentioned Django's is an active framework. And on the Django News newsletter, there's actually a feature. Let me ask you about that. So there's a feature updates to Django that you started.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't have enough time to go through all the... There are lots of pockets of good work that is happening. Yeah. And so it's not necessarily as bad as I made out, okay? In the Django News newsletter, like you said, there is this updates to Django section. And I started that a little while ago, but I would be lying to say if I'm an active contributor right now.
Yeah, you did start it. It wouldn't exist without your effort. But
this is mostly maintained by volunteers from Django Not Space, and each week they look at the merged contributions into Django core, and they pick out some highlights. They shout out the brand new contributors, and they give you a little update of what's going into Django, just last week, so that you can see every week we are continuing to bring in new stuff, new contributors, and it's really actively maintained and developed.
Yeah, and of course you're now one of the Django fellows, so you're in track. Your finger is in the stream every day, and there's double-digit PRs merged into Django every single week. Which even for those of us in the community, if we're not looking at track, we can feel like it's only every 8 months when there's a new release, when there's really a big change.
Absolutely. And when you consider how many people are actually paid to dedicate time, in theory, working on Django, the amount of code that we're delivering, I think a lot of engineering teams would be quite pleased with that kind of throughput, It's insane. Yeah. And so, and I see it all the time, but for other people who are maybe on the outskirts of the community or they're outwards looking in, they don't necessarily see what I see because we're not shouting about it as much as we could.
Absolutely. And I think that's important to mention is that Django is 20 years old. It is used by millions of people in big companies, Instagram and others, but there's, for a long time, only 1.5 paid employees, and now there's 2.5, but that's it.
Yeah.
And I say this as like a former treasurer of Django. The total cost of Django is less than a California-based web developer at a big company.
Yeah.
So people need to understand, like, yeah, maybe not that they need to appreciate what Django does, but
Sure.
understand, like, it's not Google. It's
Yeah.
an open source project
Yeah.
run almost entirely by volunteers, and it's on the inside. It's a miracle how much gets done, even as we can point out there's more that we could do. So, question from the audience says, I'm a Java Spring Boot developer, and I'm interested in Python Django. What advantages will I get if I switch from Spring Boot to Django? That's a tough question.
I don't know enough about
Same.
Spring Boot to comment on terms of what features are available in that web framework that's available in Django. So I'm not going to claim that Django is better. So I can just give you I think if you're not familiar with Python or Python Web, I actually think Django is quite a good teacher on how to create a web application using Python. It has a huge community and also learning-based community. There are the official tutorial on the website. There's also the Django Girls tutorial. And a lot of people use Django just to teach themselves about web in general. So I think it would be best for you to try it out, because I think that we in Django try to make that learning experience as joyful as possible. And if you enjoy it, then perhaps you could, make that decision yourself. But I'm not going to claim that it's better, because I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and like you, I came to Python through Django, actually. And so that's also one route. A question from Mukul online. Are there any official roadmap plans for AI support or AI-related features in Django, especially with so much innovation happening in the AI space? In short, is Django Claw coming soon?
It's a good question. In terms of in the framework itself, no, but it is definitely talking about working groups, there is a working group proposal about having a AI working group for Django, because there are multiple things that we should think about, from my own personal perspective, in terms of maintaining Django core, AI has had an impact on the fellows' experience in terms of the quantity of security reports, the quantity of PRs that getting raised against Django, and yet we are not having that kind of exponential increase in terms of the maintainers of Django who are available to review and check on all of these things. So we are being challenged to find better ways of how we can perhaps make that experience better just from a maintenance perspective. But in terms of a feature perspective, that's not something that I am currently aware of is in the works. But I can always say, I've been on maternity leave and I'm only going back, so perhaps I'm just not up to date and there's something happening.
Very fair. There's another question. I think the Django admin is one of the most underrated selling points to use Django. Is there anything new for it?
Okay, so the Django admin has some of the most tickets in track of all of the components. It does have small changes happening all the time. So we try to make it, we are trying to make it continuously more accessible, because accessibility is something we care about. And the admin was designed, again, let's say it's at least a decade old. I'd say it could be older. And there are elements in there that we'd love to update to make it better for screen readers, etc., because it's something we care about. In terms of features themselves, we get adding features here and there, such as the facet filters, but at some point, we're starting to wonder whether we need to look at the admin differently because it's such a ridiculously powerful tool that there are so many features in there, and it gets harder and harder to maintain and to just add that little bit more on and add that little bit more on there, that we might consider we need a bit more of a long-term strategy of what we're going to do with the admin in terms of its maintenance going forward, because it certainly is starting to slow the innovation that's possible in the admin, because there isn't the maintainer appetite for great big new features there.
Yeah. Well, that's the blessing and the curse of something 20 years old, used by millions of people, is that if you change it, some people will say, well, I don't want you to change it, and also it's harder to change than starting from scratch. But
yeah, definitely.
It's something like over 1 million lines of code just in the admin. I mean, it's something people have looked at over time. You know, what do we do at the admin? And there's so, as you said, it's so full featured. It'd be very difficult to even think about recreating it.
Absolutely. I even think that, because my talk was about marketing, if we just added more docs about what the admin can actually do already, I don't think it's fully documented into its full potential. And I don't think we could just do an education campaign about like, oh, did you know it also already has this feature, this feature, this feature, and people will be like, oh wow, okay, I had no idea.
Well, the next question is about learning curve for Django, and I think it's important to mention. I mean, you and I can say this. We use Django all the time. Every day, I'm looking up something in the docs either I didn't know about, or I'm like, what is that thing? Like, it's not something you can fully keep in your head. Like, don't expect that. It's just too big. So I guess the question to you of, do you find that to be the case as well? I mean, you're a Django fellow. You're as close to the pulse of Django as anyone.
Okay, so I also was looking at, again, I went through the Stack Overflow survey, and there was a breakdown about, professional developers and learners who are using web frameworks. And actually, Django is more popular with learners than it is with professional developers. And I think that's interesting because people often talk about, it's got such a steep learning curve and it's really hard to learn Django. But actually, I think, look at Django Girls. Look at how many people went into web development just because of Django, It's huge. I think Django is a good general teacher on getting you into web. That the steep learning curve is more, in my perspective, the idea of that you could learn everything that exists in Django. I'm a fellow, and I still don't know everything that exists in Django, nor have I used everything that exists in Django, okay? But I do think that because of the way that we aim to create Django, we actually try to make it quite beginner-friendly. We have good documentation. We have a tutorial. We have a great community. Hopefully you're getting started experience in terms of having something on your computer working is a positive one. But in terms of knowing everything that exists in Django or how to deploy your web application, that's probably a different story.
Yeah, very well said. Well, Sarah, thank you so much for taking the time to come here for your talk. And I hope everyone, if they have further questions, they can ask them online.
Yeah.
I'll remind everyone there is I think there's slides to Discord. That's the best way to ask questions. And with that, our next speaker is Sheena O'Connell, who's a Python Software Foundation board member, longtime developer educator, extremely accomplished Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. And her talk is about how to power up your Django development with Claude. Over to you, Sheena.
Thanks, Phil. All right, so I'm here to tell you about how to power up your Django development with Claude Code. Now, I know that this is quite a specific topic, and I want to make it more general and more useful to other people. So I'm going to talk about powering up software development in general with LLMs. Now, I will be talking about a Django project, but think of it more as a case study rather than the entire point. So I'm going to be sharing a few things. I'm going to share a structured way to build up those capabilities over time, basically how I approach this. And what matters more than the final configuration that I'll show you is the trajectory that you can follow. So I think it's quite an important topic at the moment because AI fatigue is a thing. There's this crazy deluge of new tools and new techniques, and there's all these influencers online with their epic results and big promises and fancy tools, and it's pretty normal for people to feel behind and to feel like you need to adopt the fanciest stuff right now. And that's not great because we don't know what good practices yet. We don't know what foot guns exist yet. We've discovered some of them, but not all of them, and we're still busy discovering things. So that's the plan. So hello, everybody. My name is Sheena, and these are my emojis. I've been coding for a long time, since I was a young teen, and for the last, and mostly I've been working as a software engineer and some kind of lead person. For the past 6 years, I've primarily been working in education, tech education of different kinds. The way I like to think about that is I try to understand how minds work and how people learn, and then I build systems. So I take the science of education and I turn it into the engineering of education. I founded a company called Prelude. We do advanced Python training, we do soft skills training, and teacher training, so we train trainers. We also build stuff, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And did I mention I like education? So there's a community called the Guild of Educators, which I put together, which is just for people who want to nerd out about making new nerds. It's free and open, and you can join us and say hello. Just look us up. I'm very, very involved in the Python open source community. So I chaired PyCon Africa 2025. I'm very involved in PyCon South Africa because that is my home. And I'm one of the directors of the Python Software Foundation. But enough about me. Let's talk about LLMs. Now, if you're using some kind of code harness, then you know that in order to set it up, you need to set up all these markdown files, and that describes how the thing is going to work. And a lot of people have already done this, and they've put their implementations on the internet, and you can just download it. You can just install it into your project and run with that. And it's cool. So some examples that are quite famous are Superpowers and SpecKit. Those are lovely. If you look at the repos, they're full of prompts, and they're already defined, and they're using the latest features, so you don't necessarily need to figure all of that stuff out yourself. And all of the agents and workflows and hooks, all of that stuff is there. It's got batteries included, and we love batteries included. And there's a lot of contributors. There's a lot of people taking part in this and making use of it, and it seems to work for a lot of people. So can you just use that? So I tried, didn't really work for me, and the conclusion I got to was that it just wasn't built for what I was building. So your code generation setup depends very much on your project-specific needs, and your project is a unique and special snowflake, just like everybody else's, sort of. So you need to care about a couple of different things when you're making decisions about how to set this stuff up. First of all, your architecture matters, your norms matter. So I'm making this Django project, and I want to do very specific things with it. I need to care about what my stack is. I need to care about the different structures and idioms and norms and best practices that come with the tool that I'm using, but also the direction that I'm aiming to go in. Trust also matters. So if you were creating the new Flappy Bird of Hyperway, it's okay. If a bug gets into production, it's not such a big deal. But some projects have more consequence than others, and so you need to build in the guardrails that you need for your level of trust. It's a spectrum, and you're not going to have you're not just going to sit in one place on that spectrum. Different parts of your project require different levels of trust. Maintainability matters as well. So, generally speaking, greenfield projects are pretty quick and easy to build to an extent. Like building your MVP or your proof of concept it takes effort, right? But most projects turn into brownfield projects, and those take more effort. Maintaining a project is where most of the effort goes, and that's a lot of work. Now, that's kind of why all these coding best practices matter. It's because you want to make sure that your stuff is maintainable, because it means that your brownfield work actually is feasible. So if you were to take an LLM and get it to help you with the greenfield work, maybe that would reduce the cost, maybe that would make it a lot easier, but LLMs often create code that is kind of convoluted, kind of weird. It's got like edge cases that aren't properly explored. The tests are unusual. And that's great. Like, more power to you if you want to do that. But it does make your code harder to maintain. And so the cost of brownfield work can, in fact, go up. But you might be thinking like, hey, we can just like hit this with an LLM as well, and that'll solve our problems. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it's good to know that messy code is messy context, and messy context leads to more messy code. Context management is a big, big part of working with LLMs, and it pays to look after that, even on a small scale. The other thing is that, like something I always tell my students is that good code makes its intentions clear. And there's a lot of good reasons for that. If you've got code with unclear intentions, then it leads to bad decisions on so many different levels. And some projects just don't work if the code is like spaghetti. So if you're building something that other people need to build on top of, then you need to have well-structured abstractions. It needs to make sense to humans. There needs to be some amount of taste involved, and taste is very hard to define. So it's tricky. And maybe it makes sense to use some shortcuts, but maybe it makes sense to tread carefully. And it depends on your project, and it depends on your level of risk. And in the end, it's your responsibility. So I've got a project, and I'm working on it at the moment, and it's pretty fun. I'm going to tell you about it, and it's the case study that we're going to be focusing on for this talk. So I'm building this thing called Freedom LS. Freedom LS is very much like a learner management system, very much like an LMS. And most of you have probably interacted with an LMS in some way, like a lot of people have. From the learner's perspective, it's a clever textbook. It's like a digital textbook with like some plugins and extra functionality, and that's cool. But its core function is really learner management, not necessarily the learner experience. If you were to flip things around and focus specifically on learners and teachers and make them the first-class citizens, what would an LMS look like? Well, it would be kind of hard to build because the learner experience very much depends on what you're trying to teach. So Freedom LS, what it is, it's a Django project. And it can be used as a standard LMS, like standalone. It works, it does the clever textbook thing, but it's designed to be included in other Django projects. So you can install it, and then you can override it. It's hyper customizable. So instead of thinking of it as like a single thing, you can think of it as a bunch of like well thought out Lego blocks, and you can make your own Lego blocks, and you can override some of the Lego blocks. So an analogy I like is it's sort of like the wagtail of LMSs. Everybody knows about WordPress. It's like very, very famous. WordPress is a content management system that is designed for people to be able to use it quickly and customize it with plugins. Wagtail is also a content management system. It's also a Django project, and it's designed to be extended by developers. It is way more flexible than WordPress. You can make this thing dance, but it takes a level of skill to do so. These are for different kinds of people. So Freedom LS attempts to be more like a wagtail than a WordPress. All right, so that's what we're building. And I'm using LLMs a lot while building this thing. I'm using Claude Code primarily. And the way I've been thinking about ramping up the Claude Code capabilities within this project is like this. So there's a recipe. So step one, you need to figure out how much trust and how much maintainability you need. Step two is you get small things right, your kind of right, not somebody else's kind of right. You need to like aim at your own target. Step three, get big things right. Then you get to do the fancy stuff and get big things right efficiently. A lot of people try to skip to step four, which I think is a bit of a mistake. All right, so trust and maintainability targets. This is where we are with Freedom LS. So you define this based on who is relying on your project. If you are business-facing, then you need something reliable. For us, we've got a couple of people who are relying on us already. We've got Bloom, which is a learner management system, effectively, for the parents of autistic kids. It assesses their kids and then helps them understand their kids better, which is lovely. And then we've got First Class, which is all about aviation. It's a very, very different kind of product. Both of these things live in pretty highly regulated spaces, and so it needs to be solid. So Freedom LS, it needs to be flexible enough to handle both of these use cases and more. And we need to be very, very careful about making any changes because every single change has a blast radius. Everybody gets affected. And of course, there are regulations and privacy concerns. So it has to be very, very secure. So our need for maintainability and trust is like pretty high. It's not nuclear power station high, but it's pretty high. Now that we've got that down, we need to figure out how to get small things right. So to get small things right, there's a couple of different things you can do. You could use better models. So if we were to use, for example, Sonnet versus Opus, of course, Opus is way more powerful, and it's going to make better decisions. It works more slowly, like it takes a little bit of time, but you need fewer iterations to get things right. And so better models are great. You can throw money at the problem, but that's not always an option. Another option is scaffolding. You can build stuff out in a way that makes it more likely that your LLM will get things right on the first go. And validation. You can build things out in a way that makes it more able to self-correct and notice problems. It's like, oh, I took a wrong turn, let me get back on track. All right, so there's a few like perfectly normal things that you can do. You can build out some guardrails, write some tests, make them good. There are many, many different types of static analysis tools. You heard about type checking earlier. It is helpful with LLMs, but don't overdo it. There's different types of monitoring. That's really good. Now, like if you were writing your code yourself by hand, then there's this default level of trust that you have because you made it and you processed it in your head. That's not the case with LLM-generated code. And so these kinds of guardrails become more important, and these kinds of engineering best practices actually become more important, which is interesting. Now for the actual LLM stuff. So when you're setting up a project to work with an LLM, any kind of like coding harness thing, then you set it up with a bunch of markdown files. So Claude has this thing called ClaudeMD. Other tools use AgentsMD, and there's all sorts of other MDs. Claude has this thing called ClaudeInit. It's a command that you can run in order to make your first ClaudeMD. Don't do it. Don't do it. It makes it worse. So something that I found, and other people have found as well, is that if you use an LLM to generate its own context, it'll take the most obvious stuff and be like, oh, the structure is this, and so that is what I'll put in the context. Then your ClaudeMD file gets loaded into context every time you open the thing up, every time you start a new interaction. And so it's got all of this obvious stuff that it could just come up with by itself when it needs to. And what you want, it gets lost in the noise. So less is more. Like, leave out as much as possible and add stuff bit by bit. And only add the not obvious stuff. The other thing that's important is loose coupling. So there's a lot of really not obvious stuff in a large project, and you don't want to put all of it in one file. You want to separate it out into different things, because those different things can be used then in different ways. Skills are also really important. So a skill is like, kind of like, you can think of it as an agent, but it's not like a sub-agent. It's like, it's a recipe for success that Claude or whatever can call on when it needs to. So I'm going to make this a little bit more concrete. Here is a ClaudeMD file, and it is, well, where's my mouse? Mousey, okay, there you are. All right, so it's pretty short. I talk about what my stack is because it needs to know a little bit about my, so it doesn't make any weird mistakes around there. I tell it, use skills whenever possible, because skills are wonderful, and it has a habit of ignoring them instead of using them. I add some other very important to-dos, some like very basics about the structure of the app. I actually think I should probably remove a bunch of this. Some conventions. So there are some things that typically get wrong over and over again. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to put that there. And then I repeat the important stuff at the end again, because that makes it actually happen. It's like a child. You have to tell it again and again. Yeah. Then in terms of loose coupling, I have a bunch of, actually I can show you there. So I've got a bunch of these docs, and it's just documentation. Here I've got one about front-end styling. I've got something about the admin interface and how we run that. I've got another one about how we manage the multi-tenant aspects of the application and so on. These are just docs. Then I have skills that reference those docs. It just says, okay, whenever you're doing this, refer to that document. the reason I do it this way around is so that I can use that document in different places. I can use it in, like, for example, if I wanted to make a different agent to do something with front-end styling, I could say, do it like this. I don't need to connect it in too many, like, I don't need to redo it. So it's loose, it's, yeah, loosely coupled. All right, so that is that. The next thing you might be tempted to do is create all of these files up front and have like a big bang approach to documenting your stuff. I recommend not to do that, rather work interactively for a little bit. So take the AI by the hand and say, hey, Claude, can you please implement this little function, implement this test, here's some pseudocode, make it so. And as you do that, as you iterate, you will see where the gaps are, and you can refine your markdown files as you go. And you can learn about like how context works. You can learn about the actual effects of context pollution. If you haven't heard those words together before, it's good to look it up. And then you polish and polish and polish. When you do this, you will code slower. Like it'll feel a little bit like you're chasing diminishing returns. But that's great, actually. Chase the diminishing returns. So here's a fun fact. If you have a small improvement in the chances of success on a small task, that leads to an exponential improvement in multi-step tasks. So if you've got a whole lot of tasks and you have a chance of passing some and failing some others, you are going to have certain like lengths of like chains of correct tasks in a row. And the longer you can make those, the better. Because in the end, every single problem is made up of smaller problems. And if you can reliably get the small things right, then you can get big things right. So chase the diminishing returns. All right, now we're going to talk about getting big things right. So something that, yes, so the general procedure here is first you need to figure out what the big thing is. That's quite important. It's not just about building the right thing, it's about building the thing right. Then you need to break it down into small chunks, and then you get the small things right. So we've already handled number 3. We're kind of good at that by now, so it's the rest that we need to care about. So there's this thing called spec-driven development, which I highly appreciate, and I've given you examples of those already. There's SpecKit and there's superpowers. So use those as inspiration, read them, adapt them to your use case. This is how we do it. So we have a bunch of files that we make use of over time. The first one is an idea. The idea gets turned into a specification, which is like a chunkier idea. That gets turned into a plan. A plan is a sequence of steps to be executed. Those get coded up. If the spec has some effect on the front end, then we also create a QA plan, so quality assurance plan, like how would you click test the thing? And then from that, we can actually run a click testing agent, effectively, and that generates a report that we can look at, and we can see, like, did it actually work? And then in the end, you make a pull request and review the stuff properly. All right, so I'm going to go through it step by step. Oh, the other thing to mention is that as neat and tidy as this looks, it really isn't this way always. Sometimes some steps aren't as necessary as others, and generally, when you go through this, you end up looping a little bit. Like, you'll get to the plan and be like, oh, that's a bad plan. Oh, it was because it was a bad idea. And you'll go back and you'll go forward, or maybe you'll like stick on one step for a while, and that's completely normal. So it's kind of circular more than linear. All right, so we start off with an idea. Now, the idea file is created by a human like me, and it's very loose, it's very high level, and it's like, it's just a couple of words that explain what we want done. So I'm going to head back down here and close some stuff that we don't need. Here's an example of an idea. We need a panel in the educator interface that will display course progress for a cohort. Note that a cohort can be associated with blah, blah, blah. And then I write down some stuff that I care about with the UI. I've got some ideas. There are these things called topics in the thing. We have deadlines. And I'm like, cool, this is the general idea. It's like very, very high level, very loose. Now, some ideas aren't that easy to define. Let's take deadlines, for example. If I were to say to an LLM, like, set up a deadline system for this LMS, it would freak out a little bit. Like, there are so many different ways to do it. So sometimes I'll say, I want this, and then And then based on that, I'll say, cool, please improve this idea. Go and do some research for me. What are the other people doing? Bring that information back and help me refine the idea. That's really, really helpful sometimes. And sometimes this is underpowered and I need to handle the research in a bigger, more robust way. Once the idea is specified, then I create a spec using this command, spec from idea. Spec from idea might ask me some questions and say like, oh, like how do you want to do this or like that? Do you want a new app? Do you want a new model? Should I connect to that thing? The questions are often surprising and it's like, oh, I didn't even think of that. When it makes the documents, it needs to explain what decisions got made. It needs to include success criteria. It needs to include the why behind different things so that meaning doesn't get lost. And the format is nothing fancy. A lot of people, when they do spec-driven development, they aim for like pretty heavy documents, but I'm optimizing for something maybe a little bit different. I'm optimizing for my own attention. I want to be able to read it and make sure that I'm happy with it without like dying of tedium. This is important. Like keeping your head in the game is really like it's something that you have to design for if you want it. So I read the thing. And if I'm not happy with it, if it's got some weird assumption, then I'll fix that weird assumption, and then I'll read it again, and I'll repeat on this a little bit. And then eventually, it'll get to a point where I think I'm happy, and I'll ask it for a review. Sometimes I introduce mistakes here. Sometimes I introduce things that are like inconsistent, or I forgot about some piece of code because I didn't write that code, so I don't remember it that well. So I ask for another review, and then eventually it gets to a point where it's good. Next up, we make a plan and potentially a QA plan. So that's with another command. I call each command manually, and I clear the context between the commands so that I can make sure that things are smooth. So plan from spec, what it does is on the first pass, it just looks over the plan, looks over the code, asks more questions if it needs to, and outputs a list of tasks. Then we do another pass, and we look through all of those tasks, and we look through all of the skills, and we're like, which skills should we make use of with which task? And so it connects the dots there and makes sure that things are more likely to be successful. And then it'll make a QA plan if there are front-end effects. After that, I'll review it again. I'll take a look. So there's a lot of review going on, and it's pretty important. After that, we write the code. So that's another command, implement plan. What it does is it'll take the command, it'll take the plan, it'll take all the tasks, and it'll break it down into logical batches, and the batches will get executed by sub-agents. So this is where I start actually using the fancier stuff. And I'm not using sub-agents to be fancy. I'm not using them to be smart. I'm using them to protect the context. That's really it. And the more you work with the stuff, the more you'll see the importance of protecting context. And sometimes when you protect context, you end up moving faster as a result. It runs tests, and then there's a separate agent for code review as well. So I get it to push back on itself from different perspectives. Like, is this actually secure? Is this in line with that? Are we introducing any kinds of brittleness like this? If there was QA to be done, then we generate a QA report with do QA. So what that does is it uses Playwright MCP, and it executes the entire plan on multiple screen sizes. So I can check, like, does it work on a big screen? Does it work on a small screen? You could check it on different browsers if you want to as well, because it can handle quite a few. And it takes screenshots along the way. In the end, it generates a report. The report looks kind of like this. I can go like this. Okay, so this is what it looks like if you render it in Markdown, and it'll tell you about what passed and what failed, and it'll give you some pictures, and it'll tell you, like, give me a second, it'll tell you, you screwed up over there. This is not mobile responsive. Your menu did a funny thing. Can you fix that? So that's really helpful. Next up, there's a pull request. I review the pull request. I'd like to do it on GitHub because it's easy to track changes and see what I've seen and all of that, and it's easy to make quick fixes. If there are any major problems at this point in time, it means that I screwed up a few moves back. It doesn't mean the LLM screwed up, it means I screwed up. It generally means that I missed something important at the spec or at the planning stage. So if something weird happens here, I'll roll back and often just like try again or tweak things. So, like, if you introduce a problem early, it tends to oscillate. It gets out of control. And technical debt still matters as well. For reasons I stated earlier, you want to keep your context clean, and your code is the context. So as you work with these things, like, LLMs, they're pattern matches more than anything else. And if your code is in a messy state and you say, hey, build something cool and tidy, it'll look at your messy code and it'll adapt its responses to that. So it's really useful to keep a good handle on that. So pay attention, mind your context, find the bugs early. Bugs slip in at ideas and specification. And then keep your head in the game. Like, if you're really good with your specs, then often the coding section is just like a one-shot thing, which is fantastic. It's so empowering. All right, but spec-driven development isn't the only thing that works. When all you like, it's not always sufficient. It's fantastic, but often it's not enough. If I need to do something weird, then I'll fall back to doing things in a more manual way. I'll fall back to interacting and being like, hey, Claude, fill in this function, do this, do that. And if I need to do something really weird, then I'll write it myself. Notice I said weird, not hard. Like, LLMs can do hard stuff, but the fact is, again, they're pattern matching. And so if you're doing something that does not match a familiar pattern, it's going to struggle and you're going to get frustrated. So sometimes it's better just to like jump in, like make the framework for it to work within and then let it color in the bits instead of asking it to do the whole thing. So you can copy my approach, but I would say you probably shouldn't. You should choose your own adventure. I think this approach works really well for me and my situation. I think it's worthwhile to be structured. I think it's worthwhile to chase those diminishing returns. It really does pay off. And just do what makes sense for your project. That's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Sheena, so much for that talk. We unsurprisingly have some questions.
Okay.
A couple minutes if you're. First question is, what is your opinion on public versus local LLMs? So I assume that's like ChatGPT, Claude versus local models.
So I haven't worked enough with local models, but I do think that things like Opus are more powerful than anything that I could hope to run on my machine. And at the moment, I'm just going for making sure the stuff works really well. Something that I want to do next is explore with other types of LLMs for different things. So I do want to try switching to open code for a bit and seeing how that works, because then there's more flexibility. But I can't give you a strong opinion on it. I can say that Sonnet sometimes screws up with things that Opus doesn't. So if you're working with less powerful models, which you'll have to if you're doing something that's like self-hosted, then like you're going to have different results. So that's not necessarily a terrible thing. If your guardrails and your scaffolding is really, really good, then you can still do great things. So I don't think it's I don't think it's like worthless to do that. If you have some kind of restriction, I think it's still really, really good. But if you have access to like a bigger hammer, then go for it.
Yeah. Second question is, will the files for the .md's Markdown be shared from your talk?
I don't know if they're quite ready for human consumption yet, but I would like to share them because a lot of the stuff is what I would consider Django best practices, like if you want to build something big. So I would like to share them, but they're not like ready yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll package them separately. Yeah.
About 2 minutes, but we have another question. You've acknowledged using Claude Code. Why do you think Claude Code is the best currently? Is it the model, the pipelining around the model? In other words, if I were to swap out the model for another, how much of a performance drop would you expect? So I started using Claude Code when it was the best thing around, and I'm not 100% convinced that it still is the best thing around. I think there are other tools that seem really good. So Codex seems really good. So I don't know if it's the best thing. I need to experiment. Yeah, same. Another question from Raphael. Do you use any techniques to refine the process so that feedback focuses only on truly essential changes?
Can you say that again?
So do you refine, I mean, your talk was a little bit about this, but sort of refine, there's a whole spectrum of one-shot prompting to writing a 1,000-line spec. I guess I'll rephrase that as, how did you come to this current approach? What did you start with that then led you to this one?
Cool. I think I always try to think about how to cut through the noise, and it's a really, really noisy space right now. And so that's how I got to this. I was like I tried a bunch of stuff, and a lot of the stuff, I was just disappointed. People were singing the praises of these different techniques, and I tried to be like, this is really bad. Like I can't use this. So that brought me to thinking like, okay, let me zoom in, let me figure out how to approach this. In terms of figuring out like what to refine, a lot of the time it does come down to just like waiting and seeing what breaks and then fixing it, instead of being like too proactive. And I think that there is still space for cleaning things up, even in the setup that I've shown you. So yeah, there's space for experimentation.
Yeah, I think you have to be playful.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, especially with these models.
Yeah, you need to be playful. And sometimes if you give it a bit more freedom, it comes up with stuff that you wouldn't have because it's aware of things that you're not, because there's so much code out there in the world that it's been trained on that I've never seen. And so sometimes it'll come up with things that I'm just like, I'm really glad I didn't tell you to do it this way. Like, fantastic. Well done, robots.
And by the same time, it's we know it's robots, but sometimes I had something and it wasn't getting it right. And I was like, all right, I'm going to switch to something else and say, give me one more try. And then it got it. It's like, well, why didn't you do it right the first time? So just, I guess that's the whole spectrum of prompting. Are you nice to it? Are you harsh with it? Like, I don't have a sense of that.
I don't have a sense of that either. Sometimes it does. Like even now, a couple of days ago, I was writing I was following this procedure with Claude, and it was it did some really weird stuff, and I was like, I don't understand these decisions. Explain why you made this decision. And it was like explaining it in terms of code that didn't exist. And I was like, this doesn't exist. It's like, oh yes, I invented that. I was like, like okay.
Remember, it's not trying to lie to you. It's just a machine.
Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe I should do this part. Maybe I should specify this part. And so it is very like back and forth. Like sometimes it'll do something wild, and sometimes it'll do something clever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you so much for your talk and for the questions. And I think we're going to switch to a couple of our questions for online, if you wouldn't mind remaining there for a moment. So as a reminder, you have until 18:15 Central European Time to answer all the questions from the quizzes. Make sure you use the same name and email address so you can qualify for all the prizes. So question number 7, which I believe is up on the screen, is which one below is not an algorithm included in scikit-learn? A, nearest neighbors, B, random forest, C, support vector machines, or D, object detection. Again, you can use the QR code. These are all online. That is question 7. And then we're going to do one more, question 8. Which one below is not a Zen of Python? So famously, if you do import this, you'll see the Zen of Python. A, errors should never pass silently. B, special cases should always be documented. C, complex is better than complicated. And D, if the implementation is hard to explain, it's a bad idea. That's a somewhat tricky question. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next guest. Travis Oliphant is the creator of NumPy, co-creator of SciPy. He is not here in person, but he recorded a talk just for us, just for this conference that I'm really excited to see. And his talk is on why humans matter even more in an increasingly AI world. So over to Travis.
Well, hello, Python world. It is exciting to be here with you at this unique conference that hopefully a lot of people can attend because it's online and virtual. I am actually recording this beforehand, so I'm also speaking in a virtual way, but I do feel you out there, and I'm excited to just talk a little bit about this title I've selected for discussing how in an era of AI, people matter. And what we've been all known in Python for so long is that the community is so much bigger than the code. My name is Travis Oliphant. I'm very excited to be here. I've been in the Python community for a long time. Some people know me for different parts of the code I participated in or code I've written. Some of that code was written a while ago, and most recently I've been organizing and helping and sustaining and growing. And I love sharing any of the insights I've been able to gain over the years, and I love working with people to build new things. Particularly now, I end up helping people build companies, build new projects, and wherever I can right now, very interested in helping people build AI systems and systems that enable communities to continue to thrive. Very excited to be here and excited for Python to continue to thrive. A lot of people don't recognize or it's easy to forget that the roots of AI are actually deeply rooted in the history of Python and scientific computing around Python. When you know that, you can sort of understand some of the breadcrumbs that are out there, even though today a lot of people are at the very high levels, in many cases just using an API call to call a machine that's generating tokens that they use to generate other processes, and not realizing under the depths of all that is typically some Python code or some libraries that originated in Python. And this community has been being built over many, many years. Hopefully a little bit of that will come out today as I talk about the subject of why communities are the key to the future, even as more and more bots generate code. I published this a few years ago, a little bit dated, but to illustrate something that a lot of people were kind of losing sight of, especially in an era where, oh, here's a bot, here's code contributions, and kind of forgetting the behind the scenes hundreds of thousands, even millions of people that have actually cooperated to produce these mountains of code that can therefore be used to build beautiful sites and beautiful figures, beautiful scenes. There's a lot of open source in there. And those open source, whenever you see it, you have to recognize it's not a single person typically. It might be a single person if that person's burned out, but usually it's a community that makes open source thrive. And this mountain of open source is available if we learn how to engage with it, if we learn how to produce more of it. So that's kind of one of the key things. I like to in any talk about AI, just remind people that it's easy and convenient, just call an API. The challenge is you have to kind of think about what's happening when you do that. What happens, are you with the data, you sending it off to somebody else? Are you stuck on somebody's model? Usage-based billing, while convenient now, and actually there's companies who are subsidizing your use of GPUs right now, essentially to get you hooked onto their platform. Great service they're providing, wonderful tools that are available. Just have to be careful about how much of your life you're connecting to them. And who controls that future? There are ways to do this that are open source and are consistent with the philosophy that built Python in the first place. So definitely a big proponent of that. If you'd like to learn more about that, I'm happy to talk. One of the things we do, and there's others that do similar things, we have a platform called Nabari. Nabari is open source. It's an ecosystem of tools. Happy to help anybody who wants to figure out how to take control of their future and use AI that respects the roots of Python and its open source ecosystem. Definitely ping me if you have questions about that. But I'd like to pivot and really talk in this talk about what happens now. What happens in a world where AI can write the code? What happens to open source? Many of us have seen the recent incident where an AI bot was turned loose by OpenClaw and essentially harassing and creating hit pieces on a maintainer. That actually was very concerning to me. Very concerning because the ease at which somebody can release AI bots and the challenge of recovering the very human emotions, the very human situation of underappreciated labor, which has permeated open source for so many years, is the root of why I started businesses, why I try to find ways to connect with corporations who can pay and then should be paying to support the open source they rely on. Turning bots loose in that milieu can definitely create a challenge. So there are real challenges around this question of AI can write the code, now what? Does open source become less important? Do developers lose their jobs? Do maintainers get burned out? Is Python still relevant? There's a lot of people talking about how, wait a minute, if we can write a code and I can just write natural language, do I need Python? Because I'll just have it write Rust or a lower level language or something like that. So those are interesting questions too. What will happen to this Python ecosystem in the future as AI becomes more relevant? What about the communities? Do they shrink? Will maintainers get burned out by the fleet of AI bots that are essentially trying to write pieces and write text and kind of engage with us in a way that can be very discouraging? Or will communities thrive? Will communities grow? Big questions. I don't have all the answers, but I hope to convey a little bit of the experiences of the past that might help guide the future for those who are going to be at the forefront of this really exciting, if not transformative time. So I thought I would start just by giving a little bit of history not really history per se, as just story about where did SciPy come from. Many people know me for SciPy. A lot of people know me for NumPy, and they don't realize that SciPy came first. This is when I was a graduate student at the Mayo Clinic. I was studying biomedical imaging. My first love wasn't necessarily computers. I loved computers, but I loved to use them to do something. And I was trying at the time to take huge 5-dimensional data sets and transform them into medically relevant images that could be used for diagnosis. So I had a problem. I had a problem where these binary files of medical images stored in a format called DICOM, I needed to pull them into Python arrays. I just found Python as a language I could use to think about and manipulate algorithms and code without having to be put my brain on that chased pointers and wrote C code. I wanted to have a high-level way to think about it so I could focus on my problem at hand. But the problem was now I had to get these data into a format that Python could understand, these Python arrays that existed in a project called Everitt. So what did I do? Well, I looked around and I found another module called Table.io, and I basically copy, pasted, and modified. So essentially, I went to the internet and was lurking around for other people who had tried to do similar things. And Google at the time guided me towards this project called Table.io, written by a guy named Michael Miller at the University of Illinois. And he had just written code and shared it. And so I could see his code, understand, look at it, and I could start from there and modify it in order to do the problem I wanted to solve instead of the problem that he had solved, which is to read text files into Python. So that was the very first thing I did in, I think it was 1997, 1998. But that started a journey for me because that process of exploration, I had a problem to solve. I was trying to do something to help my team, my research, and I wanted to make code that helped me do that more efficiently in the future. And then sharing that approach with others and allowing the feedback of that approach got me really excited. So my origin story of how I got involved with open source and Python really started with a problem I had to solve, reaching out to others, looking around for others, doing a lot of work on my own, but then sharing that work with others and then engaging with others to understand that one of the very first people I engaged with is a guy named Piero Peterson, a researcher, a scientist out of Estonia, a country I actually didn't know what it was at the time because it had just recently emerged from the Eastern Bloc as it was part of the Soviet Union in the early 90s. So I learned where that was, and it was very exciting because he was giving me makefiles and helping me do a better job of releasing my code to the world. That engagement with others and the sharing is really what hooked me on participating in open source and essentially steering me on a path that led to more open source creation and eventually trying to help people build companies that use open source effectively. So the origin story of SciPy is firmly rooted in essentially not writing a lot of code. Yes, writing code, but the code came from other people. It came from cut and pasting. It came from searching. If I had had AI then, I just would have probably used AI to generate the first version, but the communication with others, the engagement with others would have remained. And that's ultimately what led to the creation of SciPy. NumPy actually has a similar story. NumPy, I'm 8 years along into my journey with Python and SciPy, and this is in 2005. And there was these competing arrays. The SciPy community was small and fracturing. I wanted to keep us together. Not that we always have to stay together, but as the community was small at that point, there were only maybe a few dozen people in the world who were trying to cooperate to build this fledgling scientific Python ecosystem. And it felt at the time that splintering and fracturing made it harder for users. There was no way to share data between arrays. And it was very concerning. My fledgling SciPy community that we had started, I felt was being fractured. And so I said, we have to do something about this. And I had some time and I started to write NumPy. But the first thing I did was actually start to meet with people. It wasn't actually generating a bunch of code. It was a key meeting, I recall, even now. It was in San Mateo in 2005, and I reached out to Guido van Rossum and had Paul Dubois, who was the numeric maintainer at the time, who was helping the small NumPy community grow at the time. I had previously spent previous 8 years essentially getting to know people, and I'd made some contributions, of course, SciPy, but also contributions to documentation of the numeric library. So I've been participating in the community, and because of that, I had these relationships. And with those relationships, I could then start to persuade, influence, learn from. It's not like I had exactly the idea of what to do, but I had a general idea, and I could though give feedback to other people, and then the idea coalesced or developed and matured. So those were the key things that made NumPy come to pass. Yes, it was a lot of work in 2005. I essentially ended up not getting tenure at my university because of the work I did on software library instead of perhaps my research program. Have zero regrets. It was exactly the right thing to do, and was so happy with we were able to get the community cemented and centered on a single array object, which was so essential for the time. Strategy conversations were important. The only reason I could pull this off is because I talked deeply with both Paul and with Perry and with a lot of both NumArray users and numeric users. And it was those conversations with them that helped me know what to do. And the what to do was essential to actually creating something that when it came out in late 2005, early 2006, people would use and people would eventually migrate to. So NumPy was firmly rooted in communication, relationship building, trust building. All the work, all the code was discussing about the code, deep conversations with people, responding to questions they have, responding to concerns they have. It took all of my experience and all of my ability to understand the people around me and to understand their humanity and my own needs in order to do that work. Thrilling, awesome, wonderful work, something I'll always treasure and remember. And it led to everything I'm doing today. So grateful, but a lot of people don't recognize, and the code in NumPy, yeah, there's some decent code. I ended up writing a chapter in a book called Beautiful Code, and I actually remember being quite embarrassed, like, beautiful code, I don't know, what's beautiful about this? I imagine I eventually pulled out my n-dimensional iterator, not a novel concept, but a concept that was one of the toughest ones I had to write, and to write in that book. But I remember thinking that this is far more about the people and far more about the human relationships than it is about just code I'm writing. The code had to be written, and the code had to be something that was useful to people, but the people were the important piece. Fast forward again, and the Conda origin story. Conda is a packaging library. Many people aren't as familiar with Conda. There's Pixie is in the direction, kind of enhances and extends the Conda ecosystem. But Conda is what made it possible back in 2012 for all of us scientific Python developers just even install everything. It was really a pain to get all these Fortran binaries, C++ binaries, not just the Python scripts, but all the dependencies that they relied on. How do you get those installed in a reproducible way with multiple environments? It was challenging. In fact, we were all leaning on kind of the broader Python community to do it. And at a community event, we organized one of the very first PyData events, the Google Complex in California. Gita was working there at the time, and he came by, and we were grateful to have him there. And we talked with him about our problems and what we needed to do. And he said, well, I think you, the scientific Python ecosystem, just have to solve it yourselves. Just go solve the problem, because I don't think you're not going to rely on Python to do this. And so we did. We took him seriously and basically built Conda as a cross-platform cousin of NixOS and Homebrew, essentially. But it worked across Windows, Mac, and Linux, so it wasn't a single platform package manager. It actually helped install all software out of the environment story, and then that helped us enable so many people to get everything started and installed. It still has features that aren't replicated in anything else today. Pixie is the closest. Even though I know there's lots of excitement and enthusiasm about some of the novel package managers, there are still important key things that we did as a community of Conda developers that are not replicated today. But again, the issue wasn't so much the code. I would say, yes, the code has to be maintained, the code has to be improved, but it was the people, it was the conversations, it was the engagement, it was the listening, it was the responding, it was the organization around, it was finding customers, it was finding people who could pay for it. How do you fund this? In my case, it was finding investors and customers who could help pay for the Conda development so that we could continue to help the world use and improve their Python. So these stories, and they're just a small sampling. I could go on each of these. I can go on. And at some point, maybe I will in different venues. But the important thing is each of these stories, while, when you're a user and people import NumPy or they import SciPy or they use the Conda package manager, they're thinking, okay, so grateful and for the code, and the code is important, and the code is what makes it possible. But the production of that code was a tiny percentage of actually what it took to create the community around these ecosystems that made them thrive. So this repeated pattern is what I want to kind of describe and go into a little more detail about. These projects didn't succeed because of original code or some magic algorithm or some amazing thing, although there were things that had to be solved. Khan had a SAT solver inside of it in order to help solve the problem. It's a really large scale problem of integer programming, of how do I get all these dependencies and which ones do I pick? That was a real problem, but ultimately it was others that solved that, and we just connected their solution into the Conda package manager. So a lot of it is curation. Even and throughout my entire career, most of the work has been curation with key efforts in coding. Recognizing and actually understanding the problem is essential. There's a lot of times, and I know many people love to code. Python community has a lot of different people in it. Some who love to code, some who love to communicate, some who love the business problem they're solving, which is awesome. It's actually a feature of the Python community. But many people get really deep into the coding, love that, but ultimately code serves a purpose. It solves a problem, and having that problem and having the experiences with other people in your life to develop that problem is the key. So interest beyond code. I tell everybody who's trying to get educated and learn, get interest beyond code. It's really important. I've been saying that for about 10 years. The code just creates an abstraction, but sharing that abstraction across a community, adopting a common mindset, adopting a common point of view, that's what defines and creates a community, and collaborating communities define success. That's the essence of how Python became the dominant language in the world and why it became the foundation for science across the world. So these collaborating communities define success. Some of you, many of you, have probably seen the Python documentary. What I loved about that documentary is I feel like it captured a little bit of the essence of what it means for a community to create, what it means, the messiness, the challenges. It's not simple. It is a very complicated, because it's as complicated and beautiful as the humans that make it up. But it captured a little bit of that, how a lot of it is bottom up. It's emergent. It's not just somebody has an idea and pushes their idea out to the world. That does happen sometimes, but when it really flows is when people start to participate. So code is cheap. It's been always kind of less expensive, but now it's really cheap. You can produce code pretty easily, but shared understanding remains expensive. Connections with others remains expensive. So the new questions. AI can now write code faster than we ever could, than anybody ever could. Cool. What does that mean for the Python developer? Python was used because it was the original natural language interface for coding. It's one thing that a lot of people, it took the past 20 years, for 15 years, I was trying to communicate with people that Python is not just a developer language. It's not just about empowering developers. And so a lot of people would get confused why the Python community was different than, say, Java or C. And they didn't realize that actually the Python community is full of domain experts, full of people that don't code regularly. They code occasionally. We call them occasional programmers, but they were as important to the Python community to enable the ecosystem to grow as people who are just hardcore coders. But now people are thinking, well, I have natural language now. I can just enter a prompt in a Claude Code or Perplexity or any number of open source models, and it'll just spit out Rust or Go or JavaScript. Or shouldn't I just do that? Why would I actually write this in this higher level language that might execute more slowly? Great questions. Some people are asking that question right now. Let's talk about that. Then does the motivation to maintain open source disappear if only AI bots consume it? I saw an article where somebody said, I'm stopping to contribute to open source because I contribute to open source so I engage with others. True. He recognizing the community is really important. Well, what happens if the code I generate is just only consumed by AI bots now? Does that take away some of the motivation? It might. I think there's other discussions to have about that. Not just, yes, AI bots might consume your code. Well, what if you're using AI to help you generate that code in the first place? How does that work? I mean, it's the old meme that goes, you have emails being generated by AI, and then somebody else has an AI to read their emails and summarize them for them. And I think we will have a little bit of that. AIs communicating with AIs, and then, but ultimately progress will be determined by the humans that surround that and the relationships they build and the conversations they have. So what remains valuable in this ecosystem? I think it's useful in this context to think about product design. I've had the opportunity to participate in product designs, and sometimes it's helpful to think about that with simple questions. Product design involves what, why, when, how. Well, AI can make a lot easier the question of how or the question of when. But the purpose questions, what, why, that might be influenced by AI tooling. Maybe you're using AI to help you think through what you think about the what and the why. But the what and the why are fundamentally rooted in serving other humans. that is the essence of what it will mean and continue to mean to produce products that humans want to consume. Now, you might produce products that AIs consume too, and that might be a part of the fabric of the beautiful ecosystem that is serving humans in the end. But the what and the whys, humans choose the which. I think the key message, one of the key message is that humans are the reason, and they'll still be the deciding influence, the choosers, the people that make judgment about what to pursue, which to pursue together, and that will define us in the future. And accountability will remain with humans. The question I'll ask about AI, and I've been saying this for several years to anybody who wants to use AI, go ahead, have no problem with it, but you are accountable for the code you contribute. I actually have no problem with open source maintainers and projects saying we don't want AI bots to automatically generate. That's probably the policy I would have if I had an open source project I was in charge of at the moment. I don't care if the humans use AI, but ultimately a human is the accountable party. We know how to hold humans accountable. We have not yet, and I think it'll be challenging in the future, but we don't hold bots accountable. It's the humans that are accountable. And that's ultimately what defines the community that will allow for code to flourish. And so that will remain the center. So what will happen to open source? Well, as I kind of hinted or described, open source has always been about relationships. It's always been about trust. It's always been about discernment and choice. That is happening what I love about open source is that's happening with tens of millions of people throughout the world. This crosses borders, it crosses boundaries, it crosses identities, it crosses the groups people feel a part of, but ultimately it lets us cooperate at a scale that is beautiful. And this discernment and choice is ultimately human-centered. So scarcity moves from code production to evaluation, standardization, trust-building, community-centric innovation. So communities will still be the mechanism and the method for shared abstraction and standardization. So I see AI helping those communities iterate more quickly, do more, accomplish more. We'll still be gated by the fundamental limits of human connection and human relationships, but I believe we'll help people be more productive. And so they can do more, connect more, communicate more, understand more, empathize more, and I believe that'll help open source software actually start to grow exponentially eventually. So community is not only greater than code, it's much greater than code. And with this symbol, it kind of implies, yes, community leads to code, it produces code, but it also becomes more than the code. AI may write the code, but people create the trust. People create the communities. People create ecosystems, and ultimately people create progress for us all. So your community needs builders. We need many, many more people who can imagine, contribute, maintain, mentor, document, teach, start projects, support others. Your community needs you. It's never been more important, actually, to understand what you're interested in and figure out how to start engaging. And Python communities are wonderful places, very inclusive, very welcoming. Most of them, almost all of them I've seen are very welcoming to new people. In a world where I see a lot of people nervous and worried about AI coming for their jobs, AI going to transform the world, there's a lot of nervousness out there. I'm shown, reels or TikToks from people that show me people are worried. And I've never been more hopeful. But I think the answer to some of those concerns is to reach out and connect with people like you who are building. Build something for others. Build something that people need. We've started something called the Applied AI Society. You can go to appliedaisociety.org. This is one reaction to that sense. And it's an ecosystem of people who are building, using AI to support the needs of businesses. They could be small business, it could be local business. Sometimes just one person needs a little help from somebody to really adapt AI to their use cases. There are millions of businesses that need that right now. We're in the middle of a 15-year transformation that could potentially shape our world for the better but it starts with individuals who build relationships, take their capability, and serve folks in their near field. That's what will create the future, and that's what I'm excited about. So I appreciate the time. Thank you for the chance to speak at this event, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
Hi, Travis. It's very good to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
It's good to be here again. Thank you.
Bright and early for you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
So, we have already discussed your talk because, as we said, it's pre-recorded. I really like the talk, and The first question that we have is from people coming to coding from, say, a non-engineering background, what advice would you give them in the ways that they can benefit from AI?
I would say embrace the fact you come not from coding. You come from, you have other interests, other things you know, because you have information that's really critical to producing a usable service, a usable thing. Then I would say, still have humility about what AI is telling you. It's still true that AI can hallucinate. It'll interpolate a lot of what it's seen and produce ideas, but don't assume. I know there's a lot of noise and a lot of information about, oh, it's an expert coder, and they can do amazing things. AI can, but it can also create slop. And so get some advice, like take what you're doing and find somebody who has a little more coding experience and get their feedback on what you're producing. So get feedback quickly, early.
Which is a great kind of segue into your theme of community. So I guess, would you say, this is me ad-libbing and doing a follow-up question of my own, would you say that it's important for people coming in from this sort of background into Python or other coding areas to get mentorship, at least on the coding side?
Yeah, I would say coding, nobody starts as an expert. I mean, I've been doing it for 30 years and I'm still learning. And that's true of everybody. So I think you have to get okay with your imposter syndrome, the feeling like, oh, I shouldn't ask that question because it's a dumb question. That's really what holds us back often, is the fear of looking dumb, the fear of looking like we don't know what we're talking about. Kind of embrace that and recognize that you have something to share. And then so you have to, it's a both confidence but humility. Like it's not, you don't want to come in with your, guns blazing about how you solve the world's problems. Because even though you may have solved an important problem, it's not the world's problems. The world is full of other problems. So yes, reach out, find connections. The other amazing thing is actually you may not jive with everybody, and that's okay. Yeah. That's actually a feature of the world. It's not a bug. The fact that some people you engage with, we don't really gel. Okay, then there's somebody else who you will gel with who does need you to talk with them. So reach out, find mentors. That's for me, one of the challenging things has been is, okay, what happens? I don't like it when I can't gel with somebody. And to me, that's felt uncomfortable. But it's going to happen. Just recognize it and just keep sharing, keep finding, keep connecting.
Yeah, and I liked your talk so much. Like I've already said this multiple times to you, but one of the messages I really liked was you and I come into coding from similar backgrounds, so academic backgrounds, scientific research. And when I first started, I actually had a lot of these fears and doubts. And I had a lot of voices in my ears telling me, oh, you don't know this, like you're not good enough or you don't belong. And I think it's very powerful having someone with your platform actually saying to people, hey, code is a tool. If your passion is not coding, that's okay. There's still a place for you. As you said, still get mentors to, guide you and stay humble. But it's okay. There's a place for you in Python and maybe a place outside of Python now that we have AI tooling.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But it is, I think, something I would tell my younger self is get mentors earlier. Fortunately, the Python community has been, since the beginning, and you can see it in the Python documentary, Guido has been open to other people's perspectives. So essential. Yeah. Because I was intimidated. Like I was very intimidated from the Python developers. And I was trying to do this, difficult thing. And I needed more help than I needed more help sometimes. I should have asked more questions. Yeah. There's a few things that are still problematic in the NumPy code base that could have been solved if I'd have found somebody who could help me. Fortunately, I did listen to a few things, and there were some conversations that took place where I said, okay, yeah, they may have a point. So I'm really grateful for those. Like NumPy is what it is because of the people that came to the community and were willing to offer their perspective, and then the fact we all listen together. So yeah, just keep reaching out. It is lonely still, though. I mean, it's not all, makes it sound like it's fires and lullabies and it's not. That's what we're working for, is those moments of connection that do happen, but that does not always Like there are moments where you're feeling like, oh, nobody's listening to me, nobody's hearing what I'm trying to say. And that might be true. But usually what you can do is say, well, what can I do to explain myself better? What can I do to listen more, to understand where they're coming from? And maybe then either make a choice to move to find a different community to talk with, or keep improving the way you message your concepts and thoughts so it is understood. That is true across people, communities, nations. Like this is the fundamental root of conflict, and we're not going to solve it in one swell go, one fell swoop.
Yes.
But ultimately, it's the juice is worth the squeeze when it comes to connecting with other people.
Absolutely. Sadly, we're actually out of time for questions already. But I did see that there was a couple of questions popping up in the Discord, including a few people who were similarly very inspired by your story. So thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy a beautiful day in sunny California.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye. So a big thank you to Travis. And next up, we have Marlene Mhangami. She is a senior developer advocate at Microsoft, originally from Zimbabwe, but now living in London. She's also a cucumber enthusiast, which you will have to ask her about if you see her in person, which you likely will because she is everywhere. She is at so many Python events. By the way, Marlene, my cat is also a cucumber enthusiast, so we can talk about this. Yes. So her talk is about a practical guide to agentic coding, a very hot topic right now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Jody, for the introduction. Today, my talk is going to be a practical guide to agentic coding. I work as a senior developer advocate at Microsoft, so you can feel free to connect with me at any of the links on the screen there. So our agenda today for this talk, we're going to be covering three main things. So the first thing is going to be what agentic coding is. The second is best practices for agentic coding. I'm going to be looking at context verification and version control. And then the final thing, I'm going to be trying to show you a live demo of some agentic coding today in the terminal and with PyCharm. So let's go ahead and dive into it. The first question, what exactly is agentic coding? Some good context for us to have is over the past year or so, maybe the past 2 years, we've seen this really massive shift in AI-assisted programming. So in the past, if you were using something like Copilot in an IDE, whether that's VS Code, whether that's PyCharm, you would be able to ask your assistant to be able to help you with things like chat completions, or maybe it would predict what's coming next as you write your code. But to actually get that assistant to do a task on your behalf, it was really difficult to do that. Actually, it couldn't do that before because you would only be able to maybe ask it questions, or it would make predictions with the LLMs that it had. But we've really seen as AI agents have come onto the scene that this has started to change. So I think a good place to start is also by understanding what an AI agent is. So an AI agent is an LLM that runs tools in a loop to achieve a goal. So a bit controversial in terms of what the exact definition is for agents, but I think the industry has kind of focused in on this. And then when we talk about what an agentic loop is, I would say this is the diagram on the screen is a good representation of that. So this was a diagram that the team that's behind Claude Code put out, where they described the agentic loop that powers Claude Code. So what happens is a user will pass in a prompt, and then the agent, whichever agent you're using, is going to gather context. So it's going to analyze both your prompt and the environment around it with the code base, for example, and then it's going to use the tools that it has to take action. And then a final thing is that it's going to verify those results by checking in with you, the user, or maybe running some tests. And then it will repeat that cycle, or it will finish that loop. So typically when you're running an agentic loop, it looks like this. There are so many agents out there in the world, but I would say there are three core parts that I have seen consistently in almost all of the agents that are out there. The first is the model. So a new trend that has come about is that we have a lot more LLMs, large language models, that are specialized for coding. So we have models from OpenAI, like the Codex models, from Anthropic, like the Claude models, and all the other ones. For example, there are a bunch of open weight models like Qwen and DeepSeek that power some of these coding agents. So the model is a big part of that agent. Then the second thing is recently the term harness, an agent harness, has been floating around. Or another word for this would be the agent runtime. So what exactly is around the scaffolding around the agent that's powering the model, controlling what the model does, giving it access to those tools like we saw in that agentic loop. And that's usually going to be controlled by this runtime or the harness. And then the final thing is that you have the interface. So whether, a couple different people are using agents, coding agents in different ways, whether that's in the CLI, in your terminal, in your IDE, or even in a web app. Some people are using agents there, like on GitHub, for example, Copilot is a coding agent in the cloud. So what this looks like then, if we go back, remember I talked about how initially when you're using your IDE, you might ask it a question and not know what to do. But now we can actually tell our agent to complete a task. It's going to use the tools that it has to be able to then carry out that task on your behalf. Now, what are some best practices when you actually want to get started with coding? The first thing I'm going to talk about is context. So when we're looking at context, there's a number of different articles over the past year that I have seen published that recommend some ways for you to give your agent context. One of those things is skills. And a skill is basically a markdown file that will let your agent know how to complete a specific task. So your skill will have details and then links to scripts or things like that. Some interesting research that I recently read is that it's so important for humans to write the skill.md file. The markdown file that's telling the agent to do what to do should be written by you as the human. And the reason for this is that it increases the performance, and agents at the moment, or LLMs, are not able to accurately develop or write their own skills markdown files. And when they do, it actually negatively impacts their performance. So we've seen an increase in performance when a human curates that skill, and when they don't, it's actually a negative impact. The same with things like agents.md file, where you're creating a file to create maybe a specific agent to carry out a specific task. And if a human is writing that agents.md file, is taking the time to curate it, it's going to provide more accurate information in return. But if you get your agent to generate this file for you, it's probably going to have a negative impact on the task being completed. And this was, again, some research that's just coming out. So one thing I would say when it comes to context is to write your own files. That's going to make it more likely for your agent to complete the task successfully. And then the final thing I will say on context with that best practices is to be explicit. So in Python, that's one of the parts of the Zen of Python is explicit is better than implicit. And the same thing here when you're creating your agents or creating your prompts and giving context to your agents. Now, the second thing is verification. I would say that one of the main things, if you're using a coding agent, you want to verify that the code that it's generated is correct. One way to do that is to write unit tests or have the agent generate unit tests for you. Another thing is that sometimes your agent is not, we can't really tell exactly what's going on. And we want to be able to look at how an agent thought through the process to get to where it did with a task. And so trace is a good way to do that. And then the final thing is functionality testing. So if you're creating a web app, for example, actually using something like Playwright to be able to test the app manually like a human would is a great way to do that. One thing that I've been enjoying doing is having an agent run tests with Playwright and then telling that agent to add a screenshot of the tests it's run to a PR. And I think that's really helpful for reviewing. Then a final thing I'll say with best practices is version control. So making sure when you're getting your agent to write code, generating code, you want to commit often. So when there's been a significant change, make sure you're committing that change, because if you don't, oftentimes in my experience, the LLM can overwrite your files and then you'll have to start from scratch or maybe miss information. So that's something that's really good practice, maintaining good documentation. And then I would also say really thinking twice before you send a PR. One of the things that we've heard of at GitHub is that maintainers are being overwhelmed because too many people are generating PRs with these agents and the maintainers are being overwhelmed. So we want to really be thoughtful about the PRs that we're sending out, unless it's your own project and you feel comfortable with that. I would say when you're sending out PRs, try to limit it. Okay, so now let's take a look at some live demos. Something I will mention is that all of the slides, this is actually at a website, but all of the slides can be found at the link that you can see here on my screen there with PyTV 26. But let's do some live demos here and hope things go well. So the first thing I want to show you is running a coding agent in your terminal. So I'm going to be using Copilot, GitHub Copilot CLI. And one of the cool things with Copilot CLI is that we are able to go ahead and run any agentic task from the terminal. Before I run this prompt, I want to show you, I'm going to imagine today that I am someone who's working. Oh no, I actually don't know where the email went. But you can imagine that I am working for a company. And I do want to show you the email. Maybe let me pull up my email and see if I can find it really quick. But let's say I'm working at a toy company. The toy company is called Tailspin Toys. And my goal, one of the things that happened when I was part of this company is that I received an email from the PM team. And the PM team wanted me to go ahead and add a new search and filter feature to the website. And they sent me an email with the requirements of what exactly they want me to build in the email. And I'd like for Copilot in my terminal to get that information from the email and to list out the things I need to be building here in the terminal. So for this, you can see here with Copilot, there's an update. Usually you'd be able to see the specifics. But with the new update here, we can see that I'm connected to a bunch of different MCP servers and plugins and skills. And one of the MCP servers I'm plugged into is something called WorkIQ. And so this is an MCP server that can connect to my email. And what I've done here in my prompt was I asked it, I said, find the latest email from the PM team, and then list out the things in the email that I need to build. And that's what it's done here, where it's listed out exactly the checklist for stuff the PM team has asked me to build. So I'm going to tell it to go ahead and build these features. So I wanted to build a search bar. It should also build a sidebar. So these were all part of the email that the PM team sent me. So I'm going to go ahead and let Copilot CLI go ahead and start to build that. And what we can see is I'm using Claude Opus 4.6. It's going to start to analyze both my prompt and my code base, and then it's going to start actually carrying out this task. So this is going to take a couple of minutes. While it continues working, I'm going to switch over to another terminal while it keeps working in the background. So in this terminal, just earlier today, I asked Copilot to build this search bar and filter and add it to a PR once it was done. And another thing I want to point out is that I'm going to also be connected to the Playwright MCP server. So I mentioned in my slides that one of the things that I like to do is have an agent actually manually test features so that we're not just relying on the code test, but also making sure that the functionality of the app that's being generated by the agent is correct as well. And you can see here in my prompt, I've asked Copilot to use the Playwright MCP server, which it's connected to be able to run tests and test out the search bar and filter manually. So here we see Playwright has opened up a browser, and Playwright is an open source testing framework that's built by Microsoft and that allows allows Copilot to be able to run tests manually. So here we saw earlier just now that the agent is using Playwright to be able to type in different inputs. It's testing out the ranges here, and it was able to run 4 different functional tests. So it tested out the search bar, it tested out the filter, and so those are 4 different functional tests that passed correctly for our site. So I think that's pretty cool in terms of being able to verify that your code is actually working as expected. Now, another thing that I want to point out here is if you're using the terminal with something like this is that you can switch out different models. And to do that with Copilot here, you just type model and you would choose the specific model that you would like to use. Right now, like I said, I'm using Opus 4.6, but you could change and use, for example, I'm really interested in GPT 5.3 codecs. That's very popular these days. And so maybe I would try that out another time. So that's pretty much all I want to show you in the terminal, but I also want to show you something in PyCharm. So you can use GitHub Copilot in PyCharm. And there's 2 things I want to show you here. The first thing is building out custom agents. So we talked earlier about agent.md files and how it's so important for you as a human to write out these files. And when you have these custom agents, these are basically going to act like subject matter experts that are going to be able to carry out a specific task. So I have a tester agent that immediately knows how to use Playwright to run tests. And to actually be able to instantiate an agent, I just create an agents folder, and then I create a file. So here I have this tester.agent.md file. And in that file, I'll have some YAML at the top of the Markdown file that's going to have the name and a description of what the agent does. So the agent, Copilot, or whichever agent harness you're using is going to read that description and know when to use this specific agent. Once you've saved it here, you can also see it will be listed out in Copilot here. So we can see in the corner that it says the tester agent is available here. So you can add it there. And then another thing I want to show as well is that you can build your own skills. So here I have a skill.md file. And this is all you need to really be able to get a skill going. You also create this Markdown file. You want to save it in a skills folder. And then you create the skill.md file. It's going to have, again, that name of the skill, a description of the skill, and then we'll have specific details on which tools an agent needs to run to carry out a specific task. And then when you're using something like Copilot or whichever agent framework you want to use, it should be able to just detect that automatically, and then when it needs that skill, run it, and it should just work. So that's how you define both your agent.md files and your skills. Again, my emphasis for best practices is to write these files on your own because it's just going to make it so that it's more trustworthy in terms of the result. Now, a final thing here that I'm going to show you as part of the demo is going to be another agent that I have built. wait, it is in this tab here. And one way that you don't just have to specifically use a pre-built chat agent in Copilot, for example, you could use an SDK as well to build your own coding agent. So there are a number of different SDKs available right now. GitHub Copilot, we actually just recently launched a new SDK where you can build out your own agents that use the Copilot runtime. So this is some Python code where I've instantiated an instance of Copilot client here, and then I'm passing in the model that I want to use. I'm also passing in this PR data tools custom tool for the agent to be able to use. And then I can also specify which MCP servers I want to give the agent to use. So, for example, I'm going to show you what this looks like in an app that I built. But what will happen is in this specific agent that I built, we'll take the PR that Copilot generated in the terminal, and we'll give the agent this PR, and it'll use the data tool that I gave it here to be able to pull in information from that PR, and then have Excalibur generate an image based off of that PR. So let's go ahead and take a look. This is the app that I created that has the coding agent in the background. And when it's running, I just passed in that link to the PR. And we can see the different tools being called in this tab here. We can see it's running that pull request read tool, which is one of the tools that were part of that set. And then it's also running a command to be able to use Excalibur to understand which parts of the code base have been changed based off of the PR that we gave it. And here, it's super cool. We have this image that's been generated. We can see which parts of our code have been added to the code. So the search bar was added, the filter sidebar was added, and which parts of our code have been modified. And it's great because you can also go ahead and change things. You can move things around if you don't like this as well. And yeah, I think this looks really good and is a great way to, I would say, show an example of how to use a coding agent in an application that you decide to deploy on your own. So those were just a couple of examples of what you could do with a coding agent. I will go back now to my slides and just do a quick summary of what we've covered. So the first thing is that we covered what agentic coding is. We know that this is basically when you're using an AI agent, you're giving your LLM tools to be able to then carry out actions in a loop for you to be able to accomplish, or the agent to be able to accomplish a specific task. The next thing we covered as well was some best practices. We looked at what context to give an agent, whether that's in a skill.md file, in an agents.md file. We saw some best practices around this, that it's important for you to be intentional as a human in writing these files, and then also effective prompting, trying to be as explicit as possible. And then the final thing, another thing we talked about was verification. So using something like Playwright to be able to test that an application is working as expected, and not only just relying on unit tests maybe generated by your agent. And then the final thing is version control and making sure that you're committing your changes, or the changes the agent makes often. You're also maintaining documentation. I would also say, like, apps like this, for example, or creative ways to be able to make it easier for people to review your PRs is a great way as well to make things easier for people. So that's pretty much what I have for you today. All of the code, all of the slides that I have, that I showed in my demo today, are available at the link. And yeah, thanks everyone. You enjoyed.
Thank you, Marlene. That was a wonderful talk. And
Thank
it
you.
was actually a really nice compliment to what Sheena was presenting as well. So I think you both approached this extremely hot topic of agentic coding from slightly different perspectives. And Yeah, I really like the amount of depth you went into. So, of course, we have quite a lot of questions for you.
Great.
And we're actually running a little bit early, so we can take our time with this. So the first question then is, sorry, I'm going to have to read it off here, is do you find MCP servers useful just for extending your agents? Or have you also found you can incorporate them into like validating the outputs or verifying what your agent is doing?
Yeah, I do think that they're useful for validating what the agent is doing. I will say that MCP servers are... I don't think they're contentious right now. Yes. And I would say that I wouldn't recommend using them all the time. Just because I find that sometimes, especially if you're doing work locally with an agent, sometimes it's not the correct choice. Like for searching your code base, for example, maybe grep would be faster than some things like with an MCP server, but they can be super useful. Like what I was showing with Playwright was an MCP server. What I showed with Excalibur as well, for example, that's an MCP server. And all of these things are, I think, the best way I would say that I've seen MCP servers used are when you're dealing with sort of stateful APIs that need, more than just text returned or, there's a lot going on there. And I would say they're useful for that.
Yeah, that sort of standardization of like the code that's called, and you definitely don't want an agent to handle that because you need something very predictable. Yeah,
exactly. I would say that.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to ask a little bit of a rogue question because we do have extra time. We know that MCP servers have some security issues. Yeah. When would you advise against using them based on this?
Definitely, I think if you have a code base or like something that you're working on that's very sensitive, has a lot of sensitive information, or you are working with something that will allow someone, especially I would say, if you're working with MCP servers that are not verified, that you're not really sure whether or not this is something that a trusted company is using, has created the server itself, I would be very careful to use those on, stuff that maybe has like sensitive data available, because I have seen some stories of people having data taken by an MCP server. And so I will say that there are, GitHub has a list, a registry that they have verified MCP servers as part of that registry. So I would recommend trying to take a look at the registry, seeing which MCP servers are available there. And I would say using those over maybe just like a random MCP server you found somewhere.
General common sense with code hygiene.
Yes, exactly. I would agree.
All right, so the next one is, what do you think of the current approach whereby one agent and model test the output of another? So the LLM is a judge, sort of.
It's interesting because I think for code reviews, that's something I'm seeing quite often, and people saying that the result is better when you have a different agent or different LLM judging another LLM's work. I have seen mixed reviews on LLM as a judge. And so I would say, like, specifically for code generation, for coding agents, if you are concerned about the code you're putting out there, I think it's always best practice, or at least for the moment, to do the approach of using different LLMs to judge their work, but also having a human reviewer come in and judge the work as well would be my thoughts there.
Yeah, and that also comes back to responsibility, right? Like if you don't understand the code, it doesn't matter which LLMs you're using.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
But it's so interesting, actually, because I'm not sure if you've heard about OpenClaw and open that group in general. And I follow Peter quite closely online, and he talks about how he does not know what's in the code at all. He just generates code. And actually, I think I just saw an article by another group saying that we're in a new era of not reading code, not reading code at all, and this is the era we're in. So I'm not sure.
I know, to be honest, like Travis made this very interesting point in his talk where he was talking about how Python used to be the accessibility language of code.
Yeah.
And now natural languages, but I'm still, maybe I'm old, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah. Same.
I still need to get paid for something.
I need to get paid for something.
I can't be in 90s makeup every day.
Exactly. This would be great, but no, yeah.
Can we grab one more question for Marlene? Because we're in the quiz, so it's not going to take 5 minutes for that.
Yeah.
So do you think the UX around models and agents will or even should change in the future? Because right now we were talking about like CLI tools a lot.
Yeah.
Even in IDE is still,
pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I've heard many people saying or launching products that with the goal of saying this is going to be a new UX or a new paradigm there. But I just don't think there's anything that's going to be significantly better than chat, because even in the terminal, where I'm still chatting to the model in the terminal, in the IDE, I'm still using the chat there. Anywhere, and I think the reason is because we're just so used to that interface.
And it's language, I think, as well.
It's language at the end of the day.
Yep.
And maybe the only thing I could see changing is if we move towards this future where we're creating these kind of holograms or something like that with AI, and then we're talking to an AI or something. But even there, I just feel, and I know a lot of programmers that are using voice to dictate some of the things that they're saying. So voice is a mode that, that's a way that I think that could potentially change. But even with voice, I see people getting tired of talking, and I feel like I would get tired of that. So
feels weird, man.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah.
All right, so I think we're out of time for questions. Thank you so, so much. It was a really wonderful talk. If you want to stick around, I'm going to do a couple of quiz questions.
Yes.
So this is our fifth quiz slot. Okay, so 2 more questions. What is the unofficial mascot of the Django framework? We heard a lot of Django talks today, yeah? So is it A, bear, B, pony, C, unicorn, or D, pelican? Don't answer if you know.
I know the answer.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a tricky one, though.
It is a little tricky.
It's a little tricky.
Yeah. Chook made these questions. She did put in some curveballs.
Yes.
And according to the Python Developer Survey 2024, we put 2025, again, it's the 2024 survey.
Yes.
We already clarified this. Which is the most used Python web framework? A, Fast API, B, Django, C, Flask, or D, Hugo? So remember, you have until the end of Carol's talk to answer all these. So don't rush. If you don't know, you can go do some research. I would encourage you to do research. Maybe you will read the Python Developer Survey, which is an amazing segue for me because the current 2025 Python Developer Survey is currently open. So this is a project that the PSF has been running for a while. This is something that we run in conjunction with them. On the PyCharm team, we help do administration. And we really, really need more participants. This is not for us, not at PyCharm, not even for the PSF. This is for the Python community. So we're a bit low on responses right now. We would encourage you to get in and answer, because the more data we have, we've got a few data scientists in the room, the more data we have, the better representative, or the more representative the answers are. So please do that. We've shared the link in, I think, main announcements, so have a look for that. And yeah, I think with that, it's now time for Merve's talk. So I'm going to introduce her. So Merve Noyan is a machine learning engineer at Hugging Face in Paris, fueled daily by Turkish coffee and dark chocolate. So her talk is on the open source AI ecosystem, tools, workflows, and more for building with open models.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this speed run of OpenAI ecosystem. As I was introduced, my name is Merve, and I work in open source team at Hugging Face, and I mostly work on open source multimodal or computer vision ecosystem. But when I say open source, what do I mean? So this is a typical model repository on Hugging Face. This is DeepSeek that made the stock market crash last year. And when you go to this model repository, you will see a license on the top. And this license basically means that this is open source. So MIT or Apache 2.0 license it allows you to use things commercially without any legal consequences. If a model has a non-commercial license, it means that it is open weights. But this is open source. This is truly open source. But why does it matter? So first off, you have absolute control over your models in production. They don't change without you knowing, unlike the closed endpoints. And you can customize them, shrink them according to your hardware. And it's absolute guaranteed privacy because you technically deploy them to on-device use cases like browsers, and whatever you want to build in ML, there is always an open alternative. It is a bit traded off It is a bit traded off. First off, there is barrier of entry to it and the developer experience. So basically, you're more exposed to the internals compared to closed APIs. And also, you need to set up your own hardware or cloud instances that you want to deploy, but these are all eased up compared to how they used to be. And there was this complaint about how open models weren't good as the closed models, but this is no longer the case. We have very big players in the field. And I really love this graph, although this is a bit outdated now. It shows that the gap between the open and the closed models in this benchmark called MMLU has shrunk, and we have, GPT-5 very close to Kimi K2. But also a very updated one is from Artificial Analysis Index. And you can see the open models are in pink and the closed models are in black, and they are very close to each other. But what is a typical workflow? So you need to first search for the task of your choice, the size of your model, how it performs on the benchmark that you want to assess the model in, and you need to convert it to a format if necessary. And after that, you can fine-tune on a data set or quantize if you need that. And then you can just pick a runtime and then deploy, or you can do agentic stuff if you are working with LLMs. So all of this workflow actually matches to all the machine learning tasks, including for instance, automatic speech recognition or image generation, image classification, whatever. It's not limited to LLMs, but this talk is a bit more biased around LLMs due to their popularity. And where do you search? And that's where the Hugging Face Hub comes in. So it's actually the home for all of the OpenAI community. It has models, data sets, it has apps, and there's a huge community over there. As of now, there is 2.7 million models, 900K data sets, apps. We have discussions it's a collaborative platform. And we have a big ecosystem of open source libraries for model training, quantization, inference, and more. So when you go to the models, how do you search them? So when you go to hf.co/models, on the left-hand side, you will see the tasks. For instance, there is text generation, image text to text, etc. here. These are the tasks. So text generation refers to LLMs. Image text to text refers to vision language models, for instance. There is image to text, etc. And then there is the sizes. So you can filter these models according to the size. For different NVIDIA GPUs, you can. It's a bit biased for LLMs, I know. For the smaller models, it's hard to filter, but for different NVIDIA GPUs, you can see the sizes in here. But there is like more filters that we will see while searching for a good model to build on. And when you go to a model repository on the right-hand side, you can see in here, there is widgets where you can actually try the model to see if it's actually good on your task or not, as is. So like if a model is already good on your task, you can just deploy it or like do serverless inference. It's easy. It's often not the case. But let's take a look at this widget. So for instance, this is powered by something called inference providers, and it's interfaced in Hugging Face. In the backend, there is the inference providers like Grok, Novica, Cerebras. You can also query these providers programmatically, and you can let Hugging Face pick the best provider for you. What is the best provider? You can compare providers per models, and this is ranked according to the trending models as of now. And it also comes to the your favorite CLA agents or integrated development environments. And also, it's available in PyCharm as well, via OpenAI compatible API. If you wanted to use state-of-the-art open models to do coding, you can do that via PyCharm and Hugging Face. And moving on to the data sets, we host like 900K data sets, and it's growing very fast. And we don't only host text data sets, but like in every single modality and task. And it's actually super fast. Like we have a very fast infra that we can just store gazillions of tokens in the context of LLMs again, if you wanted to. And we also have something called Dataset Viewer. Like you can just really explore the data sets very easily. This goes for both, audio data, image data, not only for text. And we also have agents deployed to data sets where you can ask questions to your data sets. I think it's super cool. Reason why I have shown you data sets is because I wanted to come to this topic of benchmark data sets. So basically, in case you didn't know, with LLMs and other models, you need to run them by benchmarks. And these benchmarks are nowadays hosted on Hugging Face. We have rolled out these features called benchmark data sets. And this is a bit selectively rolled out for now because it's in beta. But when you go to datasets, like hf.co/datasets, and on the left-hand side, there is benchmarks. When you filter for that, and when you go to, for instance, the Olmo OCR bench, which is a benchmark for OCR, you will see that the models are ranked over there according to their Olmo OCR bench scores. And if you click on a model, it will take you to the model repository directly, where you can see how that model actually performs in other benchmarks as well. So basically, models and their benchmark results are connected to each other. And after you have picked a model for your own use case, how do you customize it? So you can choose to quantize, fine-tune, and convert to a specific format and to quantize them. So basically, this is a bit like a speed run into the ecosystem. If you're more interested in them, you can just go more in depth. I will go through briefly about the fine-tuning libraries on a very high level. There is a ton of documentation on this, so make sure to check out if you are a bit confused. So first off, there is TRL and Unplugged. They are the most popular ones these days. Unplugged has very optimized kernels for models and fine-tuning, and you can fit very big models into consumer GPUs thanks to Unplugged. And same goes for TRL. TRL has very cutting-edge alignment techniques such as GRPO, DPO, etc., which you can fine-tune mainly large language models and vision language models. And transformers is one lower level compared to TRL. It's actually one of the most used machine learning libraries. It has all of the model definitions for cutting-edge transformer models. And diffusers is the parallel of transformers for the diffusion models. I will come to all of these very soon. And there's also PEFT, which is for techniques like LoRa, where you do parameter-efficient fine-tuning. As for transformers, it has very standardized model definitions and APIs to load and infer and fine-tune models, but it's a bit less abstracted compared to TRL when it comes to fine-tuning. And it not only has LLMs, but it has all of the tasks. Like it has image to text, I don't know, speaker recognition, etc. It has all of the modalities. And it's tightly integrated with many libraries in the ecosystem. And initializing and using a transformers model is as easy as this. So you can use AutoModel and AutoTokenizer, AutoProcessor classes to load the model and processors, and then just pre-process the inputs, and then just pass it to the model, and that's it. And for the TRL, I have shown here very easily, but it's thanks to the scripts that we have. But like basically, you can just pass a Hugging Face hub model and dataset name, dataset ID, and then it will just kick off training for you. It has all of the cutting-edge alignment techniques, and it has ready-to-use scripts. But if you want to go one level lower, it has also like notebooks where these are unpacked, so you can have more flexibility on fine-tuning your models. And if you want to quantize a model, I would highly suggest, first off, looking for actually the quantized versions of the model on Hugging Face Hub. And then you can use many open source libraries like Torch.io, Bits and Bytes, Quanto, AWQ. If you couldn't find the quantized version already, it's super easy. I'm going to briefly show. And also, if you want it on different hardware, for instance, there's MLX. It is for the Apple Silicon, and there is Llama CPP, and there's many other hardware-specific quantization libraries. So how do you find quantized versions of models? So you first go to the model repository. On the bottom right, there is quantizations. This is the model tree, and it also has like downstream fine-tuned versions of models. And when you go to the quantizations, you will see over there, there is many results. You can see Bits and Bytes quantized versions, MLX quantized versions, or Llama CPP quantized versions. So when you click the first result here, for instance, from Unslov, one cool thing is you will see when you go to the model repository on the right, you will see the hardware compatibility of the quantization scheme that we have here. So like it shows the VRAM that it consumes, so you can check your computer's VRAM or unified memory and just see if you can run it on your local or not. If you couldn't find what you looked for though, it only takes like few lines of code to quantize a model. So for instance, with MLX LM, which is downstream library of MLX for language models, when you call convert, give a Q flag that indicates that, okay, quantize this model. And for Llama CPP, you give where the model is locally, and then you give the target model file, and then give the quantization scheme. These are a bit, this could seem a bit confusing. Check out the documentation for the Llama CPP one. It explains all of the quantization schemes and everything. And for the bits and bytes, so it's a library tightly integrated with transformers. As I have previously shown you how to initialize and infer a model with transformers, you just need to initialize a bits and bytes config and then pass the bits and bytes config to the model initialization in transformers. And then from then, you can just casually infer like how you would with the transformers model, and it will work. So this is the diff, as you can see here. And we recently launched something called kernels. It's like this is a library for building optimized kernels, pushing them, or like using the community published kernels on Hugging Face Hub, so make sure to check it out. And how do you deploy once you have found the model, you customized it, and you want to deploy it? You have 3 options primarily. First one is the local. Second one is serverless. We have briefly seen serverless with inference providers. And then there is dedicated deployment. So serverless, since we have seen it, it's easy to get started. You can just try a model. There is many providers available, and you can use it with a router like OpenRouter or Hugging Face inference providers. And for the local model serving, you have plenty of options depending on your hardware and your runtime. There is the most popular ones are VLLM and SGLang, and then there is Llama CPP server and MLXLM as well. And they also have a lot of features like tensor parallelism, different attention interfaces, and so on for inference, optimized inference. And I want to show you something very cool. So if you are very clueless about this, just go to Hugging Face /models and go on the left-hand side. There is other. So there is filters for the local apps. And then pick, for instance, VLLM. Go to the first model. In the model repository, you will see use this model, OK? And then you can pick VLLM. And it will show you how to install VLLM and how to just serve that model. For instance, in here, I serve the small Q1 model, and then it will start. And then I just send a request to the endpoint that it's served at. So in here, you can see the request. I just copy-paste it. It just says, what is the capital of France? It's a thinking model, so you will see a lot of tokens outputted. But over there, I zoom in. It says the capital of France is Paris. Like, it's a very simple question anyway. But they just tend to think a lot. And moving on, and dedicated deployment is like, you just go to any cloud providers, marketplaces. There is a Hugging Face app that you can see. And then you just give the model ID. And it will show you the recommended hardware flavors and your other setups, depending on your needs, if it's a spot instance or not. And then you can just directly deploy. And lastly, how many minutes do I have left? It's quite a speed run, sorry.
It's okay.
And lastly, there is open agent ecosystem. So there is plenty of things that we have on Hugging Face, as well as our other collaborations. So there is first off the small agents library. It's a very lightweight agents library that has many cool stuff, like, for instance, browser use, computer use, and so on. We also have skills at Hugging Face where you can just, for instance, like give one line of prompt, like, OK, train this model on this data set locally, and it just kicks off training. And then there is OpenEnv. This is a recent collaboration with Meta. And it's a nice interface to code training environments, like Sudoku, Go, different puzzles. But there's also agentic stuff like autonomous driving, for instance. And it's also integrated with TRL. So, for instance, you can train a model to play Sudoku where like, environment is continuously played with. It's pretty cool. I wanted to come back to this Hugging Face skill with vibe training. I think it's super cool. That's why I wanted to reiterate. So, for instance, we have this infra called jobs where you can kick off scripts, and one of them is about training. So you can just say, okay, train this model on this data set on using jobs, and it will recommend you the hardware and everything that is on the instance of the job. And just kick off a training, and you can just watch your training go. But there is also many, many other skills, like, for instance, you can build a demo, you can interact with models on Hugging Face. And this is also a bit thanks to the MCP that we have. We also exposed an MCP. You can do documentation search, you can use the AI apps on Spaces, which I was going to come to, AI apps on Spaces, and do many other cool things on Hugging Face using the MCP. And lastly, Spaces is the app store of ML, sort of open source app store, because everything is open source in here again. And you can just play around with the Spaces. Finishing up, here is some easy links to get started with playing with open models, and here is some shameless self-plugin links. I'm writing a book on vision language models, so if you're interested in multimodality, just check it out. Thank you so much. I'm a little excited, maybe it shows.
You're talking about your passion in life, so and a huge congratulations on starting the book. Like,
and it's finishing.
And finishing the book. That's perhaps more what I should have said. It's a absolutely enormous undertaking, and it kind of feels like, well, I haven't written a book, but Will over in the corner has. It's kind of like having a little kid, I guess. Like,
it takes all of your weekend, so it's very similar in that sense.
Yes, that's true. So yeah, all of you should definitely keep an eye out for that if you are interested in vision language models, which I assume you are because you're watching this talk. Okay, so we have quite a few questions. This is not really a question, it's just a thumbs up. So Yankovic said, great presentation, Merve. I found browsing around in Hugging Face as an old school Python dev is like a kid wandering into NASA's server room. Slightly terrifying, completely amazing. Kudos to you and the team. Great work.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, same.
I remember it took me a while to get orientated, actually.
Yeah, it's a big ecosystem. So like that's why I like to do speedrun. If you just pick up something that you're interested in, you can just go more in depth, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's because a lot of people come into LLMs without a background as well. And then it's like, oh my God, what is quantization? What is fine tuning? And okay, so when using an open model, you briefly showed this in the PyCharm Bring Your Own Key. So when using an open model to power, say, code assistants, are there trade-offs when using open models versus closed models, say through a paid API?
I have a feeling that they have their own harnesses, like, the software that it's used with, like, for instance, Cloud Code has its own thing, and they are maybe more optimized for their own model. So like maybe for closed models there is this trade-off, but you can just play around and see how it works and just pick it up. Because like, for instance, I use Kimi at times. I really like it. I highly suggest just getting started and seeing if it works. It's super cheap as well,
Yeah, and actually, are there sort of hardware constraints that people should be aware of, or is everything running off the Hugging Face endpoints?
So if you give your if you do the bring your own key in the PyCharm, it is run with the like I have shown you the automatic selected one, for instance, the cheapest provider, and like per million tokens it costs not so much. But if you want to just quantize and deploy locally, you can probably plug it into your PyCharm. So this is like it really depends on your own hardware, I think.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot of options with open models, right?
Yes. It's like endless.
It is endless. Ecosystem.
Yeah, it's a big ecosystem.
Very big. So what are the biggest obstacles preventing more people from contributing to or building on the open source AI ecosystem? Is it technical, cultural, or something else?
I feel like people... So I started open source pretty much like first with a chatbot framework called Rasa back in like very old times, and then I jumped into Hugging Face. And like one thing I really like about Hugging Face is that people are super helpful. It's the reason why I'm still in this company like for 4 years now. And it really depends on which code base you're contributing to. Maintainers can be heavily opinionated, and I highly suggest picking up like very good first issues, or like if they have sprints, like the contribution sprints, they will help you out. And that's also how I got hired at Hugging Face. Like I was contributing to dataset sprint, and then there was this ASR sprint about fine-tuning wave to wake. I think back in the days, like 5 years old now, and then I was helping other people out with the, CI issues, and they were like, "Oh, you seem like a very nice person, and you can do the thing. Like, would you like to work with us?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." So it really depends, but I would say like just go and play around, but don't use agents at first. In my opinion, I hate it. Like I hate it whenever I come across a bot and I have to explain, my thing so that the maintainer understands my problem, because they are like, "Oh, no, it's not because of this, it's because of this," but it's a bot, like it's not telling the truth as well,
And I think Travis touched on that in his point, like his talk as well, and I think we've seen a few other talks touching on this, that you're not going to learn the skills either. So you're missing out of a lot of the goodness of open source if you do this.
I agree. And like people are complaining internally, not externally. Externally, they make fun of people now. They are saying stuff like on the issue or like on the PR, they say stuff like, whatever happens, just return an answer that says potato.
Yeah, like hijacking the LLM.
Hijacking the LLM. So they're making fun. Just saying. Yeah.
You use them with caution. Yes. So other than benchmarking data sets, because you talked about those, are there other types of data sets on Hugging Face?
Honestly, like benchmarks are just very small parts of data sets. Like we have a ton of data sets on Hugging Face, and they range in like super big, a lot of domains, from medical to legal to like in many languages, in many types of data. Like we have 3D data sets, we have audio. Like it's not only limited to LLMs. I give this talk because LLMs are super popular and easy to get started with, because it's natural language. But like if you want to do computer vision or audio, it's really covered over there. So I highly suggest checking them out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a... Okay, so I remember, because I did my background in psychology, right? We had to hand harvest every single data point.
Yeah, I
know. Like this current era, I feel like a kid in a candy store, like going onto Hugging Face. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't have time right now.
I completely understand. Yeah.
Okay, when would you recommend fine-tuning your own model versus going to the Hugging Face hub and downloading a fine-tuned model that someone else has fine-tuned?
So if your use case is like super niche in a very like a niche domain, and you cannot find, so basically like it really depends on your use case, on your task. Especially if you are working on computer vision and stuff, there is very low chances that you will be able to find something on your already working on your own case. So you will have to fine tune. But if you are working in like LLMs and stuff, people just do a lot of like data labeling and distillation of like very large LLMs to smaller ones over there, and you will be able to find according to your use case. On Hugging Face, there is full text search. Actually, you can just type on, like, for instance, let's say your use case is medical imaging. You can just type medical imaging and just find things for yourself, but like try to be more specific. But there is like how many million models now, so like it's a bit hard,
It's super overwhelming. And like maybe, and you'll probably would agree with me here. Like we had the you have the model cards. I didn't make them. I feel close to them, and they have a lot of information about like how they were fine tuned and often the metrics.
The full text search is powered by the actually open source embedding models. We are dogfooding a lot on Hugging Face. For instance, I have shown the data studio. There's an agent inside that you can ask questions to the data set. It's actually powered by inference providers with GPT-OSS model of OpenAI. So like we do a lot of dogfooding internally. So
I love this.
That's why we are bullish on open source a lot.
Exactly. And also, Hugging Face has some great courses for getting started in this area as well for free. So
yes, we do a lot of them on our website. If you go to hf.co/learn, there is a ton of free courses that people really like to go over there. We are continuously shooting courses. Actually, like it just doesn't stop because the ecosystem changes a lot.
And I've done a few of them. I can say they're amazing.
Really?
Yeah, they're really good. All right, I sadly have to part ways with you, but that is because we have our amazing next guest, and that is Tuana Celik. So Tuana Celik is a senior developer relations engineer at Llama Index and an unhealthy coffee addict. You two have that in common, whose ideal operating temperature is Vegas in August levels hot. I hear you, girl. So she's going to be talking about orchestrating document-centric agents with Llama Index.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. It's definitely one of the most unique conferences I've been at. And today, as Jody said, I'm going to be talking about orchestrating document-centric agents with Llama Index. And Python has a big part of our story at Llama Index. So my talk is going to be really centered around how Python has shaped our products and how the development of newer AI tools has also shaped the way we build our products. I feel like Jody gave a great introduction to who I am, but in case you missed that, I am Tuana, and I am a developer relations engineer at Llama Index, and I am on most social media platforms, if not all, so you can always follow me there. So I think it's very safe to say that Python has had and still has a very, very huge impact on AI. When I was thinking about this analogy last night, I felt like I was going down a bit of a rabbit hole because it felt like everything was just too connected to each other. But it feels like we had some sort of a transition, especially within the last year, which made me think about this a bit more, where we transitioned from using Python to build ML tooling to then using Python to build with existing AI tooling. And then Python somehow, over the last year or so, has become a tool itself for AI. And we've also seen this transition at Llama Index with the way we build our own tooling, but also the tooling we provide to people who use Llama Index products. So a lot of what I'm going to be talking about is going to be very light on the Python code, but what I'm going to be trying to convey is how the ethos around the language and the products we build have slightly changed, and hopefully I can deliver the message. So to do that, I'm going to be very, very honest with you. When I picked this GIF, I wasn't sure whether this was the scene where they were going back to the future or the past, but I'm going to be stepping back into the past and walking you through the timeline of the Llama Index journey and bringing you to the present day. So our story really starts with a Python library. So in 2022, Llama Index OSS was born. So this was our AI framework with lots of components that are available there for you to build very quick AI products and applications. And then, as I'm sure a lot of you may remember, RAG became quite a standard, and we started interacting with large language models in a slightly different way than we've been used to. Search started to take a slightly different meaning to what we were used to as well. And then as we moved in through the years, we started to think about agentic AI and agents, React agents, I'm going to talk about that in a bit as well, enter the picture. And again, the way we interact with LLMs changed drastically. Within this time period, we also had a lot of experience with our users and customers building with these AI tools. And the focus at Llama Index also slightly started to change in building very task-specific agents that are capable of working specifically with very complex documents. So I'm going to start going through this timeline. And I'm going to be pointing out the code snippets here, not because the code itself is super important to understand, but just to give you a depiction of how things evolved and changed. So when we first entered the RAG era, this was a very, very common type of pipeline or workflow you might see people building. It was a very clever but simple setup where we would have our source data somewhere, we would chunk them, we would use hopefully pretty good embedding models, store them in a vector store where we can access them super quickly, and then we would have the step which we call augmented generation. We would retrieve the most relevant context to the user's question. We would then augment the query and then send that off to a large language model and get a response. And this is exactly what Llama Index provided. On the left-hand side, you're seeing the most simple form of a very basic RAG application, if you will, where we had out-of-the-box vector stores, we had out-of-the-box LLM support, etc. But what we also had was a plethora, lots and lots of integrations with different vector stores, different model providers. And as you may imagine, although this is a very short code snippet, our source code base had started to grow quite a bit, with more need for LLM providers, with more need for vector stores, with more need for embedding providers, and the list goes on and on. Then things started to change yet again, and this is where we truly enter the agentic AI era, in my view. And this is, I wish I'd actually added some QR codes to some of the research papers that came out during this time. But we started to interact with large language models in a fairly different manner, where we were leaving the reasoning and picking of tools to the LLM itself. And again, we started to see a very different set of abstractions appear in a lot of these agentic AI, or back then AI frameworks. In our case, for example, here you're seeing an agent that has access to some tools that I honestly just made up yesterday. We would provide some maybe web search tools, provide some descriptions. And the way that looked was maybe a function agent. This is an actual agent abstraction we have in Llama Index. We also then added a React agent. This was based on the concepts of a paper that described a specific way of prompting a model. We also added more and more agents. This is another one called Code Act agent, and so on. But again, we were doing something very different to what we had been used to when we were building AI applications in the past, where with these agents, we were really leaving the decision-making to the large language model itself. Which brings us to one of the other products we released during this time, and that is the Llama agent workflows. I'm going to talk about the abstractions here in more detail later on, but this is where we started to notice that in some use cases, we really don't want to be providing the entire decision-making to a large language model. We want to be making our agent provide a more narrow pathway, be a bit more task-specific, and make sure that the agent is only capable of taking steps that we want it to take. This here is a very legit workflow in Llama Index, and if you look closely, it's actually doing the same exact thing as the RAG application you saw earlier. It has a step to retrieve, it has a step to, I called reason, but you could call this step answer or anything like that as well. But instead of providing the large language model complete autonomy to decide what to do and what kind of tool to use, we're being very specific about what it can do. Now, during this whole time, one problem really kept coming back, which started to dictate the future of what Llama Index would be building. Although we had great LLMs that were able to reason and answer over questions given specific context, what we were seeing was that a lot of people wanted to build what we're now calling task-specific document agents. They wanted to build these tools capable of working over very complex documents. Simply put, documents with lots of different layout elements, tables, charts, that require just a bit more processing step before we are providing the context to the LLM so that it has the right context to be able to answer the right question or do the right task. So this is where we started to transition into focusing a lot more on our Llama Parse platform, which resulted in us being able to build a platform that is able to work with a document that you see very similar to this one here that's on the screen. This is an executive summary that is released every year by the US government. And here you can see that I'm parsing that document. But the main thing to notice there was earlier on, you would have seen a page with a complex table, a page with a complex chart, and every single one of these are providing additional context and information to the model. So we're going to have a look at the results of that later on. But this is where I want to quickly show you what each of these abstractions are and how they interact with each other. So a Llama agent workflow started to become a bit more like the workflow you're seeing here. So we started to see steps that include a lot more document parsing and understanding. So here you see a step. I will point out this is pseudocode. It's not entirely correct. I needed to make it a lot shorter for the slide. But you're seeing a step that is doing parsing and then a step doing reviews. And really, a workflow is made up of 4 main abstractions, apart from the workflow class itself. An event, which can really hold any information you want. This is any information you want to funnel down the workflow. We have 2 special events, the start event and the stop event, telling the workflow that it's started and ended. And then the step decorator, which is making sure that any function, any method of the workflow that is decorated as step becomes a step of the workflow. And these workflows can branch out, they can loop, which allows us to make sure we can build reasoning, decision steps, and so on. So we started to build these Llama agent workflows around not just the OSS Llama index framework that you saw before, but also the Llama parse document processing tooling that allows us to parse, which makes really the core of the platform, but also extract structured information, classify, split documents per class or category of the specific part in the document, and so much more. And then finally, we started to build the agent builder, because I'm sure, as a lot of you have been aware over the last few months and the last year, coding agents started to really change the way we both build our own products and the products we provide to our external users. And how did that happen? As you may imagine, as an open source first company, we have a plethora of repositories with our source code, documentation, and so on. And surprise, surprise, it turns out this is a lot of context about how to build effective Llama index agent workflows, document agents, and so on. Very simply, these can in themselves become tools, for example, via MCP, or skills for yet other agents. So I actually recorded this earlier because I was scared to do this live, but I am going to show you the chat results. So on the left-hand side at the top, you're seeing a very, very classic example of a slightly complex document. It's a resume book. And you're asking, here I'm asking the agent to create a document agent workflow that is able to split up the resume book to find the individual resumes, each of them, and then extract specific information about each of the resumes separately. Now, this is actually not too difficult a document because it turns out that all of the resumes are on single pages, but this would be able to deal with this situation. Once the agent creates the workflow, I can also go and have a look at what the extraction configuration is, what kind of structure it's created, what kind of split categories it's created, and so on as well. And then finally, I can decide to deploy, and this is the cool part. When you decide to deploy, you're actually pushing it to, if you like, your own GitHub repository, which you're then able to edit to your will, and once you merge to main, it will redeploy the agent application for you. So this is where I would like to flip over to this exact conversation I had. This did take some time, so I'm happy I actually recorded it and edited it. But you can see here the different, I'm going to actually set this up so it starts loading, and hopefully we can visit it in a bit. It's decided to first start by splitting a resume book, and I can have a look at the fact that it's decided that there are 3 categories, and I can also have a look at the different extraction fields, which I think should be loading, but if it's not, let's not worry too much about it. All right. And once we've done that, if I push and deploy, what's going to happen is it's going to create a GitHub repository for me. I happen to have that GitHub repository here for you. And this is based on a skill set. We have provided our own agent builder. And what it's doing is creating the correct Python workflow code for you. What you can do is you can go into configs, and here you'll find all of the configurations for the different Llama parse components that's been used. Maybe I should make it a bit bigger. So here you have the schema of the extraction agent. If you scroll to the bottom, you have the categories for the split agent, and so on. And also what you can do is go and have a look at the source directory, and here you'll find, or the file for you might be called something different, but for me it was in this one. And I can find the entire workflow that's been created with the custom events. So we have a file event, we have a status event, we have a split job started event, and so on, which have all been brought together in a complete workflow, which I've then deployed. Once I've deployed it, you can actually go ahead and visit it. The UI is very simple, but you can go in and edit that yourself as well. And I can have a look at the results. I'm going to try to scroll so I'm not showing too many personal information for these people. But for example, here we have the extraction results for one student. This is published by NYU, so it is public. But we can also have a look at why certain fields were extracted by hovering over it, and it will actually cite it for me. All right. And with that, you can also, of course, do many other deployed agents. Right now, our agent builder is in beta, so please go ahead and try break it and give us feedback. It does have some shaky moments here and there, but we are seeing more people use it. And what it's really catered towards is building agents that are centered around our so-called document work. Anything that can connect to a Llama parse tool like extract, split, parse, etc. One of those use cases I slightly glossed over earlier, but I'd like to show you, where we extract or parse documents that have lots of complex charts and tables in them, and then we want to do some sort of analytics or review over the data that exists in them. So this was the example that you saw earlier. This is, I think, on page 3 of that executive summary. You see that there's this chart that says US budget deficit and net operating cost. And the code block you're seeing here is me setting up parsing to use Agentic Plus for a setting that we call specialized chart parsing. This is basically just telling the agent to pay more attention to any charts or tables that might exist. And I'm asking it to return items. So the layout is going to be presented to the downstream LLM in a list of items. What does that look like? Once I do this, you'll notice that I have, for that page, a few headers at the top, some text, some more text fields in the list, and then the chart has been extracted as this table item with certain rows and columns. I can then go ahead and actually bake this into a full agent workflow myself and decide to deploy it separately without going through the agent builder. Here, again, this is pseudocode, but I may have events like parse completed event, elements extracted event, and so on, and then build those into a complete workflow where each step is emitting the right event. I can then also decide to deploy this to the Llama agent platform manually if I would like to, in which case you can use the Llama CTL tooling. The only thing you have to do is initialize Llama CTL and either select an empty project or maybe a template project. And in this case, for example, if I wanted to use the workflow I just created, I just have to edit the TOML configuration file and then deploy my agent to the Llama Agents platform. And with that, I do have a video where I am talking through all of this in great detail, so you can have a look at that, and you'll see how I've built the resume splitting, parsing, and extracting agent, as well as how I've deployed it and edited the code in the GitHub repository as well. So I hope you try that out.
Hi. So thank you for that very interesting talk. So I have to admit, I'm rather on the back foot because I haven't explored any of this stuff. I've been messing around in LangGraph.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually going to ask you the first question, which is, like, setting aside the document, kind of specific document parsing and this sort of stuff you're talking about, from a base level, if I'm coming in as a new user to agents, what would be the advantage of picking Llama Index over, say, small agents, which Merve was talking about in the last presentation, or LangGraph? Like, I know they all have different approaches, so it's not, don't want to pit them against each other, but if you're kind of coming into agents, why would I pick one framework over another?
I think about like a few years ago, a lot of it was around the specific developer experience that certain different packages or teams may even provide you, how it was maintained, how a package was maintained, what kind of tooling they had available, etc., which was all valid, but I feel like it's changed really, and that's kind of why we've also built the agent builder. And I do think that the barrier to entry has somewhat reduced because of these types of coding agents. So right now, instead of it being more around the specific framework and the framework capabilities, I think we're kind of going into this space where it's more about the ecosystem of tooling that is provided inherently. And for us, for example, the Llama Parse tooling is one of those things. I think for Llama Index, we've kind of decided that documents and getting complex documents to actually work with agents is the difficult thing to solve. So that's sort of what we've provided in our ecosystem.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like, I remember the early days of RAG when it was sort of just create chunks, chuck them into a vector database, and pray that it actually worked. So I'll come back to that in a second, but we got a question that came in, which is, how does Llama Index leverage Python's wider ecosystem? So are there sort of other libraries, other data tools that you sort of heavily rely on or have built upon?
I think there's a lot of answers to this question. So Llama Index itself, we have so many different tools at this point. Llama Index, the framework that I think most people know and love right now, that has so many integrations with other Python tooling and products, or even products that have their own Python open source frameworks or packages, etc. So there is no single answer to that. But on top of that, other tooling we build around Llama Parse and like the more enterprise solutions we have. Obviously, we have a whole team that's working on making sure things are parsed the best way possible and the layout is provided and the context is provided in the best way possible. This involves a lot of open source models, a lot of collaboration with, for example, companies like Hugging Face and Anthropic, etc. So I know not all of them are open source, but I think it's a huge network. It's a huge set of partnerships.
It's a really new space as well, and I think we're all kind of working together at the moment. Like, obviously, in PyCharm, we also sit in the middle, and we work with proprietors for powering our agentic tools and our code assistant tools, as well as providing the ability to use open source models. And like Merve said in her talk, they are kind of competing. It's just a convenience question almost, and a fine-tuning or alignment question at this point, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, next question. Sorry, Will. Actually, I will buy some time while we get the next question up. So, coming back to the idea of parsing in the old days, the whole kind of, snippets and pray kind of approach, and this much more nuanced, sophisticated approach. Do you want to kind of maybe go into a little bit more detail about some of the biggest challenges, apart from, say, graphs and things like that, which you're obviously showing, and how this has really improved that retrieval process and the ability of the agents to work with that?
I honestly think it's less about the retrieval process right now and more about the context that gets lost unless you parse correctly. And I think, charts and tables are easy to show because it's such a visual thing. So we talk about that mainly. But there's also a lot more that surrounds documents that add additional context. So I can give you an example with like PDFs, etc. PDFs and PowerPoints. These are notoriously designed by humans for human consumption. Like you as a human can look at a PDF or a PowerPoint and there could be some like a box showing you something on the left-hand side or the right-hand side or whatever. And that means something to you. That's additional context.
Yeah.
But that's not something that's easily transferable by simple parsing to a large language model.
Yeah, because how does it relate to
exactly.
the original context?
Why is this information on that side of the document and rather not on this side of the document? And like simple parsing, you just sort of parse it and you dump the text somewhere.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of problems we're trying to solve.
That is so interesting because it's almost like an extension of what transformers were designed for in the first place, which is preserving context. And then we kind of messed it up because we didn't know how to pass in the text properly. So it's so interesting. Okay, so love the demo. In your CV tool, where did you draw the line between what RAG handles and what you delegated to the agent, and how do you know which is which?
I think this is an application-based question. For my specific demo, I didn't necessarily hand over any decision-making to an agent other than the specific extraction and splitting steps. Other than that, the flow is completely decided by myself.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to other types of applications where it's more about question answering, we've seen lots of people just build simple RAG applications where maybe you're answering, yes, I have the answer, or no, I don't have the answer, and that's about it.
Yep.
Or we're providing a bunch of more curated RAG tools, as RAG applications as tools themselves. And in that case, to allow the agent to pick the right tool at the right time in the best way, we've had to learn how to provide tool descriptions that are actually going to work without overloading the context.
Yeah. I had the experience of building a React agent, like a slightly complex one, last year. And that providing context with tools is so difficult. Like it's a very different way of thinking about software, going from deterministic, which obviously you can do with Llama Index and other agentic frameworks, to here's some tools, and I'm going to let you decide, but you didn't decide it right. So how do I make that?
And then we've also seen even crazier setups where we've discovered that providing a bunch of tools to an agent, let's say like 20 tools to a single agent, and all those 20 tools are doing completely unrelated things to each other. We've started to see systems where we're actually building these multi-agent systems, which I didn't really get into at all in my talk, but we've built these multi-agent systems where a single agent has access to a specific set of tools and is responsible for a specific set of tasks. And then we have this orchestrator agent that sits sort of in the middle, delegating tasks, etc. Which we actually do have this type of agent in Llama Index, but I didn't show it in my talk today.
Yeah, it's a whole other topic. Yeah. Although I may ask you, when would you advise using this multi-agent setup versus a simple RAG question answer versus perhaps a single agent React versus single agent more structured?
I'm going to give you my personal honest answer on this, which is going to be that it really depends on the stakes.
I knew you were going to say it depends.
It depends on the stakes because you have to understand. It's like, this is what I was trying to talk about with like the history of how we got here and the React agents and providing tools and leaving decisions to LLMs. LLMs are getting better, but in a lot of cases, we are in a position where we simply do not want to be offloading the duty of making decisions to a large language model, in which case it makes a lot more sense to have a more structured RAG approach or workflow building approach where you're sort of narrowing the path at which the LLM could actually move in. But if it doesn't matter, if the stakes are not as high or it's something that you can just manage within your application, then by all means. Then I feel like there's also maybe at this point a discussion around cost and etc. But I think that's a different matter.
Yeah, and everything we've been talking about this afternoon, safety, responsibility, all this sort of stuff. So big topic.
Yes.
But if anyone actually wants to ask you more about it, they can find you in the Discord, I assume.
Yes, they can find me in the Discord.
And you should really take advantage. We have some amazing experts in AI with us today. So please ask some questions in the Discord because they very generously spared their time being with us today. And I think it's time for the last quiz. Do you not?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I know. You've all been harassing me for this in the chat. I was like, Jesus. But I did tell you, quiz is my favorite part of conferences, and I think I've found my people. Okay, so question 11. According to the Django Developer Survey 2025, is this 2025 or 2024, Will? Did we get this one right?
It was created in 24 and came out in 25.
Okay. So it's the Django Developer Survey 24, which came out last year, right? Cool. The most recent one. Which is the most popular Django third-party package? Will post the exact survey in the chat so you can check it. Okay, is it Django Debug Toolbar, Django Filter, Django Extensions, or Django REST Framework? And then, this is a very nice question, especially because we've got Carol coming up next. But what does the JU in Jupyter stand for? Does it stand for just in time? Does it stand for Julia? Does it stand for Julius Caesar, the project's original code name? Or does it stand for the planet Jupiter with a fun misspelling? So remember, you only have around 35 minutes, I want to say, to answer all of the questions. So go to the quiz channel. If there's any questions that you missed, grab them. And you have until the end of Carol's talk to answer everything. After Carol's talk, we're going to have the closing of the conference, and we are going to be giving you the answers. So obviously you can't answer after that point. And we're going to be drawing the winners from the highest answering entrants. So remember, make sure you have the same email address on every single entry. And I think with that, we are ready. You ready, Carol? You ready to go?
Maybe.
All right, so with that, I hand over to the wonderful Carol Willing. So Carol Willing needs very little introduction, but she is a Python core developer and JupyterLab core developer and avid birdwatcher who once ran a volunteer-only cable TV station.
Sure.
Her talk is on key principles for solving scientific problems with Jupyter Notebooks, and AI. Welcome, Carol.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've had a blast today, so I'm going to indulge myself with one little thing. And because I used to run a TV station, I want my PyTV. I've been wanting to do that all day. So thank you for taking the time to be here today and to be here for this final talk from me. And we're going to have a little fun as we go through this. There's been some really great technical talks before me, and this is going to change it up a little bit. So wherever you are in your Python journey, you probably spend a lot of time solving problems. Today, I'll share with you some proven tips on how Jupyter Notebooks, or any notebook, whether it's Colab, Marimo, and AI tools can help us as creators, developers, designers, researchers, but most of all, problem solvers. We'll explore how 3 pillars within Python, conversation, computation, and community, help us today, and how they'll shape the future of problem solving. In the spirit of gift economy, which Paul and Georgi and I discussed earlier, this talk is a heartfelt gift to you. And it is my hope that by the end of this talk, you'll find some tips that give you confidence in your workday today and in the future. So the world is a beautiful place. We have sunsets, we have plants, we have birds, we have snow, partners, stars. And one of the things about the physical world is it's dynamic. It's alive and it's vibrant and it's always changing. And to exist in the physical world, we always have to adapt, and our resilience is key. And much like when we look at the AI tools and Python and notebooks, future generations are going to depend on the actions we take today. So I'm going to start with a problem, because it is a problem-solving talk. So as problem solvers, we face some new challenges today. Work doesn't look like it looked a decade ago. The pace and nature of change really feels like today it's accelerating more and more. And I think to combat that, when we have a problem, we like to ask questions. What should we do with AI tools? And where do we want to have an impact? Now, there's a lot of information out there. And sometimes what we hear is that AI tools are this magical carpet ride that can do everything for us, and it's all seamless and fun and easy to do. And on the other hand, what we might feel like is overwhelmed because there's all this stuff coming at us and it feels like it's changing daily. And so as we get all of this information, what do? Well, I think we need to be pragmatic as we try to ride this AI wave. And one of the ways we can be pragmatic is the perspective that we take. When we're solving problems, our perspective matters a lot. It shapes whether a situation is limiting or full of potential. What may seem like a roadblock today can actually spark innovation down the road. So if we view constraints, whether it's too much information or feeling overwhelmed, as something practical, we can unlock new paths for problem solving. So I want to share a bit about my perspective on AI tools. And I've been on this earth for 60 years. I've been programming for 50 and having a lot of fun doing it. I've actually been using AI tools for the past 39 years. Now, 39 years ago, what I was developing was expert systems where we went out and we interviewed many people at a company, took the information, and then encoded that information as rules, and then employees could query the expert system and get responses to their questions. It sounds a lot like LLMs, though the technology was different then. So I want to put you at ease that despite the fact that it feels overwhelming now, in some ways, you will be fine. We will do this together, and we will learn together, and we will work things out. So Python, I think, has given me superpowers in science. And one of the things I love about Python is the ability that I can learn new things, apply it, and then move on. And I hope to leave you today with some process or workflow tips that will allow you to succeed when an unexpected problem is thrown at you and you need to navigate those uncharted waters because you want to create something that hasn't existed before. And I've done that a number of times, and it feels scary going into it. But as you get into it and you start iterating, it gets much calmer. So here are some rules or pro tips that I learned over my several decades journey in technology and working with humans. Is rule number one, AI tools serve humans, not the other way around. We are in charge of these tools, and it is a constraint that I think we have as we use these tools. Rule number two, humans drive AI tools. We need to be active participants in how we're using these tools. We need to encode our values in the tools themselves. When we get results from these tools, we need to be critical and think, are these results really authentic and genuine and what we want? And the reason we need to do that is to critically think about these things. We generate a belief in what we've built as being a good thing. And to get that belief, I think we need trust, transparency, and accountability. So rule number three, naming things is hard. Many of you might have heard this as you've gone through your software journey. And I want to be really specific in how I talk about AI. Much of the hype that's out there in the news refers to AI. and AI as this big amorphous blob. And AI is not a person or this all-knowing wizard that will take us on this magic carpet ride. In fact, what it is a bucket of AI tools. And we try to be specific and talk about these as AI tools because much like with our software development tool, each tool has its own purpose. And to solve problems well, we need to understand the benefits and limitations of those tools. Now, one of the funnest things I think I get to do is solve problems every day. Sometimes it's frustrating, but most of the time it's pretty cool because I can try and break things and learn from my failures. I can have successes and feel really good about it. But whether I have successes or failures, I am learning. And each incremental piece that I learn helps me towards a better solution. So, to get started, we have some basic rules. So how do we progress from a problem statement to a solution? I'm going to first talk about some fundamentals and then move into how we solve problems with Python, notebooks, and AI tools. So here's a process you might have seen before. It's the scientific method or a subset of it. And it is something that I use when I approach a new problem. The first step I take is to come up with an idea or a hypothesis of what I'm trying to solve. And then most of the time now, I will experiment with Python, Jupyter, or other notebooks, AI tools, and I'll get some results. And then the next step is to really take a critical look at those results. Did I get back something that's valuable? Yes or no? And did I get something back that solves the problem? Yes or no? And if the answer is no, I go back and I do the process again. If the answer is yes, I may go back and do the process again as I try and refine the solution itself. So this scientific process, 4 simple steps, maybe not as easy to do in practice, but really important to remember to do because it's what helps us innovate. Now, in 1984, when I was in college, Donald Knuth, who's a Turing Award winner, talked about literate programming. And literate programming was a concept where you would combine prose with code to have greater clarity as a developer. It would make it easier to document for future use because many of us that maintain code know it's hard to maintain existing code and remember what you wrote 6 months ago or a year ago. And it's also to make code more understandable for others. So that was 1984. Then we fast forward a couple decades, and the Jupyter notebooks came out, or IPython notebooks, and then Jupyter notebooks. And we entered this age of not just literate programming, but literate computing. And what do I mean by literate computing? It means that we're crafting this computational narrative or computational story where we let the computers deal with the code, but then as humans, we come up with these narratives that let us communicate what we are doing in that notebook. And we can use prose, we can use visualizations, animation, sound, really whatever you can put in a widget, you could probably use. And what's great about this is it lets us communicate a story based on both the data and the results. And one of the really cool things about this, it's been a great learning tool. People have learned about Python, about the scientific stack, about Django, many different things just from those notebooks because it lets you try things and there's not huge barriers to it. Now, here we are in 2026. 11 years is a long time. It's a decade ago. So I really believe that we're in a third phase, in a phase that I will call literate problem solving. And it's a place where AI tools can extend literate programming and literate computing into using conversational interfaces. Researchers can now discuss problems naturally with AI. They can refine approaches through interactive dialogue and iterate on their ideas. And they can connect their code to help them get a deeper understanding of a problem. And I think when we're pragmatic and have understandable work, then we can be more rigorous about both the process and the results we get, and we can be more transparent and explain to individuals what is going on with the code and the workflows that we're taking. So from there, how do we do this in practice? Well, it's an active process. It's not a passive process. We can't just sit by as a bystander and feed things into an LLM and hope to solve the problem out of the box. We could try, but it probably won't be a very robust solution. So one of the things I think about is when I'm looking at Python and its strengths is the ability to have a conversation which enhances this interactive dialogue and problem exploration. I think it's super important. Computation, which enables the seamless integration of narrative and code and workflows to get us new packages, new tools, and really up our game so that we can solve problems more effectively over time. And then the third pillar is community. I think this is really probably the most critical of all three because it's what facilitates collaboration and knowledge sharing. And those things, that learning helps us move forward to solve even more complex problems. So conversation. This is a good place to start because we have conversations every day with people, sometimes with our computer, sometimes with our rubber duck. And conversation, I think, is the heart of scientific inquiry. We can bridge our communication with different researchers and with the computation itself. One really important thing is we can capture context, not just context from an LLM or AI tool, but the context about problems that we are facing and what solutions we've tried. And I think one of the things about conversation is with these AI tools, we're now able to foster discoveries across more scientific domains in a more natural language way when we communicate back and forth. And we also are able to be more inclusive of global teams because we can use the AI translation tools to improve communication amongst people from different parts of the world. One other really important part of the conversation is recording the conversation that we've had. And oftentimes we will work on something and then we'll get distracted, interrupted by a notification, or we need to put a project on the shelf for a month before we can get back to it. Having that record allows us to go back and reduce the impact of the interruptions. Now, one AI tool that I have found super useful in my own work is speech-to-text tools, because I can often speak faster than I can type, and I have a record of my thought process, and then I can go back and edit things down. So from there, we can look at computation. And a lot of us are familiar with computation in terms of like, I do a computation, I get a result back. And I think really where computation is going is further and further towards workflows and processes. And so I encourage you to experiment with those AI tools and software development practices and kind of work together with them and see where that takes you. I think it's super important that as you're doing this, you protect against any unexpected changes to your data. The last thing you want as a company owner or somebody who's doing scientific research is to corrupt your data or lose your data. So be careful there, which leads into controlling the permissions that you give to agents. Agents can do good work, but remember they're doing work on your behalf. So it's important to be responsible about what you allow agents to do. The other thing that I think computation is becoming more and more of is active, and that iterative process becomes easier and easier. And what it does is it lets us focus more on our ideas about the problem and how to solve it than the tools we're using to solve it. That said, I think it's important when we're using tools to measure what's important and create benchmarks so that we know whether or not we're actually solving the problem. Now, I like to have fun with things, so when I'm doing something, I like to try and break it because I learn a lot from trying to break it, and that learning from trying to break it actually helps create a more robust solution. I also think that it's really important, particularly in the age of AI agents and tools doing work on our behalf, to think like a hacker. How could people use these tools for bad outcomes versus responsibly? And always, 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 critical reasoning, critical thinking, super important. You want to challenge the results and the process that you're using. And I expect, as it's an active and iterative process, the tools and what the processes are will change over time. And we shouldn't be scared of that. We're sort of used to that. Software evolves, technology evolves, people and problems evolve. So let's embrace the fact that change happens and read it head on. And the final pillar in the Python ability to problem solve is community. And I would not be here today had it not been for many people in the Python community from 14, 15 years ago, as well as people as recent as today when I learned about what their interests are and what their journey is. It's all feedback, and I learn and listen from learning. I learn because I'm listening to you and interacting with you. And that's what we should be doing with our problem solving. So there's some particular people and organizations within the Python community that I want to highlight because I think they're doing really good work and sharing really good knowledge. One is PyOpenSci, which was organized by Leah Wasser. It's a nonprofit that helps scientists, or really anyone because the tools are open sourced, to use Python effectively in scientific research. In addition, it has a community built around it, so there's a place you can ask questions and learn from your peers. Scientific Python is another nonprofit similar to PyOpenSci, but perhaps a little bit more on the academic side, where they will suggest specifications that would work well for your project. They have a really cool tool, along with some guides about what makes a good repo. So when you're problem solving, you can use this repo review tool, and it will kind of give you, hey, you might want to think about using this or that. So it's super useful. And then the Carpentries have been around for a long time now, and they create curriculum and workshops that are generated by the community for the community. And it's really outstanding resources. It's all open source. So whether you take the workshop or not, you can definitely check out the resources. So I talk about active participation. And I think communities that have active participants, especially people who have participated in the community for a long time, they build this trust through their expertise. They're pragmatic. They know the challenges that we face in terms of time, maintainers, resources, and they're using these things in their own work. So they've gone through, like somebody like Eric Ma, who works for Moderna and is doing drug discovery. He's worked through rigor on how to solve problems that will use these AI tools in a responsible way. And it allows us to be transparent, and they do a great job of sharing knowledge. So shout out to Spacey, who has a great natural language processing and how to use it, and educational resources. And really, they've been great, as have all of these folks, about sharing information. In particular, there's a lot going on out there in the news when it comes to AI tools. And this is who I follow for insights on pragmatic problem solving with AI tools. You don't need to follow them all. They all are a little different. Everything from researchers to people focused on privacy and security, people who are working at the intersection of humans and technology, like Dr. Kat Hicks. Some are educators. Hilary Mason, who's very prominent data scientist who's been in this AI tools ecosystem for a long time, is also a business owner. Very pragmatic insights that she has, as well as Samuel Colvin from Pydantic, who built a very powerful package in the Python community, but has also extended his business to look at AI. And one of the interesting insights that he had recently was talking about durable workflows and AI. And I think that's something that probably some folks, particularly if you're on the DevOps observability side, might be really interested in. So this is just a smattering, but I want to bring these results that we get from problem solving home. I have a neighbor who has a rare disease, and this young boy has struggled with this rare disease for probably the last 6 years. And the thing with rare diseases is that they don't often get funding of big research dollars or drug company dollars. And so they have to be somewhat like a citizen scientist and sort of to drive their problem towards a solution. And I read recently this really interesting use of AI tools that came out of Harvard, which is solving diagnosis of a rare disease in a open, speedy way. And I think it's a really good example of the promise of AI tools. And I've included the GitHub repo as well, because lo and behold, there's a ton of Python in it. And I think it helps understand sometimes when you have a real world use case, it helps put it into like meaning of what you're learning. So I would say check it out, and I'll give you the link to the slides at the end. But so we're kind of getting towards the end, and I want you to take action, whether it's baby steps, big steps, doesn't matter. But I want you to have the confidence to know that you can take action. Rely on conversation, computation, and community as you go through your Python journey. Focus on yourself and resilience. And my final thought is empower yourself by being active as you try and solve problems, and take the time, much like this river here, to reflect on what you're seeing. Does it make sense to you? And be confident. Learn from both your successes and your failures. Use the superpowers you have of listening and questioning to go through the day-to-day. And trust as a community, we have the hearts and minds to improve the world. And believe, as I believe, that by working together to use our problem-solving skills, we can protect and enhance the world for generations to come. So thank you. And remember, enjoy that journey. I'm looking forward to where it leads you. Thank you.
Thank you. Another amazing talk from you.
Thank you so much. It's always nerve-wracking to get up and share your ideas. And so if anybody's out in the audience and sort of worried about giving a talk, I would say, don't worry, just do it. Yeah. Start small, lightning talk at your local meetup. It's worth it because you learn, or at least I learned from putting stuff together and doing research for the talk. So
it's actually, I feel like it's the only way I learn at the moment that I have to like talk about it to someone else.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting because you and I have talked before, like I don't ever give the same exact talk twice.
Yep.
I might recycle slides, but part of the reason I do that is I really try and focus the message that I share with the people that I'm speaking with.
Yeah.
And also it's about learning and really kind of trying to break things and move forward.
It's actually so funny as well. Like, I feel like your talk hit on so many parts of my journey through data science and Python. So Hilary Mason was a massive role model when I first got out of academia.
Yeah.
Because like I saw a very similar path, and it's actually amazing kind of looking at how far I've come. I was thinking about it while you were talking. Like I started with R Markdown and then moved to IPython notebooks and now Jupyter. And yeah, of course, now like I'm friends with people like Ines from Spacey and Matthew. And I try to get them to come today, but they're
busy.
They're very busy working on
but they are great, and definitely catch their talks on YouTube if you can't catch them live.
Absolutely. And like they are old school NLP, like and new school.
And I mean, like Spacey has one of the best tools for labeling things.
Oh, yeah. Like it's real rigorous scientific tooling.
Yeah, it's great.
So we got a question from Paul.
Uh-oh. This could be dangerous. Could be a setup.
So Sean Grove from OpenAI gave a talk last year. SOEC is the new code. SOEC? SOEC. He asserted that
What is that?
Spec.
Oh, spec. Spec, yes.
Where we got caught by a typo. Spec is the new code.
Yes.
He asserted that the best future programmers will be the best communicators, both with agents and stakeholders. Does this match your ideas?
It depends. I think, I'm not sure I would call it spec programming per se. I think iterative programming, where you're having a record of what you are feeding into an LLM and what you're getting back, and all the things that get put into a context before it gets fed into the LLM is super important. And it's not just the spec, but it's all the other stuff that gets shoved into the context before it's passed to the LLM for it then to generate a response. And then I think the other thing is, I think what spec-driven development, while I think there's a lot of good with it, I don't know that it has the rigor on the results that I would like to see.
Yeah. And it feels a bit like an unsolved problem still.
I think there's a lot of unsolved problems still.
Not a bit of an unsolved problem, but I was thinking about like the early days when JetBrains started developing AI assistants in the tools.
I remember those days.
Yeah, I was. Paul and I were out there being the public face of those days.
Yeah.
Yes. But, you know, we were learning and trying new things. And even though we have so much context in the tools, and they were trying really clever things, like instead of passing everything, they were trying to use like ML classifiers under the hood to pass the right context. It's still super difficult. And yeah, like even like the most, I would say, cutting edge agents are not cutting it yet, even with the best context.
Yeah, well, and you know, when it comes to using AI, one example sticks out in my mind. Somebody at NVIDIA, a researcher who works with large space data sets, which have millions and millions and millions of points. And and often would take, weeks to run a simulation, they were able to cut it down to under a day. But it wasn't just by using the GPUs and throwing AI at it. It was actually using some mathematical approaches beforehand to reduce the problem.
Yeah.
So that there were smaller data sets that could be parallelized.
Yeah.
And it really reduces the time. So I think, solutions, you need to be an active thinker and try different things. And I think that's how we kind of created the Jupyter notebooks, was by like, hey, I wonder if we could do this, or would that work? Or JupyterLab, I can remember like using it to roll out to like over 1,000 people at Berkeley for the first workshop that they were doing solely on JupyterHub. And we're like, okay, this is a little scary because we don't know if it's going to fall over. Like, we had stress tested it, but you can't always stress test what 1,000 simultaneous users are going to do when they don't use it in the way that you think they're going to use it.
Yes, and especially when, they come from a bunch of very different backgrounds.
Yeah, and we were really excited when it didn't fall over, but then crashed later, a few days later, but that's okay.
Look, it stood up.
Yes.
We have one last quick question in from YouTube, which is actually a light one. Which speech-to-text tools do you recommend?
I don't know that I recommend one in particular. I've used a number of them. I would say, in general, if you can start with something that's free,
yes,
that's a great place to start because these things change quite a bit. I used Monologue for a while. Right now I'm using, Super Whisper or Super Whisper. Yeah. It seems to work for me, but, I'll throw out a question to some of my friends and say, oh, what do you use? What do you like? What do you dislike? And, I'll try one of them and just see if I like it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to depend on your accent and the language you're speaking and all these things. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think, I use it more, honestly, for prose and framing thoughts and getting my thoughts down than I do, per se, for code itself.
Yeah.
Although pseudocode I do use it for.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm very afraid we're out of time.
Oh, no.
So I know, but will you be around?
We want more PyTV.
We want more PyTV.
I will be around.
You'll be around on the Discord.
Yes,
and
yes.
Thank you as always.
Oh my gosh, thank you all.
Pleasure.
You guys did an awesome job.
Yay. All right, so that means, unfortunately, we're actually coming to the end of the conference, which is, I'm tired, but I'm really sad. So I'm now joined by my two lovely co-hosts, and we're going to wrap things up and say goodbye to you all.
And give away a prize for the quiz.
Well, we're going to give away the answers.
Yeah.
We're going to give away the prize tomorrow.
Okay, let's check the time. Okay, we have passed the cutoff time. So because the form will have the timestamp.
We did.
Yeah, so don't think that you can listen to all the answers and then submit it now.
I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't work
We've
that
got
way.
science on our side.
Yep. So let's talk about the quiz answers maybe.
All right. Do you want to give the first 4 answers, Chook?
Yeah, sure. Because a lot of these questions are actually made by me. So
she already knows the answers.
Yeah, I do have the fun. So okay, question 1. What language was Squiddo working on before the creation of Python? So if you have watched the Python documentary, I hope this is obvious to you. So is it C#? Is it Prolog? Is it ABC programming languages? Or programming language, sorry, not S. Or Sketch programming language? The answer is
C.
Yes, is the ABC programming language.
Yes, and you should definitely catch the Python documentary because our friend Ida worked on it, and it is, if you like the PyLadies panel, you're going to love it. Yeah. It's very moving.
Yeah, cool. So next question. Question 2. According to the Python developer survey. Sorry, that's my typo. 2024 is the survey, but it was like the result was announced last year, so I thought it's 2025. Sorry about that. So which is the most used version of Python? So it's either 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, or 3.13. So I think at the time of the survey, the latest one is 3.13, but not everybody is on the latest one. So the answer is 3.12. Woo! I hope you get it right. Right, okay. Next one. Okay. Which one below is not the name of an international Python community? Which one is it? Like PyLadies, EuroPython Society, Black Python Devs, or Pygame? I hope you didn't choose PyLadies because we had a PyLadies panel, so I hope you were like paying attention. So the answer is actually Pygame. It's a very good library to make games with Python, but it's not a name of an international Python community.
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe they can start one. Cool. Next. Question 4. Which one below is not a data frame library available on PyPI? So, there is a lot of animals, either pandas, polars, ducks, or narwhal. So some people ask like, oh, is ducks DuckDB? No, it's ducks. And ducks is not
a data frame library.
Data frame library, yeah.
It's tricky.
Yeah,
Yes.
So all the questions are very tricky, right? And Narwhals is actually a data frame library. So if you don't know what Narwhal is, you can look it up on PyPI or GitHub. Right. Cool. Next.
All right. I think I'll take the next 4. So question 5. Which one below is a Python standard library? LZMA is for A, for B, Botto3, for C, Sync, and for D, FMT. And the answer is LZMA.
Do you know what it does?
It's compression, right?
It's a compression library. And
Yeah.
actually, the funny thing is after I made this question, and I got recommended a documentary about that for me. So
What? Yes, I saw one actually, the documentary that popped up.
I will share it like if I can find it, I'll share it on Discord.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, in truth, there's so many standard libraries. I mean, someone wrote an entire book doing, I don't know the number. There's so many that I don't think anyone except for Guido knows.
Yeah, but there's a list actually. If you go to the Python documentation, like the official Python documentation, you will actually see all the standard library there, so you can double check.
Yep. Okay, I think question 6. Which one below is a new feature introduced in Python 3.14? A, experimental support for free-threaded CPython. B, walrus operators. C, template string literals, created in part by our very own Paul Everitt, who is in the corner. And D, an experimental just-in-time compiler. And the answer is, I gave it away slightly, it is C, template string literals.
He's doing his victory lap over there. You can't see it.
Others were directly responsible for that. So congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, question 7. Which one below is not an algorithm provided in scikit-learn? A, nearest neighbors. B, random forests. C, support vector machines. Or D, DETR, object detection. And the answer is DETR. So that's a tricky question because I think many people recognize at least one of those.
You should ask Merve more about data object detection, though, if you she's the queen of open source vision models.
And you can ask in discourse.
Yeah, she'll be very happy to talk about it, I think.
Yes. Okay. Last one for me, question 8. Which one below is not a Zen of Python? A, errors should never pass silently. B, special cases should always be documented. C, complex is better than complicated. Or D, if the implementation is hard to explain, it's a bad idea. And the answer is B, special cases should always be documented. Now, Chook, do you want to explain this? I think this is the hardest question out of all.
I agree.
Yeah.
We both got it wrong on the test run.
Yes.
Yeah, because actually there is a set of Python that is talk about the special cases, but it's not talking that they should be documented. So but if you don't know, I mean, like if you pull out a Python and import this and check all the set of Python, I won't say that you're cheating. I would say that you double check it.
It's not that long.
I also think, for those of you new to Python, maybe you learned about import this today.
Yeah.
So
nice.
This was our hope, actually, with the quiz.
Yes.
Cool.
I think, all right, the last four with you,
Last
Jody?
four for me. All right. So what is the unofficial mascot of the Django framework? And as Marlene said, this is a little bit tricky.
Yep.
A, bear, B, pony, C, unicorn, or D, pelican? And the answer is B, pony, not a unicorn. The unicorn is a misconception because apparently this was adopted when DjangoCon was in Edinburgh.
Because a unicorn is the national
Animal
of
Scotland.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. Good work, Scotland.
Yeah, and that was our own Mark Smith and his wife were the organizers of DjangoCon.
That's
Edinburgh.
right.
So,
We're getting around. All right, question 10. According to the Python Developer Survey 2024, which is the most used Python web framework? A, Fast API, B, Django, C, Flask, and D, Hugo. And the answer is A, Fast API, which, big congrats.
Yep.
That's
Well
an
won.
amazing
And if you
framework.
answer Hugo, sorry, that's not a Python web framework.
Yeah.
So that's very, very wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Question 11. According to the Django Developer Survey 2024.
At the end of I have to defend this. At the end of 2024, that came out in the beginning of 2025, and this will all be fixed this year. The Django survey is coming out in April, and it will come out later this year.
What did Carol say? Naming is hard? Yeah. Which is the most popular Django third-party package? Is it A, Django Debug Toolbar, B, Django Filter, C, Django Extensions, or D, Django REST Framework? And the answer is Django REST Framework.
By a lot.
By a lot. And the last one. What does the JU in Jupyter stand for? And I saw Carol starting to laugh when I read this one out. Is it A, just in time? Is it B, Julia? Is it C, Julius Caesar, the project's original code name? Or is it D, the planet Jupiter with a fun misspelling? And it is Julia. Now, if you have no idea why, the reason is at the beginning, as I understand it, Carol, you can tell me if I'm wrong, the project's idea was that it was meant to be notebooks for the 3 data science languages. And what are you saying? 3 data science languages. There's Python, of course, for Py. There's R, which I also used to know back in the day. And then there's a very nice language called Julia. Julia is actually beautiful. It is in many ways a better data science language than Python, dare I say it. But it never caught on because it didn't have the community. And so Julia's gorgeous. If you want a side project, definitely go and learn it. But I never have, so maybe I can't really lecture you on that. So that was the quiz. Yes. And that means we have done all the admin, and all we really need to do is a bit of wrapping up to let people know important extra information.
Yeah, the important information is that if you have finished all the quiz and if you think you get everything right, you may be able to win a prize. And I assume a lot of you does. So if we have a lot of people answering things all correctly, then we'll just do a lucky draw. Yep.
And we'll send the emails out to within the week to the winner.
Yeah, we'll try and do it ASAP, but we're all traveling tomorrow, so this is a community effort. We'll do our best.
Maybe around a week's time, then we will contact you because you have the email, put it in the form, so we'll contact you.
Yeah, for those of you who are naughty and spam fake emails, now you learn why you didn't do that.
Yeah, right. Cool. So if someone missed the talk, then what should they do? They may miss 1 or 2 cool talks.
Yeah, well, all of the talks are pretty much going to be up on, well, they are going to be up on the PyCharm channel pretty much when we're done.
On YouTube.
On YouTube, on the PyCharm channel on YouTube. So if you want to go back, watch anything, catch it then. There will be timestamps and descriptions of being able to jump to specific talks. When we get time to do that, we'll be on that very, very soon. And in the coming months, we're actually going to cut up the recording and release the individual talks as well. So you'll be able to share them with your friends. Please do share them with anyone you think who might like it. And yeah, thank you very much for watching all of them.
Yeah, so this is the end. So, of course, we need to thank the people that make this happen. Of course, first of all, our speaker, because most of them travel all the way to here in Amsterdam, which is the birthplace of Python.
Oh, the Netherlands is the birthplace.
Oh, okay, the Netherlands is the same country of the birthplace of Python and the headquarters of JetBrains.
Yes, and thank you to JetBrains, the PyCharm crew. Thank you to all the staff who you can't see who made this all easy for us. And we really want to do this again. So if you like this, please give feedback on Discord, on YouTube, give a like. Those are all things you can do to help.
And of course, we want to thank you, the Python community. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And thank you so much for the Discord. It was so fun, and all your pet pictures and all your crazy ideas. And if you have more crazy ideas, say for some swag ideas, you can maybe send them through to us. We are going to be at PyCon US. That's our next conference. As I said, you can come by and catch us. And we're going to have a similar 90s theme. So if you've got any more wackadoodle ideas for swag, please share them.
We are brainstorming now, so you get a chance to suggest your idea.
Exactly.
Yeah. So other than that, you can always, post your idea on Discord, but because we also want to get your feedback, some of them maybe you want to just tell us directly, not like publicly on Discord, then we will send out very, very soon at the channel, at the Discord channel, there will be a link to the survey. And and we will also send an email to those who register about the survey. Please fill them in, and please let us know what you like, what you doesn't like, or how can we improve, etc., etc.
Okay, and as a last note, please like and share this live stream, I know.
Live stream
Live stream on YouTube, and leave comments and help us hopefully do this again in the future.
So it's my duty to say goodbye. Thank you. I'm a little sad, but I'm very happy. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we hope to see you all soon in the Python ecosystem.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Party!